too much on your tip, you don't need no more dips. I ain't trying to find out my whole team, and when it tore up feel. All these blues ain't no way I can lose, I'm trying to build a crib. On the way, I'm trying to tell you, I had your grandma jam. Your pussy stink, I like money, it's blue cheese over pink sand. I can put her arm behind her back, cause she was sheet grabbing. At 4 a.m., I'm talking about Waffle House, she told the meat pattern. Different type of BBL, bitch sit up like a G-Wagon. Came from 1 bedroom, 4 air mattresses, and 3 seat paddings. Rap guard, I want M&M's, so I keep rapping. Keep the punchline coming. chips on deck. Remember when I ain't had nothing, you ain't had nothing. Run together, we flexing no more time. I don't know if you heard, but I'm free as a bird, my mind. I sip a whole lot of syrup when the jail couldn't walk a straight line. My cover Versace, my wrist, they watching it shine. And they hate when the world ain't mine. It wouldn't do time. You gotta hustle for that. You gotta wanna go double that shit. Gotta empty that clip when you doubling back. Gotta know how to move when you phone for that pack. Can't argue with you, but I'm done without it. Just never gonna tell you no cap in my rap. New up, new chain, new house, new hoes, new straps. I told you I never go back. And I did. How you been? It's been a little minute. You doing fine, but I'm doing better. I send you a text, you respond with it. Ooh, baby, you're so caught up, then no winner. 50, million up, mid up. All that weight on top your back, I helped you pick up. If I had no one else to call back, would you pick up? Would you pick up?
Bro, why am I not? What the fuck, bro?
Do a lot of miles going to different venues, and the KL3s truly helped me travel across the country, never have to worry about anything. They're going to be tough every single day. I turn my truck on and go drive the location, do my riding, get out of there.
Bitdefender presents Cybercrime from the Frontline, the podcast that takes you inside real cyber attacks. In this episode, involving scams targeting your dreams, including your job, your love life, and your money. Listen to this episode to learn how they work.
Damn, BT.
It's been a while, but I think I finally made it. Thank God. Tough! Pray to anybody when she need help. Hey, she don't know them demons, that shit something. Shit, I know it's gonna pay off if I keep working. I cut niggas off the air like they don't need the money. Ain't from when you cut me, I just tryna bleed for something. Point out my flaws, tryna make me feel less. Shots on the internet, she should have post-traumatic stress. They sleep on me when you the only one woke, it's hard to rest. Painting bad image, I dress too good for them to tell. But to hit the gym, you gon' have to pick yourself up when you fail. Don't let rich homie, I go in like a tip on a nail. I done find these folks and know the soul, but this one ain't for sale. I feel these hate from the inside out. This shit ain't about no money, no more. It's pop who got clout. $100 just come look for me if they say it's a drought. They GPS say crash, so I took another route. I know about your past, I'm just trying to help you out. Yeah. I said I know about your past, I'm just trying to help you out. Yeah.
They pray to anybody when they need help. They gon' know the demons that they summon. Spent a lot of time by my damn self. Voices sounded like my grandmother. I pray that they don't play, cause I turn it to my own. His britches got too big and it got deep.
No, sir, bro. Hold out there, my boy. Man, that's ain't man.
Hold up, boy, you a hoe. Little bitch, I see that shit you posting, that shit still won't stop the motion. Mask up, Drake with the wood grip, brought memories from COVID. I know he ain't gon' pop that dough out for a pistol, but he sold. Nigga wearing purple jeans and new Chanel shoes, but he owe me. Trying like you know me, get back, fuck nigga, you the police. Four of us in another city, but got a Drake on every car seat, Nigga try this shit, we spinning, burn out like a car meat, Cooking art like steak, but we still make 'em bleed like raw meat, Talk behind my back, but pull up time to shop, so the number shake. Real P, I like it, so I don't like her favorite, I like her shape. I don't like the hood on rapping, that just might be my escape. Caught a bitch, I KK, fuck the first day, know she got escape. Way smaller, booty bad, that BBS off my buy a bag. She was a pencil in middle school, that hoe turned up and bought her ass. Nuts counterfeit, let me find out these fuck nigga buying cash. She fuck me for free, let me find out these fuck nigga buying ass. Ain't no hero, but my chill it up, I feel like Iron Man. Ran the check up on my own, I might not never sign, man. My bitch a 10 and she shining, I just call her diamond. Gon' search, won't find a rapper hotter, I'm fresh out the frying pan. Atlanta bitches, they be slime, the fuck do you be on? Come to my city, shine and wake up with no jewelry on. Hit the bitch, hit cool, I ain't even have insurance on him. Blue magic, every bar, I spit the purest on him. He had the hood on smash, but die with the paint, not Skittles in Arizona. She seen that Maybach, let me hit from the back, I fronted, I ain't the owner. Back and still pass when I be driving, you can't smell, I now I'm a roller. Hope bring me 50 paints right now, I still won't think about leaning on them. They like peas, woke them up, what the hell you on, they were dreaming on. Rock got a 30, call it dick, this shit won't drop no semen on them. Gray bandana with a gray stick, they say we going crazy. I'll keep teaming up and still down, I know that shit that crazy. Ran out of gas 2 years ago, they still trying to see how I made it. Crushed up top and out of server to him, he acting like he faded. Pull up, park the whoop, them hoes get mad, they acting like I made it. True like grandma, switch whoop his ass, he acting like he crazy. Blue jeans, every pocket full, I'm acting like little baby. Nigga grown man, but acting like a grown ass lady. Oh, I'm good now, you should've came and healed me when I was aching. Tennis chain get tangled up, it brought back memories from slavery. Way smaller, booty bad, that BBS off my buy a bag. She was a pencil in middle school, that hoe turned up and bought her ass. Nuts counterfeit, let me find out these fuck nigga buying cash. She fuck me for free, let me find out these fuck nigga buying ass. Ain't no hero, but my chill it up, I feel like Iron Man. Ran the check up on my own, I might not never sign, man. My bitch a 10 and she shining, I just call her diamond. Gon' search, won't find a rapper hotter, I'm fresh out the frying pan.
This is Buick. Now. Buick.
Hey, twin, just chill. I thought we talking. You just gonna crash and throw your life away. You kill this nigga now. Your ass ain't never gonna see the light of day. If you kill him on bro, you still gonna hurt. That shit ain't gonna take no pain away. You ain't no killer. Your ass a broken child who feel like you can't ever find a way. Nigga on bro with principle to this shit. I punish these niggas for trying to be you rapping. We been supposed to make it up out. We been supposed to find our way out of this shit. I'm tired. Tired of your ass with the line. Tired of your ass saying we finna be rich. I'm tired of your ass keep praying. Tired of your ass thinking God finna answer this shit. What about Zen? What about more and weight? What about all our kids? What about jail? What do you die on the road trying to go finish your business? What about mama? Think about the teacher gon' shed for burying her son as a kid. Your ass got a list. Get more in it like just stepping. Need more to go tapping the weed. Man, nigga on fire. If somebody whacking right now, ain't nobody else gon' slide. I'm trying to be safe. Your ass keep crying and shit. Trying to talk to a nigga about pride. Tired of you bitch. You talk about taking the risk. I'm talking about taking a lot. You trying to keep rapping. I'm trying to go catch me a up and send his ass up to the light. Your ass got sight. I know they be speaking on bro. Two wrongs ain't making it right. You gotta move light when niggas be scared of your ass. These niggas ain't not here fighting. These niggas ain't shit. Nigga ain't see me home on be on joke and blick. You may be scared. Talking about what they gon' do. You starting to sound like a bitch. I'm talking about family. Nigga depending on that. You fucking with niggas who leave nothing wrong. Them niggas ain't killing for it. Twin. And I know you on track, nigga. On track either. You can't have a nigga I trust. Whether we die, we can't see our children. Our baby ain't feeling our touch.
Bitch, on great way shit, I'm coming in. Yeah, yeah. Y'all niggas fucking with the real. How I'm drinking something I don't see. Bring a bitch Halloween early. I don't know where the trigger hold the trigger. I put that blick down on me. I pray to God they see it to me. I swear to my young niggas every day. Watch how you move that little go freedom. Hey, gloss like a stretch ball. We just buy them hoes to squeeze them. Hey, burger bag, live wood in they throat. That's how we feed them. Hey, ARPs come with that thump thump like a needle. Slump something for my people. Hyped up with more lines than a zebra, huh? No shit freak, I can tell it by her body odor. Hey, shit a bitch with a fake that cool, I'ma do her body over. Hey, I know your pants Chanel, I'm still trying to slide them over. Hey, put bad shit on Ricks for nothing, I got it on. Hey, I still see snakes all in my grass, I'm trying them on. If this my pillow or your ass, I'm laying on. Hey, I'm seeing them thick, but the way you shape it ain't normal. Hey, I came with seeds from money trees, but I ain't growing. You get mad and drop a dick before I reply, I drown a fish. In your town or Chinatown, a gang around, we down the blick. Captain told you we her brothers, don't be a clown, somebody here me Captain Save. I swear you brave, your D-Day hoes ain't none of hit.
In your town or out of town, I tell a credit on set the blitz. Don't hang around, I king, I know it's a new year, but we on the same shit. Hold with the camera, she try to took a flat back on the back, burning dish. Model bitch, I'm on crowded frame, she saw she need an ambulance and tissue. Can't bring it to the mansion, we hit the hill. You can call me a pussy good as I dish. I'm fucking lit right now, throw a mansion part, I might invite Carrie Hilson. 250 for the land is all street, nigga, I'm in touch with the penetration. Setting the ball, brown, first roll gold. Roll, I put a bus down on my ankle.
As seen on everyone, everywhere. Must-have travel sneaks that can't stop going viral. Trend-setting style and iconic comfort in a hue for every you. Because true originality never goes out of style. By Dr. Scholl's.
mean I take the stand. Tell the judge I don't need it. Stick a hip my grandma saying you supposed to love our people. But I put a ticket on nigga head ground, they heart stop beat. I shot my dog, put pressure on his wound, my boy stop bleed. Arthur William Pride, I used to look up to Cool J and Lil Weezy. My mom grow, we make one call to get off campaigns. I bought codeine from a crackhead, took off her name. From the PJs, the house look like B&B. Love naked at the Hyatt and Regency. I woke up next to two hoes in the West Side name. My wrist on transportation, I went bust down plane. Went paddock here, no Cartier on that, one of us piece. Wife from no bitch with my watch on and the Versailles wrist. Candy bar number 9 in the waiting room scene.
This tax season, there's only one accountant who will make them pay.
That's what I do.
On April 15th, is your accountant fighting for you?
I just love accountants.
That's a coincidence.
The Accountant 2. Rated R. Special tax day screening April 15th.
At Vistaprint, we print signs so people can see your brand up close. But we also print signs so that people can see your business here, see it here, and see it here, so you stand out. Even when they're way back here. Get 20% off signs and banners at Vistaprint.com.
I'm finna do something y'all mind with this motherfucker here. I changed my old way, now I'm jumping in and out of new shit. Play the plug and let him toilet, he still ain't do shit. Walk down and kick both of their asses, like my shoe split. It's lonely at the top, but I'm still trying to make sure my crew fit. He got heat and I got heat, but I ain't doing no bacon like a coup fit. Way from Atlanta, they in shot right, be in my new shit. Shout out to the right, my crew hyenas, we ain't goofy. Hold up, stopping shit like Pepto Bismol. Ice give me chills though. She went phone with dice, cause this bitch ain't like shit, I know man. I let money take up all my times, I don't make no plans. Mini Draco make me pull up short like I ain't got no pants. I seen plenty rappers scam my bars like they the store man. Can't compete with me, they just a rapper, they got no chance. So we get it drop, pull up and clap that bitch with no hands. Ride my way, you die on the first beach, they came with no sand. Fucking groupers cause they hot, but still I act like I ain't got no fans. Roll runner, blast supreme, my forces like we own or something. VVS, pointers on my neck like one told something. Bet these pussy nigga feel my punchline like I stole on them. Took some time, but I'm like a pimple, I had growed on them. Put them guns up, we just see this like ain't no clothes on them. Free up space, you ain't picture this, look how I pose on them. On do dates, fuck from time to time and give them 400. They lied and said my foot ain't on they neck, I guess my toes on them.
Take my foot off the gas, no, I've been living too fast. Fuck on the foreign, she bad, she ain't even got her passport. My heart inside this chopper, I'm a lover, not a fighter. She say, no, you don't know if you wanna fuck me or just cover you so biased. Play with gang, they unalive 'em. I eat the beef, but niggas snitching, so I'm on a diet. I'm out of town, let's get a room and meet up at the Hyatt. All this money and this jury, she tryna get me to buy it. You know looks can be deceiving. BHM now and be on with the other peas. Lil' bro put 70 in your shit like Luca, go or cheesy. If it wasn't no trees to make this money, would you leave me? Sometimes I can't believe me. Woke up, I thought I was dreaming. Percocet since I got hold on me. If I don't get it, I'll be fiending. Caught my shooter Devin Booker, where he pull over that Phoenix. He was a rapper on the street, got in that jam and started singing. They only make the snitchy famous.
Roll runner, blast supreme, my forces like we own or something. VVS, pointers on my neck like one told something. Bet these pussy nigga feel my punchline like I stole on them. Took some time, but I'm like a pimple, I had growed on them. Put them guns up, we just see this like ain't no clothes on them. Free up space, you ain't picture this, look how I pose on them. On do dates, fuck from time to time and give them 400. They lied and said my foot ain't on they neck, I guess my toes on them.
様なんです。
All done, Sue?
Yeah, and not just with your hair. With the help of Zero's small business accounting software, I've sorted my numbers too. So now I can take my business anywhere.
That's it.
Wherever we
tell buddy, he gon' die when he try. I'm helping everybody else pay mine, put to the side. He was 16, like got blinded, he ain't see 25. And like P always happen, cause they don't see when I'm crying. My bitch got an old soul, she can tell when I'm lying. This shit ain't get handed to me, dog, I had to go grind. I ain't effing with you, even though I fail all the time. Life get hard, that what Pops had told me. Pause the whole beat and hear the pain through the vocals. Try to run me on the track and watch the train when I'm over. Saying they will ride, I heard everything but a motor. Put it in and pull out what I'm done, bitch, like a VCR. Mossberg, get the pumping chest like it's CPR. Streaming on a kid, yeah, they all I was aiming. Bitch was born with a BBL, she ain't had to go to Miami. It took a month for me to find what I was searching for. And then she going just like a blunt and she gon' fuck for sure. The same bitch who give your heart to hurt you to the core. The same nigga you call dog go through your back door. Sometimes intentions ill. Sometimes shit don't be real. Sometimes I feel a thrill. Sometimes I wanna chill. They gotta close that back though, you see what I'm saying? You gotta come in, bro, kick that bitch in. Tuh! Peasy make 'em mad, Peasy make 'em pout. They don't know shawty gon' sling that stick like it's a mouse. I live like double C, but it's the cash before the clout. I get the baddest bitch that sells some ass if it's a drop. And if you country, I'ma tax you, not the original amount. Whole time they playing in your face, TV mounted. Demons all around me, yeah, I feel I'm surrounded. Sitting in the cell make you feel like you're grounded. Few months of your sentence, your little main hoe getting pounded. Pain turn me up every time I came down. If it's squares in that circle won't get around. Free for all blue, shit stays red, I pound it. I'ma pull up Drake, it made me feel like Aubrey. Hey, these hoes, they here to take it, made me feel like robbery. Chains on my neck, she ride me like Ferrari. Play the young hoe like PFI, old hoe like Taurus. Put me in a position, I'ma show you I don't need you. Won't put you in my mix, you bit a hand that will feed you. Let a little bitch go, she put your business on the media. Went from 100 to 2,000, these hoes getting greedier. I carry her weight, just pick me up soon as I need it back. Knife in your hand when you told me you was gon' pat my back. Rich you out the plastic when that new, I had to take it back. She just talk over and hang up when I be speaking fake. Sometimes intentions ill. Sometimes shit don't be real. Sometimes I feel a thrill. Sometimes I wanna chill.
Bit Defender presents Cybercrime from the Frontline, the podcast that takes you inside real cyber attacks. In this episode, involving scams targeting your dreams, including your job, your love life, and your money. Listen to this episode to learn how they work.
Or current owners and lessees of an eligible vehicle get this low-mileage 2025 Optic Luxury One lease for around $389 per month.
That's why I really did done, nigga. You did all that bullshit now. I should hear the best of y'all say. You do this shit every time. I got you. Yeah. Yeah, man, ain't tripping on that. No, you ain't good. Shit talk demon, that shit had me tweeting, get mad for no reason, that shit had me stressed. Flew to LA with my gangster bitch, told me she crib, she 6', I thought she was flexing. I'm on my hammer with Keita, but keep talking about she miss me. The bitch be flexing, Cuban dancing, please don't pad. Shit get hot on the bitch, got a fan. I just took a west side hoe to some fast. I just put a north side hoe in a camera. Found out these fuck nigga ain't got damn. Got the whole search for a nigga like Velma. Bandana tie around my neck like a sailor. Kick a broke bitch out quick, then Zella. Outside catch him, kill him, nail him. Drip ate the fuck up, crispy. checkers. Care what I'm putting down, Odell belt. Start my day with your deal like I'm write me a letter. Belt with the Ruby, shit going stupid. Dance like franchise, dance like Snoopy. Drip make the bitch use her hips like Uzi. Blitz to the clip, drop right out the toolie. Fool, I ain't be fucking on key, she mesh. I ain't gon' lie with that pussy a bless. Shit talk demon, that shit had me tweeting. Get mad for no reason, that shit had me stressed. Flew to LA with my gangster bitch, told me she crib, but she stitched. I thought she was flex. I'm on Miami with Keita, but Keith talking about she miss me. The bitch be flex. Hell yeah, man. Tired of it, bro.
Say goodnight, Sneaky.
Her love a drug, I blocked her number. I ain't tryna relapse. How the hoe gon' think I need her? I got broken kneecaps. Come in peace, I get uncomfortable. Them folk gon' spin your ASAP. Mind your business. You ain't getting no paper cause you watching they trap, huh? He on live tryna pop it. We finna pull up on him. He don't know his body gon' get bent. So now we been the cone. My young nigga, he 14 for the age. That boy gon' spin a grown up. War wounds, fucked up buddy nerves. He can't even lift the phone up. It kinda hurt me just to talk about this shit cause I don't live it. Spend my nights calling on guns. Sometimes I feel the line busy. Disrespect the strip club. Spend her time, trigger her spine busy. Don't think with my dick, I won't fuck a whore unless my mind with it. Pat that hood, that thing we sweet. Watch how we spin it back to back. Fuck these hoe, my line dry. Can use my phone to strike a match. I ain't gon' lie, I'm a lover boy, so I take my mind on my sack. The street shit stuck right on my mind. Can't do no lying about that.
Pain I left a hole right in my heart.
God seen us
It's the signs we just ignore. Pray to rain to wash away my scars.
leave your pain and get away from us. You the pain, you the one to blame. Girl, you super lame. This at 9, died to 17. Like you Gucci, man. Hit the highway, stolen glitz. She was stupid, gone and miss. Should've did it my way. Took the street way. Out video shoot, finna spin it. Hit a bit like Georgia State Patrol. We put that hot box to the limb. Try to spin it out, see the cameraman. He'll be on the news in 20 minutes. Left the iPhone at the spot and we get caught up. They can't pin it. We don't know nothing about no name. We were playing Call of Duty. You trip. Pain on left the hole right in my heart. God seen us the signs we just ignore. Praying the rain to wash away my scars. Leave your pain and get away from ours. Man, what the hell going? Hold on, man. What the fuck? It's all good. I ain't tripping on nothing. Yeah, fuck you, nigga. You alright, yeah, alright. Say no more.
Right now, well-qualified buyers get 0%.
did it, oh yeah.
My brother, yeah, he took the sentence and he went to prison because our decisions on him. I never changed on him. We ain't fell out and I put my name on him. You still call me. I got the same number. We been ballin' until I got Dre drumming. If you my dog, you salad, put chains on him. House girl, who wanna fuck you, put chains on him. They was locked up. We been glocked up, smoking two on the drum. Elevated behind the booth for my. In the jungle, they wild for born. Still trying to make it up out of that storm. And I never had the road I put on mine.
The pepper grab it, like.
The Silverado Trail.
Yeah, that's the one.
A little work. And a little play.
Go with my wood and give me some
Says no to
food real
nothing.
quick.
And
Get up
Chevrolet.
out of that.
Together, let's drive.
Hey, Otani-san. It's Oi Ocha. Thanks for making me your go-to green tea.
こちらこそです。
Why do you enjoy Oi Ocha so much?
なんとなく集中できる気がするからですかね。
I'm honored to be part of your journey.
いつの日も僕のそばにはお茶がある。おーい、お茶、伊藤園。
1,000 miles away from here, and I still see your face. Got tears dropping like leaves and fall. I'm standing in one place. Still the fly nigga in the city, yeah. Put you on the floor, no luggage. I don't want to touch your life for. How you feel about this ain't for me? Finally found out I ain't have no heart. I'm finna go so far, sold my soul for chrome hard. What you tryna do? Get some more head. What you tryna do? Feel third lid, capital P. Know how I play it. Ain't no coming back, but you said what you said. Fuck on my inside, play on no red. Ran out of little rock, he touching my chest. I feel like Cali, the DJ the best. I lost my balance and fell in her bed. Stop all that cabin, might need a new head. $800 on problems on yeah. I got some choppers for problems on yeah. I got more bitches than followers, yeah. Went two-tone and switched it up, yeah. Took 2 drugs and mixed it up, yeah. 1,000 miles away from here, and I still see your face. Got tears dropping like leaves and fall. I'm standing in one place. Still the fly nigga in the city, yeah. Put you on the floor, no luggage. I don't want to touch your life for. How you feel about this ain't for me? Finally found out I ain't have no heart. I'm finna go so far, sold my soul for chrome hard. AMG, take out down the street, I feel like roll runner. Woodpecker, her baby, that a dick, he ain't got no honey. Side bitch way better than my main. I'm just being honest. See my favorite scribble made it rain. She straight out of honey. You switch on the game like we ain't feel pain, nigga. Fuck you. And my chopper rusted just like Mater. Pull up truck too. I feel just like Rello. Keep it one seat, you can't change a penny. Change my jaws and change bitches. Me and broke ain't in the same sentence. 1,000 miles away from here, and I still see your face. Got tears dropping like leaves and fall. I'm standing in one place. Still the fly nigga in the city, yeah. Put you on the floor, no luggage. I don't want to touch your life for. How you feel about this ain't for me? Finally found out I ain't have no heart. I'm finna go so far, sold my soul for chrome hard.
This is Buick, now. Buick, exceptional by design.
Get 0.9% APR on these Buick models. Plus, current eligible non-GM owners get up to $3,000 allowance on Encore GX.
Fuel VM1 USB microphone is designed for gamers. There are 3 color options. You can set it up on your desktop or attach it to an arm stand. One-touch noise cancellation effectively minimizes background noise.
Oh, shit.
If you need to take a break, just tap a nickel and the RGB light will turn red. VM1 features lighting with multi-color mode. Short press a knob to change the RGB light. The VM1 features a Cardi audio polo pattern with an ultra-high 24-bit input sample rate, producing clear and clean sound. The volume knob can adjust the volume of the microphone or headphone in real time. VMware support USB-C, compatible with your phone or PC. Just plug and play and you are all set to stream right away. With the built-in headphone jack, you can enjoy real-time audio monitoring. It has a pop filter and shock mount that make your gaming voice transmission more stable and professional. Whether you need a gaming microphone when playing with teammates or to be heard clearly when live streaming, this microphone is an excellent choice.
Yeah, wake up arguing with my bitch cause she been fighting demons. My worst fear so play my song right another nigga penis. Pop a pill, make my forehead sweat like I'm wearing a beanie. Switch rocks and powders, cause I'm tired of being broke. I been dreaming, she ain't shit, but I pussy dope. Call out loud when I'm fiending. I ain't had a child yet, barely can feed myself, nigga, I'm scheming. The little soft ass niggas ain't won no shootout yet, they just grieving. I got wild still cologne all on my body like I'm from Cleveland. Yeah, before I ran up a check, shit, these hoes watching me call, huh? Shit get slimy about this cat, she got me watching my dog, huh? I ain't had no one to hold me up, they was just watching me foul, huh? Nigga won't help me pay for no lawyer, won't even pay for my trial, hey. Whole lot of stuff I put a nigga up, I'm just putting you down, yeah. Brr, you ain't even happy for me, smiling upside down. I had told her away from me, had to take the watch cause she ain't do it. I had told her pray for me, I guess she didn't, I'm still gonna do it. Lil' bro hit my phone, pretty need a walk a flocker, oh let's do it. Say he move strong minded, oh that's cool cause I been doing it. Feel like B shot hot like a teapot, on sale weave around 3-5. Bitch say she don't repeat herself from front and back, make her say it 3 times. Nigga ain't ducking no smoke, let's get it. Fuck around, bust your head with that glizzy. Pop her 24/7 like T-Ho. I'm still lonely as all my fitted. Nigga got clumsy, I was just putting shit down. That was your fault, you didn't get it. But for a show, nigga better call that back and steps all in your city. Stacking chips, yeah, nah for real. I might sign the Pringles, I just bought a ring. Waving in her face like John Cena. Caught 2 sisters with them rats, yeah. Venus and Serena, whole lot of purpose in. Don't start no time, no watch when they had to clean them. Before I ran up a check, shit, these hoes watching me call, huh? Shit get slimy about this cat, she got me watching my dog, huh? I ain't had no one to hold me up, they was just watching me foul, huh? Nigga won't help me pay for no lawyer, won't even pay for my trial, hey. Whole lot of sticks, I put a nigga up, I'm just putting you down, yeah. Brr, you ain't even happy for me, smiling upside down.
Bitdefender presents Cybercrime from the Frontline, the podcast that takes you inside real cyber attacks. In this episode, evolving scams targeting your dreams, including your job, your love life, and your money. Listen to this episode to learn how they work.
Get the same trusted Lysol disinfection that now has a scent that'll make you move. Effortlessly kill 99.9% of germs with new Lysol Brand New Day Lavender. It'll leave a scent you'll love.
The streets amazed for my whole life looking for an ex. Go take down the dope boy, take his brick down like a Tetris. Jailbro track out here with this. Hit a nigga main home making my best shit. Face on the t-shirt, shirt press. Her piss off a red blue 14, caught a bitch but I can't arrest. Metal on concrete, train to spar. Scratch your whip like Jurassic Park. Brand new boss, he rated all. Bitch left Miami and kept like a dog. These bitches need someone that needs someone, so I can't help it all. When she biting on Instagram, I'm finna pay her for a job. Put her strings like a guitar, hit like light bulbs in a jar. Nigga, we 2 sticks every car. He ditched today, won't see tomorrow. Long drive through different states, gotta get this paper, please stay awake. I'm trying to change if I kill him now. He stuck how he is, the boy died of fate. Paper on pay, 2 Arbor son, 2 baby Drakes. She made me come 7 times on my house, the bitch like Section 8. Chopper zip your whole face, doggy like the hooded bait. To my SOS, hope he hear me out these prayers, I made God stress. I ain't talking limo, snake hole, get your car scratched. Send that check on Venmo, bitch gave me her whole neck. Push up like a jogging suit, I brought the whole set. Like, baby, can you help me? Gave you a check for both of y'all, but you kept your bitch yourself. Now, matter of fact, for both of y'all, y'all love for me unhealthy. Say the same, but it's the same pain I feel, dude. Baby, can you help me? Baby, can you help me? Baby, can you help me? Baby, can you help me?
to it. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Lunchbox Club with DJ Envious, Angela D, and Charlotte Bean. Today we got a special guest, BHM Peasy.
He done cussed us out. Go ahead, take out some cuss, please. That's why I don't like calling this shit, man. End this shit. I ain't say shit already. I mean, go. Did you take it up to the rappers like that?
Hey, don't check for me unless you gotta check for me respectfully. Fuck you, bitch. I'm finna go think about what's best for me. Bunch of bliss, send inside the spot, these hoes protecting me. Ride around with the biggest gun I got, they to my wrecking me. Ain't no disrespecting me, no checking me. Come stand in the booth with me and see how hot your flesh will be. Crash the crowd, niggas tryna run out with my recipe. Hoochie bitch, she fine and said, hey, look how show her dress it be. Cruising around with sticks and blitz, K got a stick, that bitch got kicked. I don't get no fuck by where we at, long as you stay out my mix. Her sand gloss 17 record shots, I ain't even through the switch. I know youngin' get shit out the way, he think he ludicrous. Can't come to the party unless you fucking bitch, I'm boom shit. Blitz take me out different places like a toothpick. Turn around like two bitches, I'm too lit, you too bitch. It's a two-seater, it's four, y'all only two can fit, I'm two as shit. They say I'm the coldest, it ain't no folder. I put it on my roller. Niggas out here folding, guns I told it. I'm tryna fucking blow it, I'm tryna get me some paper. Niggas out here penny pinching. I can't crash out about no bitch, we all fucking some plenty bitches. Hey, don't check for me unless you gotta check for me respectfully. Fuck you, bitch. I'm finna go think about what's best for me. Bunch of bliss, send inside the spot, these hoes protecting me. Ride around with the biggest gun I got, they to my wrecking me. Ain't no disrespecting me, no checking me. Come stand in the booth with me and see how hot your flesh will be. Crash the crowd, niggas tryna run out with my recipe.
The way to build ads is not crunching, not 4-minute plans, and definitely not mountain climbers. There's an actually easy...
Think they hate the fact I'm taking off Durango Hellcat, Desert Eagle. Push that bitch until it break my nail back. Down the road, stick some, send that boy a care package. Pussy niggas out here licking fake though, get them smacked. Straight gold, treat that boy like a tangerine, peel him back. Hey, keep it real, ain't really about the knife, it's who hashtag your back. Get a judge and hit his head, I seen the smoke come out the back. New era, snap back, I seen the smoke come out his hat. She keep staring at me, I think Charlotte like how I get wicked. West side, she got feelings for a throw, Jada Pinkett. Left eye, she don't wanna struggle, but I get money quickly. Don't try, beat his ass and work the gizzard in the city. Left pocket, blue check, no this ain't the ball one. Baby carbon with the green tip, they think it cost some. Ain't broke, I took the paper route, PRE the doff one. I ain't tripping by her BBL if it the soft one. Roll the window down, slow down, I'm tryna hit me some for real. Them the nigga that smack my dog, I'm tryna blick me some for real. In that window with that blick like Malcolm X, bitch, we for real. Bunch of chains on white folk like Kuta Kinte out the field. Think they hate the fact I'm taking off Durango Hellcat, Desert Eagle. Push that bitch until it break my nail back. Down the road, stick some, send that boy a care package. Pussy niggas out here licking fake though, get them smacked. Straight gold, treat that boy like a tangerine, peel him back. Hey, keep it real, ain't really about the knife, it's who hashtag your back. Get a judge and hit his head, I seen the smoke come out the back. New era, snap back, I seen the smoke come out his hat. Wide body, Hellcat look like a big hoe from the back. Shoot a stick, it made me bounce like I'm in the car when it caught a flat. Hold up, pick it up, cock it back, lift it up, slide. For that cash money, it's over, yo, it's a Drake, somebody died. Hit a lick by off-white, caught a freak hoe outside. It's hard to tell, she fucked a lot of niggas, got grip on Gucci tight. Caught him lagging, he was walking, broke as hell, no pipe. Hit his head, he fell face first, his soul took flight. I had took a lot, but I had fell back and got right again. Hit different when they tell you you'll never see the light again. Outside with the shooters, niggas play, watch how I invite them in. Block party, lead a spot with straight hole like we ain't invite me. They hate the fact I'm taking off Durango Hellcat, Desert Eagle. Push that bitch until it break my nail back. Down the road, stick some, send that boy a care package. Pussy niggas out here licking fake.
fell asleep, ain't had no hoes with me. Downstairs so big, this ain't no hookah, but it get cold in it. Why you feel like that? I done put my motherfucking soul in it. I just need some alone time. I don't even want my bros with me. Don't take it offensive, respect that one. I'm no different. Ain't nothing all that cold kidney. Shorty shot my heart in private, ain't no witness. I been so iffy. Plus you been all up in my shit, we ain't got no business. My chest over my heart colder than a cold biscuit. My humility still there, feel like I'm low living. I'm juggling family time and the show business. Depending on that paper, you don't know if it coming or not. Can't buy time with all the money I got, but I thought I'd never be lonely. Who gon' be there for me when I'm there for everybody? My heart done been broken, why they ain't leave it how they found it? Anything that they ask me for, boy, you know I got it, but I thought I'd never be lonely. Had to cut off some niggas cause they were phony. How you keep begging for money when you a grown man? Never thought money would separate my homie. Now I watched it with my own two eyes. I might have to do my journals, bro. I need 310, bro. And I watched it with my own two eyes. And I watched it with my own two eyes. See, I watched it with my own two eyes.
After interviewing Quan at the rich homie estates, despite
With
the
Sen
lifestyle
going
that he
them at
lives, you
305.
can clearly hear he feels lonely.
I could be
He told
309
himself it
right
has
now.
nothing to do with the
Well,
money.
308,
He says
309.
it's more of a loneliness within himself. Reporting live from Atlanta for RHQ News, we'll be back after the break.
Cause I'm not, I don't think I'm gonna try to tap. I don't think I'm gonna tap. I might have to just wait on my other one.
It's an achievement. In the GMC Sierra HD AT4X, get 5.9% APR on GMC Sierra heavy-duty models.
Nigga, bitch. But yeah. That's on the bar. Might as well smoke some weed or something, man. I don't want you thinking no copper song. But I'm gonna talk to myself on this motherfucker. Feel like gave up because I know my purpose. My dog behind the wall, he do 1,000 burpees. First one out, my family broke all kind of curses. I've been booked up on my Sundays, got no time to worship. Every time I pop back out them hoes in they feelings. Keep your eyes on my pockets, nose out my business. If I go to jail tonight, who gon' hold down the village? Feel like that money fucked up my mind, no hole in my mental. Tatted up all over my body, the couple scars. Loyalty run deep through my body, I love her hard. Bet it on myself and I went on a double up. It's millions to be made and I'm already a couple up. Fresher than the bitch, I can't get less fly, nigga. Watch me demonstrate the belt done chastised niggas. Got my top two, go grab your best five, nigga. Everybody got right the reason you left out, nigga. Mama told me that these nights would come. It's illegal to walk around with this type of gun. All the money in the world still can right these wrongs. I done traded in the street life for writing songs. You ain't talking about no money, what you talking about? Trying to hide that sex man with baccarat. Smoking on some shit that got me cutting out. I don't know them niggas, get your choppers out. Feel like gave up because I know my purpose. My dog behind the wall, he do 1,000 burpees. First one out, my family broke all kind of curses. I've been booked up on my Sundays, got no time to worship. Every time I pop back out them hoes in they feelings. Keep your eyes on my pockets, nose out my business. If I go to jail tonight, who gon' hold down the village? Feel like that money fucked up my mind, no hole in my mental. Feel like that money fucked up my mind, no hole in my mental.
With Asana, the enterprise work management platform, tasks and company-wide goals are in one place.
feet under in my front yard. Junkie for real, I'm sipping green. I pop a narco and I have mixed with a summer right now. Baby can't find no till I know, but she's so spoiled. I pour her 4 more, it make my soul boil. So many years I stopped looking at the scoreboard. But now we up 10, and probably plenty more. Big old militia with these phones and cold wars. That bad bitch left you with a hot dick and a cold sore. Keep them squares out of your circle and your overall. I pull up, knock out little pictures off your bitchy wall. Who said they hotter than my team, cause I can't overcall. Already platinum ENT, they chose that overall. Said they gon' kill me by one chain, so I rock 'em all. So I rock 'em all. When bro get hot and he go in, I ain't gon' talk 'em out. This money coming left and right, but going straight in the vault. When life give you twists and turns, you gotta straighten it out. You gotta straighten it out. Put out the car full of my kids and drove it straight to the mall. He filled that car with them things and drove me straight down south. Want me to fuck with my chain, hate when I'm taking them off. I caught up reaching for her panties, no point in taking those off. You ain't never had to strip down and squatting and call. Never had to pay the cost I would've take to be a boss. We gon' kill them boys by winning, I buy a nigga catalog. Sell it for a couple $100,000, won't break him $1 off. I made 50 racks first day of the week, ain't nothing to talk about. I just made my old bitch fuck on my new bitch. I went Hollywood, I feel like I'm too rich. Cup so chewy, I probably need a toothpick. And I had seen him, I had pull it, he ain't do shit. But let's go back before I had to pour. Cup so thick, this shit here looking like motor oil. So say you love me not, before I go on tour. Before I hop up on that yacht and I say all aboard. I told you once or twice, shouldn't be 3 or 4. Rap check just wired to my bank, so pour another 4. Every champagne bottle you pop, we gon' pop 5 more. Cause everybody in this life needs something to die for. 6 feet under in my front yard. Junkie for real, I'm sipping green. I pop a narco and I have mixed with a summer right now. Baby can't find no till I know, but she's so spoiled. I pour her 4 more, it make my soul boil. So many years I stopped looking at the scoreboard. But now we up 10, and probably plenty more. Big old militia with these phones and cold wars.
IRS e-file is now open. Snap your W-2 and file your taxes 100% free. Plus, get your biggest refund. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, and student loan interest. File now.
Santana got it hidden.
Borderline.
It's just that time, bro. Santana on the beat. They used to tell me that I want me none. I'm on Billboard. They used to tell me I want me none. I'm on Billboard. Oh yeah, said I want me none. Look, mama, I'm on Billboard. I did 2 shows and made 100 bun. This that shit you work 2 years for. If you trust your brother, then cherish that. Cause when you die young, you call too deep, you feel like a bitch. If you wanna try some, stay out of my mix, go find you some business. Who you gon' ride for? See so much weight, my eyes now. 2 up brick from pie crumbs. So much weight on top of my shoulders and these chains on hell. Pour that drink up in my cup, I ain't got nothing left. I make love to all my jewels, fucking with my health. We can go way back like Seinfeld. We got money now, like this shit grow on trees. All this turbulence, let me spin my lens. Pull up soon as we land. I'm with my team in NYC. How it feel? Nah, you can't call on me. Got a man, I'm a father, but I ain't never have a father. Move different, I'm a daddy now. Baby Fendi pre-order. My inhale's getting shorter. D&D while I'm recording. You miss me cause I'm getting money now. And I send my mama to Florida. Mud, water, Vince, Carter, Ray, bitches songs. She need oxycontin. Being replacements to my gun. These bitches make polka dots. I told them put they bet on me before they roll the dice. They said I won't be none. Look, mama, I'm on Billboard. I did 2 shows and made 100 bun. This that shit you work 2 years for. If you trust your brother, then cherish that. Because we die young. The cold too deep, you feel like a bitch. If you wanna try some, stay out of my mix, go find you some business. Who you gon' ride for? See so much weight, my eyes now. 2 up bitch from pie crumbs. So tell me what you want from. What you mean? Ain't been home cause I've been grinding. Do you miss me? Shout out him. Take a trip, fly out to raise him. What is love? Cause I don't know what that means. We got money now, like this shit growing tree, yeah. All this turbulence make me spill my lean, yeah. For as soon as we land, I'm with my team in NYC, yeah. How it feel? Now that you can't call on me, call on me. Call on me. How it feel? Now that you can't call on me. How it feel? This shit growing tree. Santana got it hit.
Big Defender presents Cybercrime from the Frontline, the podcast that takes you inside real cyber attacks. In this episode, involving scams targeting your dreams, including your job, your love life, and your money. Listen to this episode to learn how they work.
Let me see my new granddog.
Say hi, Grandma!
You're feeding him Blue Buffalo, right?
No, we got Purina 1. It's all the same stuff.
Not really. Blue Life Protection Formula's got deboned chicken, chicken milk,
What
brown
up?
rice,
What up?
oatmeal, barley.
Well, Purina 1 has chicken, rice flour, corn gluten meal,
What's up,
whole
Chris
grain
Pablo?
corn, chicken byproduct meal.
Looks like we're switching to.
That's the mirror on the wall, say who's the realest of them all. He say I'm my dog. I've been going hard all night, Still is the best over me. Slack, all I do is blame myself. I asked the mirror on the wall, say who's the realest of them all, and he said I'm my dog. I tried to take them out the streets, they took my heart away from me. Look, I could try, but I can't take them all. No, I can't take them all. I got Balenci's on my feet, I got my dog in the front seat. So if they run, oh baby, take them down. I be alone when I ride through the city. I really don't fuck with you.
tradition, but Senator Ossoff voted to block the protection of women and girls in.
Man, I don't give no fuck. I'm gonna watch some. Gonna watch some Maywa. Man was. Oh shit, I got.
Chapter 47 Rejection and Revelation. Theo knelt on the petal strewn training ground, grappling with the weight of OSA Ragnar Plunnis's offer. She wanted to pass down both the legacy of the Plum Blossoms and the legendary Heaven Dragon sword technique to him. OSA regarded him coolly, asking if the prospect didn't sound enticing. Theo stammered that of course it did, but he confessed, looking down, he truly didn't understand why she cherished him so much. He hadn't done anything significant for her yet. OSA simply told him to stand up. She gently touched his chin, tilting his face up, explaining there was no grand reason. It was simply that he reminded her of Kyle Ragnar, the current clan head. Theo was taken aback, questioning if he truly resembled the clan head. OSA affirmed it, stating he was exactly like Kyle in his youth, and not just in appearance. Like Theo, the young Kyle relentlessly chased his dreams and ideals. OSA paused, looking wistful, adding that perhaps Kyle might still be dreaming of them even now. That unwavering pursuit, she elaborated, was why Kyle could never fall into despair. He worked tirelessly, breaking through any trial or challenge that stood in his way. Every single day presented unending hardship, battles against monstrous foes in unforgiving landscapes. Yet despite it all, not once did Kyle yield or compromise his core principles. OSA smiled fondly, revealing that when she looked at Theo, she saw that same fierce, idealistic side of Kyle that she had fallen in love with. Seeing that spark rekindled in Theo, how could she possibly stand by and do nothing? Having satisfied his curiosity, she stated it was now time for him to provide his answer. Theo took a breath. He acknowledged it was an incredibly attractive offer, more tempting than a free-for-all buffet, but he would have to decline. OSA prompted him for his reason. Theo explained frankly that he currently had too many teachers. Besides Lady Plum Blossom herself, who had already taught him much, there was the demon dragon commander Julius. His senior dragons, Evelyn and Aaron. His friends and comrades, Wellington, Hulkus, and Erica. Even his friends from the initial training grounds. Going further, he even counted his rivals, Axion Troyven and the Sky Dragon, Ed Troyven, among those who had taught him invaluable, if harsh, lessons. They were all his teachers in their own ways. OSA raised an eyebrow, surprised he would include Ed Troyven, someone she understood him to be at odds with. Theo affirmed it. That was exactly why. The hardship his enemies created was precisely what had forged the current version of himself. OSA's expression softened slightly. Theo continued, explaining that his sword style had learned and fundamentally changed because of everyone who had either loved or wronged him. For that very reason, he felt he couldn't faithfully uphold a single school's tradition and pass it down intact to the next generation. OSA mused that his inability to carry on tradition because his sword was ever evolving was both endearing and, in a way, regretful. Theo met her gaze earnestly. He might not be able to be her disciple, but he would gladly be her son. OSA's eyes widened, a flicker of genuine surprise, and then radiant delight blooming on her face. Later, in a moonlit garden pavilion adorned with blossoming plum trees, OSA reclined, sipping wine while her attendant poured. OSA smiled, savoring the vintage. The attendant remarked that Lady OSA must have really taken a liking to Theo. OSA confirmed it without hesitation. She explained that the heavens, or perhaps fate, had never permitted her to have a child of her own. And yet, here was a young man, so much like the man she loved, who had just promised to be her son. How could she not be delighted? The attendant smiled, expressing her own happiness at seeing Lady OSA so pleased. OSA felt she should thank Theo for finally making her a mother, in a sense. She then instructed her attendant to prepare a letter for her husband, relaying the news. The attendant inquired about the message.
In just the last 7 days, 8,368 men have clicked the link on one of our ads that you've probably seen on the internet, put in their
and OSA specified it concerned Theo's promotion exam. The attendant was visibly startled, respectfully pointing out that, pardon her words, Theo was still a rookie fresh from the awakening ceremony. If he garnered too much attention at such a young age, she worried, he might attract significant danger. Surely Lady OSA, more than anyone, understood those risks. OSA placed her wine glass down, her expression turning resolute. That, she stated, was precisely why she needed to hurry. Before the great, turbulent winds currently gathering strength arrived to consume the Ragnar clan. She wanted to give Theo as much strength, knowledge, and support as she possibly could. Deep beneath the cavalry headquarters in a stark, cold underground cell, the captured lead agent, Sidra, sat slumped against the wall, heavily chained and bandaged, missing an arm. His remaining eye snapped open as footsteps echoed in the corridor. A cloaked figure with a chilling, mask-like face paint and razor-sharp claws stood outside the bars. The agent acknowledged the visitor's arrival. The masked assassin advised the agent not to resent him. This was all according to his will, presumably Ed Troyven's. Sidra affirmed he would never question it. With his last breath of defiance, he ordered the assassin to kill him now. The assassin obliged, lunging forward. But just as his claws reached for the agent's throat, the chains binding Sidra suddenly pulsed with green energy and shattered. The assassin recoiled in shock as Evelyn Nereville dropped silently from an opening in the ceiling above. The assassin hissed, recognizing her, realizing too late that this entire situation was a trap. Evelyn, declaring she'd been waiting, engaged him immediately. The assassin parried her swift attacks, inwardly stunned by her skill. Had she always been this capable? He cursed his misfortune, though it was a shame he couldn't eliminate Sidra to tie up loose ends. Getting caught himself would be far worse. He needed to escape and plan for the future. As the assassin tried to disengage, Evelyn cut him off, using a burst of wind-like energy, informing him she wasn't about to let him just waltz out of there. She invoked another of Hector Ragnar's techniques, the god of Tempest's secret technique, Squall. A maelstrom of emerald wind erupted, trapping the assassin. He choked, blood sputtering from behind his mask, realizing he couldn't get caught like this. He began gathering volatile blue energy, preparing to destroy the evidence, himself included. But Evelyn anticipated the move, grabbing his tunic and remarking how predictable it was that they all tried the same self-destruct tactic in a corner. Using his momentum against him, she hurled him down the corridor, stating plainly that such a trick wouldn't work on her twice. Sometime later, in a remote, secure cabin nestled deep within a snow-covered forest far from the main Ragnar complex, a meeting was underway. Evelyn reported to Commander Julius and Theo that today, at 1:15 a.m., she had successfully captured an assassin who infiltrated the underground jail. An intelligence officer, presumably Cleve from Black Snow, presented their findings, pointing to a map. The assassin was confirmed to be from Serpent Season, identified as a suborganization of the Easter Elite clan, the Troyven clan, making a connection to Ed Troyven highly likely. Julius, seated at the head of the table, stated grimly that this pretty much confirmed their suspicions of having a mole within their ranks. Cleve concurred, explaining that this meeting was being held in such a remote location precisely to avoid further intelligence leaks. Cleve continued the briefing. Current intelligence placed Serpent Season's base in an ancient castle within the Calhelm region. They estimated that within the next 3 hours, the operatives there would consider their assassin's mission, likely silencing Sidra, a failure, burn any incriminating evidence, and flee. Therefore, the objective was clear: ambush their base before the deadline, round up all members, and extract information. This was the crux of the newly designated joint mission. Cleve concluded the report, identifying herself by name and rank. Cleve, a null snow. Theo noted the rank with interest, surprised to finally meet one of Black Snow's elite agents in person. Julius cleared his throat, adding one final point. This mission, he declared, would also serve as Theo Ragnar's official promotion exam. Cleve Cleve and Evelyn both showed surprise. Theo himself questioned if he had already earned the qualifications for such an exam. Julius sighed, confirming Theo was qualified, but cautioned that it wasn't all roses and daisies, or perhaps in their line of work, blood and blood. The difficulty of Theo's promotion exam had been significantly increased. While exam difficulty naturally scaled with rank, Julius elaborated, assigning a mission with the potential to incite civil war as a test for a mid-rank swordsman was definitely not normal. Julius leaned forward, revealing he was aware Theo had ordered Evelyn to stake out the cells because he anticipated an assassination attempt. Evelyn gave a slight cough of confirmation. Since Theo had initiated this chain of events, Julius continued. He was now being asked to see it through to the end. Theo offered his apologies for acting unilaterally. Julius accepted, but warned that even as an heir, acting disrespectfully without consultation was unacceptable. Since things had progressed this far, Theo must complete the mission flawlessly. Julius leaned in, grabbing Theo's tunic and giving him a rough shake, demanding he get promoted to mid-rank swordsman and earn solo mission privileges. Understood? Theo, regaining his composure, affirmed with a yes, sir, a wry smile playing on his lips. He mused internally that this incident was truly beginning to revolve around him. He hadn't expected to become the center of attention quite like this. A familiar blue screen popped into his vision. Scenario quest number 4. Dark ties of the previous life. The objective. This is your chance to clean up the dark ties of your previous life. Stop their insidious plot. Theo pondered the notification, wondering as he always had, what invisible thread tied him and these figures together across timelines to cause all this chaos. Cleve, noticing his distraction, asked if he had a problem. Theo met her gaze, his expression hardening with resolve. No, he replied he did not. This mission, he would complete it no matter what. Julius slammed his hands on the table, satisfied. Good. Now that everyone was briefed, it was time to start the snake cleanup mission.
Seeing our mom go through all these difficulties with Parkinson's just kind of hurts us to the core.
CVS Specialty Pharmacy supports me as a caregiver. There's a person behind that phone, behind that medicine.
Merged with reality. Various new professions have evolved, and people can change their professions to gain more powerful abilities. There are countless ruins and dungeons, numerous mysterious realms and monsters. In turn, individuals can also obtain experience points, materials, and even equipment to strengthen themselves by hunting monsters. However, no matter how fierce the monsters are, they pale compared to that awe-inspiring existence of mysterious yet rare powerful like a deity. Dragons? Dragon Kingdom 3rd School. Junior Year Section 25 Profession Awakening Orientation. Attention, students. Senior 2. 2. According to Vice Principal Zhao, I can even make Chom Fong kneel down in front of me and admit I'm notified by the school. Is there any accident? Additional damage. The defense will increase by 25%. Xiao Fei, It's time to show off your new skills. Emerald Mirror Image. You Emerald Mirror Image. You can select a friendly unit and create 2 mirror images. The mirror image gains 30% of the skill, hopes that Taichi will understand. They were just polite words, I didn't expect them to be so tough. The words and deeds are telling us that. If we stop it, it means war. But Co. Jean, we can't fight against the Dragon Country's Griffin group. We must not hinder Master Jinzaixi's plan. Go, and tell Li Tai of the God-slaying Corps to pass the message to the hero who protects the country. At the same time, send the God just a bluff. The clone God-killing Legion barracks. Command sent. Reports indicate that the Divine Bone Forest near our nation's borders, as well as several towns, have heroes. To kill Lu Fan, I can completely erase the 9 realms demons and the 5 national heroes. Then I'll pin the responsibility for releasing the 9 realms demons onto Jin Zaishi, branding them as traitors. That way, Taiji Nation, the Jin residents, will be mine. Divine Bone Forest. Abeo, come back. Listen to me. Whimper woe. Watch out. Roar. Ga. Blue Dragon level increased to level 10. Gra Abeo, come back. If you keep messing around, I'll deal with you myself. Abeo? Tauzi, get over here. Wah. That was close. New skill acquired. Form transformation. Wait, could this be? Abeo can unlock a full dragon form at just level 10. Just like Shirya back then. Roar. Contract. Blue Dragon. Legend. Level 10 Thunderous Roar. Heaven's Punishment Cataclysmic Thunder Source. Blue Dragon Bloodline Form Transformation. Blue Dragon enters its growth phase, allowing free switching between 2 forms. 3.3 million Thunder Apocalypse. Summons a storm, unleashing 3.3 million world-destroying thunderbolts in the target area through a dragon language forbidden spell. This skill is influenced by Thunder's favor but unaffected by Thunder Source. Jumping Thunder releases a bolt of lightning that continuously jumps between enemy targets 10 times, increasing damage by 30% per jump. The blue dragon itself can serve as an intermediary for jumps. Thunder's favor. In the world-destroying Thunder form, the effect of Thunder Orb can be switched. The current Master Thunder Orb is the Crimson Orb. Baby Dragon form. All attributes and energy consumption reduced by 50%. World-destroying Thunder form. Spirit increases by 500%. Transforms into world-destroying Thunder form, gaining new skills. 3.3 million Thunder Apocalypse. Thunder's favor. Although I have witnessed dragon transformations before, I still can't get used to this overwhelming pressure. Abeo and Shirya both unlock form transformation at level 10. But Abeo only has 1 dragon form spirit increased 5-fold. Plus it gained the dragon language forbidden spell. 3.3 million Thunder Apocalypse. And a new area chain skill, Jumping Thunder. Just from the name alone, it might be comparable to Shinchin's Star Annihilation Light. Abeo is truly a fitting name. Thunder's favor. In the world-destroying Thunder form, the effect of Thunder Orb can be switched. The current Master Thunder Orb is the Crimson Orb. It seems that Abeo's only dragon form specializes in Thunder Orb. If my guess is correct, Abeo's Thunder Orb should gradually grow and evolve. Crimson Orb increases all blue dragon skills power by 50%. Each time a lightning spell is cast, a thunder barrier is created at the target location, dealing additional damage to enemies moving within it. Shirya, what's wrong? Divine Bone Revenant level 75 Divine Bone Reconstruction. When the Divine Bone Revenant takes damage, it can restore HP by reconstructing surrounding divine bones onto itself. Gale Mark deals wind-based damage and marks the target. Damage dealt to marked targets is increased by 50%. Divine Bone Death Whisper. Upon death, the Divine Bone Revenant transforms into Divine Bone Fragments. It's an elite monster. No problem. Let Xiaoya and Abeo handle them. Thunderous roar roars toward the target area, summoning a thunderstorm and striking with multiple lightning bolts, dealing massive electric damage and paralyzing enemies within the storm zone. Everyone be careful. Don't get caught in the lightning. This lightning is on par with heaven's punishment, could it be? Red electricity. That's right. This is exactly Abeo's skill under Crimson Orb. Crimson Orb increases all blue dragon skills power by 50%. Each time a lightning spell is cast, a thunder barrier is created at the target location, dealing additional damage to enemies moving within it. Abeo, come back. There's no need to go that far. Heaven's punishment Calamity locks onto and tracks an enemy target, unleashing a high-speed continuous barrage of punishment lightning strikes, dealing massive electric damage. Whoa, that scared me. I thought I was. Are you okay? No injuries. Oh wow, I almost got electrocuted. Do he look more out of control? I think it looks more like it's showing off Abeo as being too reckless. This will slow down our search for Teacher Gu. Lufan, what's that sound? Whimper. Roar. What exactly is this? Divine Bone Death Whisper. Upon death, the Divine Bone Revenant transforms into Divine Bone Fragments. These are all Divine Bone Revenant fragments, and they're piecing together to form a massive bone dragon. Roar. Abeo, don't be reckless. Come back. Roar. Whoa, it's so fast. It flew deep into the Divine Bone Forest. Lufan, you. Can you let go of me now? Sorry. You were being reckless just now. Get back here! Let me go kill it. What exactly is that? It's even scarier than the berserk bone dragon we saw in the Flying Dragon Mausoleum. Most likely the undead leader of this place. If only I had identified it earlier. I can't risk everyone's safety just to satisfy my curiosity. I have to abandon the pursuit of this mysterious creature. We can't afford any more distractions. We must find Teacher Gu as soon as possible. Whimper. Nature Assimilation Search Paper Doll after use provides directional guidance to locate the designated target for a period of time. Wait. Teacher Gu's location is in the same direction as the mysterious bone dragon flew.
People say that when you're about to die, your life flashes before your eyes.
The teamwork it took to provide me a path forward, and almost 5 months of intensive care in 3 different Piedmont hospitals, is difficult for me to even imagine, but you guys nailed it. How do you thank someone for the gift of life?
Oh my God!
You have the ultimate team.
I do. I have a great team.
Break free with the new Opera GX, the browser that puts you in control, with a brand new design that frees up even more pixels for personalization and an inventory of features to up your game at every level. Like GX Control to help rein in your resources with integrated limiters for RAM, CPU, and network. A sidebar for direct access to your favorite side quests, streams, and posts. And built-in privacy tools like ad and tracker blockers and free no-log VPN. Check into GX Corner for the latest news, deals, and free games. But what really makes our hit different is mods, giving you the power to change everything from animated wallpapers to themes, sounds, music, and shaders, so you can change everything. Get Opera GX.
Thousands of years ago, strange beasts emerged from the Black Abyss and invaded the human world. Amidst the chaos, mysterious monuments appeared, offering humanity a glimmer of hope. These monuments granted people the power of classes, enabling them to resist the otherworldly threat. After countless battles and level-ups, humanity finally drove the beasts back into the abyss and reclaimed their lands. In honor of this victory, China established its provincial capital at the site of the 9 monuments. Since then, an annual awakening ceremony has been held to select new defenders of humanity from among high school students. Though peace returned, the Black Abyss remains active, and the threat of strange beasts still looms. The scene shifts to the monument branch in Lintian City, where the 53rd awakening ceremony is currently underway. A teacher stands before the students, addressing them with a solemn speech. He announces that the awakening ceremony is about to begin and explains that the monument will randomly assign a class to each student based on their innate talents. Whether it's a combat class or a life class, every student is expected to contribute to the nation's future. Among the students, excitement buzzes in the air. One expresses joy that after 18 years of hard work, it's finally time to awaken. Another eagerly hopes to receive the warrior class, dreaming of joining the Union and earning an easy living. The first student chuckles, pointing out that becoming a warrior isn't easy. Only half the students at their school receive a combat class.
The truth is, behind closed doors, the P word became my secret sin at age 10. And for the...
A third student laughs, gesturing toward our MC Lin Tianhao, who is still sleeping. Another remarks that Tianhao is the school's most well-known poor student, and getting any decent class would be nothing short of a miracle. The first student mocks him further, saying a sewerage beast master class would suit him well. Standing nearby, Lin Tianhao hears everything but remains silent. Deep in thought, he reflects on finally reaching the awakening ceremony and wonders what class he will receive. Just then, the first student puts a hand on his shoulder and casually asks what class he's aiming for. Tianhao calmly replies that he's aiming for an S-level talent or a hidden class. His answer draws immediate laughter from the nearby students. The first student mocks him, amused that someone with the lowest rank dreams so high. Another doubts he'll even receive a life class, while a third recalls that Tianhao's previous potential rating was just a C. Despite their ridicule, Tianhao stays hopeful. He knows his ratings are low but believes in miracles. If time travel can exist, then maybe fate can change too. All he truly wishes for is a good class. The teacher calls up the next group, students from Class 2 of Lintian City's first school, to come forward. Wang Dong is called first. As he walks past Tianhao, he glares at him with disdain, thinking someone like Tianhao doesn't deserve to be here. The teacher instructs Wang Dong to place his hand on the monument's wall and wait patiently for about 5 seconds. A bright light soon radiates from the monument, signaling the successful awakening. Wang Dong receives the warrior class. Though excited, Wang Dong's smile dims slightly upon seeing his talent rating, C level. Still, the teacher hands him his certificate and reassures him that C level is still above average. She instructs him to report to the Lintian City Union Center for further guidance. Wang Dong nods and thanks her. Nearby, 2 girls cheer for him, admiring his stable warrior class. They plead with him to take them along on future dungeon runs. Proud and confident, Wang Dong walks past Tianhao and deliberately bumps into him. Acting surprised, he mocks Tianhao for even being present, calling him the class loser. Tianhao reflects on how Wang Dong has always bullied him. Now that he's a warrior, it might only get worse. Another student scolds Tianhao for bumping into their big brother without apologizing, while a third complains about his constant serious expression. Wang Dong, still in a good mood, dismisses the incident. He announces that the day is worth celebrating and offers to treat his group to a meal at the town pub. Tianhao quietly wonders how someone like Wang Dong could become a warrior. He questions what kind of class he himself will receive. The bullies continue mocking him, speculating on what kind of class the class loser might end up with. One declares he'll never be as good as their big brother. Another adds that no one really cares what Tianhao gets as long as they stick with Wang Dong. At last, the teacher calls Lin Tianhao to the stage. Raising his hand, he approaches the monument. Nervous but resolute, he hopes for any combat or support class. With a pounding heart, he places his hand on the wall. Suddenly, a blinding light bursts forth, surprising everyone present. Tianhao sees the glow and wonders if this is the moment his life begins to change. The teacher steps forward and speaks of destiny. She announces his class, Summoner. The students erupt into laughter. They mock the class, calling it trash. Though technically a combat class, they claim summoning is too costly to train and only produces mediocre results. In their eyes, it's even worse than a life class. To them, Tianhao is truly unlucky, and becoming a summoner has sealed his fate. Tianhao opens his system window and discovers the Abyss Lord system. This unique system grants a random SSS-level Abyss talent every 10 levels. Realizing this, he notes that by reaching level 100, he will possess 10 SS-level talents. The teacher hands him the SSS-level talent extraction. Suddenly, a voice echoes. He has obtained the SSS-level talent, Demon Sacrifice. This powerful ability allows him to sacrifice his HP upper limit to immediately level up a summon and demonize it. The demonized summon receives spirit power from hell, and continues to gain experience and grow stronger through battle. Tianhao carefully considers the cost. As a summoner, he doesn't need to fight himself. As long as his summons are powerful, it's enough. He plans to use equipment later on to increase his HP upper limit. A system prompt appears, explaining that every 100 GP sacrificed increases a summons level by 1. With 1000 GP currently available, and needing at least 100 to survive, he concludes he can boost a summon to level 9 right from the start. Still, he reminds himself to proceed with caution. The teacher tries to encourage him, saying that even if his class seems useless, there are still many paths he can take. Tianhao thanks her, and expresses his belief that he can still change the world. She admires his conviction but remains skeptical. Nearby, a girl laughs and tells another student that a summoner should just go home and find a better future elsewhere. As Tianhao walks away, he questions whether being a summoner is truly that bad. But he makes a quiet promise to himself, to become a great summoner who stands at the top of the world. Later, Tianhao returns home. His sister greets him warmly and asks how the ceremony went and what class he received. He tells her he's a summoner. She immediately recognizes it as the class commonly seen as useless. Tianhao approaches her and gently dries her hair with her towel, confirming her assumption. She reassures him, telling him not to feel bad. She says that next year, she will awaken, become a mage, and protect him. Blushing slightly, Tianhao places the towel over her face. He tells her that her brother is a strong summoner and that she doesn't need to worry. She just needs to protect herself. She responds playfully, saying he's bullying her again. As he walks away, Tianhao tells her to give him some space and find something fun to do. He checks his phone and notices a message about a gathering. Unsure of what it means, he decides to think about it later. Inside the classroom, the teacher addressed the students, summarizing the results of their class classification ceremony. This time, 5 students had received combat classes, 8 had become mages, 11 had been assigned support roles, and only 1 had awakened as a summoner. Wang Dong laughed upon hearing this, ridiculing the lone summoner as a hopeless loser who had gained a useless class. His friend joined in, agreeing that life was practically over once someone became a summoner. The teacher turned to Tianhao, acknowledging his special situation. He handed Tianhao an introductory book on summoners, stating that it might help. Tianhao stepped forward and accepted the book, and the teacher reminded him to seek guidance if he faced any difficulties. Looking at the thick layer of dust on the book, Tianhao couldn't help but think that the summoner class must truly be worthless. The teacher then explained the real reason they had been called in. The school intended to collect specific data on all students who had awakened their classes. Other classes would be present too, so the teacher warned them not to embarrass him. Soon, all the students gathered in an open area outside. Another teacher stood before them, announcing the start of the class talent test. A student stepped forward first, confidently using his power. After evaluation, the teacher declared a talent score of 73, acknowledging it as a solid result and encouraging him to keep working hard. Then came Wang Dong's turn. He unleashed a sword technique, which earned him 89 points, further boosting his confidence. Next, the teacher called Tianhao. As he walked forward, Tianhao remembered some basic summoning techniques he had seen in the book. Though he hadn't practiced them yet, he resolved to give it his best shot. Referring to the book, Tianhao began reciting a summoning incantation. A sudden gust of wind swept the area, surprising the teacher. Moments later, a slime emerged from the summoning circle. Tianhao was taken aback. The students immediately burst into laughter. They mocked the weak creature, joking about its uselessness and questioning how it could possibly fight monsters. To them, the slime wasn't even good enough to clean floors. Tianhao stared at the small creature in disbelief, realizing that this was indeed his summon. He checked its stats and noted the attack power was only 9 points, barely more than a tickle. But then, The teacher noticed something odd. The score displayed on the board initially showed 888. Everyone watched in confusion as it quickly dropped to just 9 points. The teacher looked disappointed and confirmed the final result. He approached Tianhao and tried to offer some encouragement, saying that 9 points was still better than nothing. Tianhao asked for another chance to try. The teacher allowed it. Opening his system window, Tianhao decided to use his talent skill. He activated Demon Sacrifice and chose to sacrifice 200 GP points. The other students laughed at his efforts, dismissing them as pointless and insisting nothing would change no matter how many times he tried. Unfazed, Tianhao executed the skill. The slime began to transform as demonic energy surged through its body. The students watched in shock as the creature evolved into a demonized slime. Tianhao commanded it to attack. The slime unleashed a powerful strike that damaged the testing machine. The crowd gasped, and even Tianhao was stunned when his score was revealed, 120 points. The moment Tianhao's score of 120 appeared, both the teacher and students were stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. The lowest-ranked student had outperformed everyone. Even Wang Dong, with his 89 points, was now overshadowed. Wang Dong was in disbelief. He couldn't accept that Tianhao had scored higher than him. He recalled that even the Chinese god of war, Fang Changyun, had only scored 101 back then. For Tianhao to hit 120 was unimaginable. Unable to accept the result, Wang Dong suggested that Tianhao might have tampered with the machine during his second attempt. Other students quickly echoed this suspicion, pointing out that Tianhao had only scored 9 points initially, but somehow reached 120 afterward. The whole situation seemed suspicious. Tianhao silently acknowledged to himself that he had indeed interfered, but not with the machine. He had used his skill, the slime. The teacher admitted that the students made a fair point. Tianhao firmly stated that he hadn't cheated. The teacher walked over to inspect the machine carefully. After examining it, he announced that the machine had malfunctioned and confirmed that Tianhao did not cheat. Wang Dong, still refusing to accept reality, muttered to himself about the machine malfunctioning and questioned how someone like Tianhao could surpass him. He asked the teacher what should be done about Tianhao's score. Another student argued that Tianhao's real score was 9 since the machine had worked fine during the first attempt. The teacher decided that because the machine was damaged, Tianhao's results would be invalidated, and he would need to retest next time. Tianhao was surprised, realizing that the teacher had just given him another chance. However, the other students began to protest loudly. They argued that everyone had seen Tianhao score 9 points and demanded fairness, accusing the teacher of favoritism. Ignoring the protests, the teacher stood firm. He declared that the day's test was officially over. Students who hadn't been tested, including Tianhao, would have to wait until the machine was repaired. As one student tried to object further, Wang Dong glared at him, and the student fell silent. Wang Dong then approached Tianhao, insulting him again. He dismissed Tianhao's results and declared that he would always be trash. He told everyone to head to the first level of the Black Abyss, ignoring Tianhao completely. Tianhao recalled that the first level of the Black Abyss was a beginner's dungeon. He figured it was the perfect place to test out his demon slime. Soon, some workers arrived to repair the damaged testing machine. One of them wondered if it had been struck by a student, noting the intense force. They speculated whether the school had discovered another genius. As Tianhao walked away, an old man approached him.
New Halo Top chocolate chip cookie dough has cookie dough and chocolate chunks in every bite, but half the calories. So you can ice cream like nobody's watching. Ice cream like never before.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like getting Bateman when you need the protection of Batman.
Easy, Batemobile, not too fast, baby.
Never play with poison ivy.
Someone's a flirt.
Bateman, please. So don't settle for just any insurance when there's State Farm.
Oh, I get it now. Poison ivy.
The man sensed great potential in Tianhao to become a summoner. Tianhao found the line oddly familiar. The old man then offered to sell a top-tier summoner staff for 300 gold coins. Tianhao was shocked at the price, considering the staff looked like nothing more than a broken stick. The old man insisted that he was only offering it for 300 because of a special connection. He claimed he wouldn't sell it even for 3,000 to anyone else. Looking at the staff, Tianhao sensed a strange power coming from it. Since summoner equipment was rare in this world and there was no summoner association, he decided to buy it. He agreed to purchase it. The old man asked for 300 gold coins. Tianhao checked his pouch and realized he only had 92. He tried negotiating for a discount, offering 92 gold coins. The old man accepted the 92 as a deposit, stating that this would reserve the staff exclusively for Tianhao. Tianhao was surprised to hear it was only a deposit. The old man explained that the 92 coins would ensure the staff wouldn't be sold to anyone else. If Tianhao wanted to claim the staff, he would need to venture into the deepest part of the first level of the Black Abyss maze and bring back a treasure. Tianhao wondered if it was too late to take back his words. The old man showed him a paper and said he'd recognize the treasure once he reached the maze's deepest point. He then grabbed Tianhao's hand and asked for his handprint. Tianhao was confused and frustrated by the sudden formality. After taking the handprint, the old man confirmed the agreement and told Tianhao to go ahead. As Tianhao left, a teacher approached the old man and addressed him as Elder Fang. The teacher informed him that the testing machine had broken down and the test had been terminated. He suggested that Elder Fang return for now. Elder Fang asked if the teacher knew Tianhao. The teacher replied that Tianhao was from his class, a poor child who had awakened the summoner class, a path that would make his future difficult. Elder Fang agreed, acknowledging that Tianhao's journey ahead would indeed be tough. At the entrance of the first level of the Black Abyss, a large group of students had gathered. Tianhao observed the place and confirmed that this was indeed the entrance. The first level of the Black Abyss was commonly known as the Cold Valley Abyss. It required a team of 3 to 5 people to enter. The level restriction ranged from 1 to 10. Anyone above this range would be removed by the supervisor. The dungeon also had a strict requirement, a minimum of 3 members in a team. Realizing this, Tianhao understood he couldn't enter alone. He glanced at the Old Valley Abyss clearance ranking list. Anyone who ranked first at the end of the month would receive incredible rewards. Opening the system window, he checked the first place reward. The prize was the gold newbie breastplate, an excellent piece of equipment during the early stages. Motivated by this, he set his eyes on claiming the top spot. Just then, Gang Dong approached from behind. He recognized Tianhao as the student who had scored 9 points in the test. Mocking him, he questioned why someone like him would even consider entering the first level of the Black Abyss. According to him, Tianhao wouldn't even last 10 seconds inside. Tianhao noticed them and realized it was the same group again. Wang Dong ridiculed him, questioning what a summoner was doing at the Black Abyss. He suggested Tianhao should just go back home. Tianhao calmly replied, stating it was none of their business. Zhou Dashan pointed out that entering the dungeon required a team of at least 3 people. He accused Tianhao of being arrogant and challenged him to try getting in. Wang Dong addressed the crowd, announcing that he was a C-level talent warrior and needed 2 E-level mages to form a team. People around immediately took notice. One student mentioned that they had heard about a C-level warrior. Another student expressed relief, believing a warrior could help them survive. Soon, everyone began asking Wang Dong to choose them. He started picking his teammates. His companions proudly told the others to follow closely. According to them, Big Brother Dong's strength was unmatched, and this time, he would be aiming for the top spot. Another student acknowledged that they were competing for first place in the fastest clearance ranking and stressed the need to keep up. Suddenly, a skeleton of a player was ejected from the dungeon's entrance. Everyone was shocked at the sight. Zhou Dashan, wearing a smile, warned the others to follow closely, stating that falling behind would lead to the same result. Wang Dong then gave the signal to move. The group entered the dungeon together. Watching them, Tianhao evaluated the situation. He knew those 3 weren't good people. The 2 teammates were unlikely to survive. Although death in this world wasn't permanent, the cost of resurrection was high. Therefore, finishing the dungeon alive was always the best choice. Some students nearby noticed Tianhao's stats. One of them pointed out that there was an S-level talent player present and suggested teaming up with him. Another student scoffed at the idea, questioning if the first one was blind. He pointed out that Tianhao was a summoner, and that the S-level didn't mean much in that case. A third student admitted he had hoped to find someone strong to rely on but was disappointed. Calling Tianhao a weakling, he decided to wait a bit longer. Tianhao noticed a girl standing nearby. Her name was Li Shui. He identified her as an E-level bard. Unfortunately, to apply effective buffs to a team, a bard's talent needed to be at least D-level. Judging by her expression, it seemed like she had been waiting for days. He approached her and asked if she wanted to team up. Li Shui looked at him with surprise. An S-level talent. A summoner? Tianhao, with a gentle smile, extended his hand toward her. He explained that he wanted to compete in the rankings, but no one was willing to team up with him. He asked her again if she would join his team. Li Shui found it hard to believe that an S-level summoner wanted to compete for the rankings. It sounded impossible, but she thought it would be a shame to pass up the chance to team up with such a handsome guy. She agreed and shook his hand. Tianhao introduced himself. Li Shui did the same. He told her that once inside, he would handle clearing the monsters. She only needed to focus on protecting herself. Li Shui was pleasantly surprised. The idea that he would look after her made her happy. She promised to protect herself and not cause any trouble. Tianhao acknowledged her response and said they still needed to find one more person. Just then, Su Qinger arrived at the scene. The crowd lit up with excitement at her presence. Students rushed to invite her to their teams, promising to take damage and protect her. Qinger found the crowd annoying and dismissed them in her mind as nothing but trash. Tianhao recognized her. She was Su Qinger, the belle of the school. Qinger looked in his direction and remembered him. Lin Tianhao, the school's infamous loser. And now he had gotten the summoner class? A trash class summoner? She wondered what it would be like if she teamed up with him. Smiling suddenly, Qinger addressed Tianhao and announced that she was joining his team. The crowd around them was stunned. Even Tianhao was surprised and asked if she meant him. Qinger confirmed it. Students nearby began questioning her decision. Why would the school goddess join a useless summoners team? Tianhao thought to himself that he had no say in this. She forced her way in. Frustrated, Chinger shouted at the others, reminding them that she already had a team and told them to leave. Without waiting, she headed toward the dungeon. Tianhao quickly stopped her and asked why she wanted to join their team. Chinger explained that she wanted to compete in the rankings. She needed 2 accessories, and by leading the 2 of them to first place, no one would dare to look down on her again.
Sadly, windshield chips can turn into windshield cracks. But at least you can go to safelight.com and schedule a fix in minutes.
Sweet.
SafeLight can come to you for free. Don't wait. Go to safelight.com and schedule now.
Hey, open-faced sandwiches and avo toasts of the world. Are you seeing this? This is a Smucker's and Jif PB&J, the OG sandwich of all sandwiches. And it wants you to know that, yes, it does taste as delish as it looks. Make a PB&J with the OGs.
Tianhao realized she was indirectly calling them trash. Chinger then looked back and ordered her new teammates to hurry up and follow her. Tianhao sighed. The team now had 2 women. Li Xue, still unsure, asked if it would really just be the 3 of them. Chinger responded that there was no one suitable to join for now. If either of them encountered danger, they should leave the battle and the team immediately. The trio finally stepped into the dungeon. Chinger observed their surroundings, noting that this must be the inside of the Cold Valley Abyss. The atmosphere was harsh, and the biting cold was hard to ignore. Tianhao agreed and mentioned that the warm clothes he had bought earlier were now completely useless in this extreme environment. Li Xue, wanting to help, mentioned that she knew a low-level cold-resistant buff. She brought out her lyre and played a soft melody. As the tune echoed, a light aura surrounded the team, reducing the effect of the cold on their bodies. Chinger, noticing the effect, acknowledged that Li Xue was at least somewhat useful. Without wasting more time, the team began moving forward. Tianhao reminded them that since they were competing for the top spot, they needed to move quickly. Suddenly, a corrupted wandering wolf appeared in their path. Chinger identified it immediately. It was one of the low-level monsters native to the Cold Valley Abyss. Without hesitation, she activated her powers and advanced. For her, this was a perfect opportunity to practice. Tianhao watched her closely. Her transformation into a half-beast form confirmed his suspicion. It was the druid class. Chinger leaped toward the wolf, launching her attack without hesitation. Chinger eliminated the wolf in a single blow. Watching this, Tianhao wondered if her damage was scaling. He noticed that her claw attack seemed to have a bleeding effect. Even Li Xue found Chinger's attack impressive. As a token of gratitude for the cold resistance buff, Chinger handed them some items, stating that she didn't like owing others. Li Xue politely declined the gesture, but Chinger simply nodded and urged them to keep moving. Soon, 3 more wolves appeared in their path. Without hesitation, Chinger rushed forward and defeated all 3 on her own. Though victorious, she admitted to herself that handling 3 at once was still a bit difficult. She reminded herself that she must get first place. Li Xue noticed Chinger's injuries and offered to cast a low-level healing spell, but Chinger declined, pointing out that such skills wouldn't restore much HP and advised her to save her mana. Instead, Chinger pulled out a healing potion and drank it, beginning to recover. The group continued onward. As they moved ahead, Chinger accidentally stepped on a magical circle. Instantly, bright lights began flashing around her. A zombie suddenly emerged and launched a hammer attack at her. She narrowly dodged it. This was a corrupted zombie, a level 4 elite monster. Seeing it, Chinger realized that she had unintentionally provoked an elite. Li Xue recognized it as a hidden elite monster and was shocked by its sudden appearance. Tianhao speculated that Chinger might have triggered it by killing too many corrupted wandering wolves. The zombie advanced and struck at Chinger with its hammer. The impact sent her flying, leaving her in critical condition. Concerned, Li Xue turned to Tianhao, urging that they needed to save her. Just as the zombie was about to deliver another blow, Tianhao summoned his demon slime. As it appeared, Tianhao instructed it to use the skill Demonic Dance. The slime rushed in and intercepted the zombie's hammer attack, taking the hit against the ground. The zombie looked around, confused, realizing that Chinger was no longer there. The slime had managed to rescue her just in time and brought her to Tianhao. Tianhao quickly told Li Xue to take Chinger to the nearby treatment zone, while he handled the elite zombie himself. The zombie charged again, swinging its hammer. Tianhao commanded his slime to use the skill Slime Spit. The slime leapt into the air and began to unleash its attack. The slime's Slime Spit attack directly hit the zombie. Right after, Tianhao commanded it to use Demonic Dance. The zombie countered with a strong swing of its hammer, tossing the slime aside. Tianhao realized the elite's defense was too high, allowing them to deal only 50% damage. They needed a new strategy. Suddenly, the zombie began reacting strangely. Tianhao noticed that the slime could melt its body. Taking advantage of this, he ordered the slime to use Demonic Dance and Corrosive Slime to target the ankles. Following the command, the slime launched its attack, striking the zombie's ankles and causing it to fall to the ground. Meanwhile, Li Shui used her lyre to heal Chinger. Watching Tianhao fight, Chinger thought to herself that he was incredibly strong. She observed that the zombie's lower body defense was weaker than the upper. Tianhao instructed the slime to attack the zombie's legs. The slime leapt into the air and unleashed a slime spit attack, covering the zombie's legs completely. The corrosive effect began melting the zombie's body, and soon, the elite monster was defeated. Tianhao received 120 EXP points and leveled up from 1 to 2. He was surprised at the amount of EXP, thinking it might be due to killing a higher level enemy. Li Shui was shocked by the outcome and wondered aloud how a summoner could be that powerful. Chinger responded that it wasn't the class, but Tianhao himself who was strong. In her thoughts, she acknowledged his intelligence, judgment, and raw strength, realizing how terrifyingly capable he truly was. Tianhao approached Chinger and asked about her condition. She brushed it off, saying it was a minor injury and nothing to worry about. Li Shui expressed concern that her chanting was too slow to restore HP effectively and suggested they rest. Chinger, however, insisted that they couldn't afford to rest if they wanted to compete for the top spot. She claimed she was still able to fight and began standing up. Tianhao reminded her that rankings wouldn't matter if she lost her life. Hearing this, Chinger reconsidered and agreed to take a break. Tianhao mentioned that the map showed a nearby cave where they could rest for the night.
Incoming dishes! Doc! Dawn Power Wash flies through 99% of grease and grime in half the time.
Yeah, it absorbs grease 5 times faster. Even replaces multiple cleaning products.
Ooh, those suds got game.
Dawn Power Wash, the better grease getter.
The group entered the cave and started a fire. Tianhao told them to rest while he went on patrol. Li Shui, exhausted from using too much mana, said she needed rest and instantly fell asleep. Tianhao then turned to Chinger and told her to rest as well, saying he would look around outside. Chinger stopped him, thanked him for saving her, and turned away shyly. Embarrassed, she told him not to read too much into it, claimed she wasn't ungrateful, and quickly lay down to sleep, asking him to pretend she hadn't said anything. As Tianhao walked out, he muttered to himself, amused by the arrogant girl's attitude. Outside the cave, he reflected on his recent fight, noting that he had just defeated a monster and reached level 3. Checking his stats, he smiled with satisfaction, seeing clear improvements. Tianhao examined his newly unlocked skill, fully armored, and found it impressive. He noted that it worked like an amplification buff. With 400 GP gained, he realized he could now level up his slime to level 4. However, he also understood that to raise his HP limit further, he'd need to explore other methods. Without wasting time, Tianhao upgraded his slime's level, pushing it all the way to level 7. Along with a level boost, the slime also acquired a new skill, Split. Tianhao reviewed the changes, seeing that overall stats had improved and a new ability had been added. He wondered whether the clone created by Split would be any different from the original slime. To test it out, he called the slime forward and instructed it to activate the Split skill. The slime quickly obeyed, duplicating itself into 2 identical versions. Upon checking the stats of both slimes, Tianhao noticed that their HP was halved, agility had increased, and defense had decreased. However, he wasn't sure how long the effect would last. Moments later, he discovered the duration was only 3 minutes. He questioned what could realistically be achieved in such a short time. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed from within the cave. Alarmed, Tianhao rushed inside to find a large monster standing before his teammates. Without hesitation, he ordered his slime to use the slime spit attack. The slime launched its spit at the monster, but it caused minimal damage. Shocked by the result, Tianhao realized just how ineffective the attack was. The slime continued its assault, but the monster remained unaffected. It approached the slime and delivered a powerful punch, sending it flying. Without pause, the monster attacked again, repeatedly striking the slime and dealing heavy damage. Reacting quickly, Tianhao ordered the slime to retreat and use demonic dance along with corrosive slime. The slime activated its skills and began moving swiftly to escape, but the monster gave chase with equally impressive speed. Seeing this, Li Shui questioned what kind of creature could move so fast. Chinger identified it as the most difficult monster in the Cold Valley Abyss, the giant snow rabbit. She explained that many teams had already fallen to it, and although they hadn't entered its territory, it was still attacking them. Li Shui noticed that the monster had dodged all of the slime's attacks and wondered if they should step in to help. At the same time, Tianhao realized that the demonic dance skill was still on cooldown, which wasn't a good sign. He immediately called the slime back. Before the slime could retreat, the monster landed a heavy punch on it. Seeing this, Li Shui ran toward the slime, determined to help. Chinger tried to stop her, but Li Shui didn't listen. She picked up a stone and threw it at the monster, yelling at it to chase her. The rabbit monster turned toward her, now visibly enraged. Alarmed by its gaze, Li Shui quickly pulled a carrot out of her bag and threw it at the monster. To everyone's surprise, the monster instantly calmed down and ate the carrot. Tianhao realized that the snow rabbit was simply hungry. Right after eating, the rabbit excitedly charged toward Li Shui. In response, she began running while throwing more carrots behind her to distract it. Tianhao, observing the situation, thought that they were nearly out of food and now had to lure the monster in for the kill. He called out to Li Shui and told her to throw her bag to Chinger. Surprised, Chinger questioned if she was really the one supposed to handle it. Still, Li Shui threw the bag in her direction, and Chinger caught it. Activating her powers, she asked Tianhao if he had a plan. He confirmed with confidence. Chinger leaped into the air, and Tianhao declared that he would be the one to kill the monster. Watching the rabbit's rapid movements, Chinger was shocked. She then asked for further instructions. Tianhao told her to lure the rabbit toward a specific spot. Understanding the plan, Chinger agreed. She held the bag in her mouth and started running to draw the monster's attention. The rabbit chased her, and as she approached a wall, she quickly moved aside. The monster crashed headfirst into the wall. Tianhao then turned to his slime and signaled its turn. The slime launched into the air and began using its spit attack on the stunned rabbit. Smiling, Tianhao revealed that the monster had fallen right into his trap. He instructed the demon slime to use both split and slime spit. Following the command, the slime duplicated itself, splitting into two.
Yours has a microchip so it smells first day fresh for 50 days.
Does mine have a microchip?
That's one way to tell people about Boost Mobile's new 5G network.
Why are your teeth so white?
The rabbit monster, now dazed and confused, stared at the two slimes in shock. After the rabbit monster was defeated, a system window appeared in front of Tianhao, stating that he had killed the Cold Valley Abyss's giant snow rabbit. Tianhao reflected on how challenging the fight had been despite the enemy being just a level 8 snow rabbit. With his slime skills mainly focused on AoE attacks, the effect on single targets was too weak. He realized he would need a new strategy if such a situation happened again. Li Shui expressed relief that the snow rabbit was finally down, as she had feared for her life. Chinger confronted Tianhao, pointing out that he had used her as bait. Tianhao responded that she was the only one fast enough to dodge the rabbit, and Chinger accepted the reasoning. Chinger then turned to Li Shui in frustration, blaming her for bringing carrots into the abyss, which had led to them being chased by a rabbit. Li Shui explained that she brought the carrots as dry food. Chinger complained, questioning who would even want to eat carrots, and demanded that the carrots be thrown out. Tianhao then calculated that killing the snow rabbit had earned them 120 EXP. The
Right back by the roll my mother blank up. Gang. See, now finna get me in that bitch. I'm gonna have to be fucked up by that job, man. Trying to tell you, my boy. Y'all said we locked in. Oh, let's see everybody. Let's see it. They're already on the way. Ooh, ah, ah, ah. Ooh, ah, ah, ah. I knew I should have paid for a goddamn expedited delivery, nigga. Niggas be trying to bullshit me with these waiting times. Trying to overextend. I'm not gonna leave it here. God. Oh, yeah, so hallelujah, I can't. Never really the same. Can't really get no pain. Oh no. little piece of yeah. Gotta go that bitch. We not leaving nothing to be determined. If I drop any gas, lock that mother. Locked in. Shit, I gotta leave enough room for a roach. Shit. God damn, my mom. I think I already closed the pack. Fuck. Let me see. Okay. That ain't really been no pain. Oh, bro. The roach ain't that bad. I'm tripping. Fucking bitch. In my room. Get this blunt before I get my food. Oh, mom. Then what my other one is at, though? Like, tweaking. They good. See, don't fire on the tripping. Nah, they water flow. Ooh, Where the fuck my phone? Oh shit, tweaking. That's how you know I'm fried. I was about to say, where the fuck the driver at, bro? Tell what the fuck? Top rated. Top rated. I'm getting no fuck bitch far from where my food at. My shit's gonna minute. I want my shit hot though. My shit ain't hot. I'm gonna go ahead and just motherfucking get that shit. They playing. Thinking this shit game. Shit ain't game. Ah, boy. I'm gonna say the rest of the guy though. That motherfucker far as shit. Nah, they ain't far. They pretty close. Really started moving in that bitch because she down there right now. But yo, bro, I'm like, so I ain't tripping. Motherfucker. Alright. Yeah, bro. Gots to. Hey, what it do? Thanks for the goddamn. Fuck with you. Thanks for the follow. Shit, I ain't know you was gonna come through. Alright. Headphone back on. Shit hurt my arm. Yeah, I hit the shit out that motherfucker.
Highest among all the monsters they had encountered so far. If they could lure more snow rabbits to their location, they could level up quickly. To clear the Cold Valley Abyss, they needed to defeat the level 10 boss. For that, they had to reach at least level 4. At that moment, they were between level 2 and 3, meaning they had to kill at least 5 snow rabbits. Li Shui raised concerns about how hard it had been to defeat even one snow rabbit and wondered if they could lure them again. Tianhao assured her that last time they had been the prey, but now they would be the hunters. Qinger agreed with the plan. She was eager to climb the rankings and didn't have time to search for monsters. If the monsters could be drawn to them, it would be even better. They immediately started planning. Later, a snow rabbit was seen approaching a carrot lying on the ground. Tianhao and his teammates hid behind a rock, watching silently. As soon as the rabbit started eating the carrot, the trio emerged from behind the rock to launch their attack. 3 hours passed. After hunting several snow rabbits, the group successfully leveled up. A system notification then appeared in front of Tianhao, showing that they had spent 5 hours inside the Cold Valley Abyss. Li Shui commented on how fast they had reached level 4. Qinger acknowledged the speed and recalled that Fang Changyun had taken 8 hours to clear the same area. Li Shui wondered if they could break the top record. Qinger dismissed the idea as being too optimistic. The boss wouldn't just sit still and wait to be defeated. Tianhao agreed, stating that the guide mentioned the boss was a zombie leader who commanded corrupted wolves and undead creatures. While not particularly difficult, the fight would be a war of attrition and would take around 2 hours in their current condition. Li Shui asked what they should do next. Qinger suggested resting and preparing. Tianhao agreed and proposed a half-hour break. Inside the cave, while resting, Tianhao checked his system window. He noticed that the HP gained from leveling up was decreasing with each level. With no new skills and only minor stat improvements, he knew he needed to find another way forward after this. He hoped the upcoming boss fight wouldn't be too difficult. Suddenly they heard a sound from outside the cave. All three of them rushed out to investigate. Standing before them was a unicorn. Tianhao was stunned at the sight. It was the hidden boss of the Cold Valley Abyss, a level 10 unicorn. He felt incredibly lucky to encounter it, but quickly noticed that its stats were far superior to the original boss, the zombie leader. The unicorn launched an attack through its eyes, putting Tianhao under hypnosis. He began walking toward it, mesmerized by its beauty. At that moment, his slime bit him, snapping him out of the trance. Regaining clarity, Tianhao turned to the slime and questioned its action. At that moment, both Li Shui and Qinger had already fallen under the unicorn's hypnosis. They began walking unconsciously and were about to fall when Tianhao rushed over. Stepping onto the slime, he quickly grabbed both of them and pulled them to safety. As soon as they were moved aside, they regained consciousness. Qinger identified the creature as the hidden boss of Cold Valley Abyss, the unicorn, surprised that it had actually appeared. Li Shui questioned the situation, confused because the known boss of the Abyss was supposed to be the zombie leader, not a unicorn. Tianhao explained that the unicorn was a mythical creature known to protect all living beings, and it likely appeared because they had killed too many snow rabbits. Li Shui pointed out that they had also defeated numerous wandering wolves and zombies without any consequence, suggesting it might be because those creatures were not truly living beings. Qinger recalled that their original plan had been simple: just follow the guide, defeat monsters along the way, and clear the level by defeating the final boss, the zombie leader. However, by triggering the hidden boss, whose stats were significantly higher, their survival chances had dropped. She believed a wipeout was highly probable. Li Shui, on the verge of tears, expressed her fear of dying and wondered if they should run away. Tianhao dismissed the idea, stating that they had already killed too many snow rabbits and were now marked targets. Li Shui blamed herself for bringing the carrots, thinking that if they had only fought zombies, they wouldn't have encountered the hidden boss. She believed they were doomed because of it. Tianhao placed a hand on her shoulder and reassured her. Thanks to her, they had the chance to complete the level in half the usual time. Now, clearing the level depended only on defeating the boss. He promised to protect her during the fight with the hidden boss. Qinger, filled with determination, declared that it was just a unicorn and she wouldn't be afraid. She warned the others not to slow her down. Li Shui smiled with gratitude and thanked both of them. The unicorn let out a powerful roar, and all three of them prepared to fight. The unicorn then activated its skill, charging Thorn, and leaped into the air. Tianhao shouted for everyone to spread out. The unicorn came crashing down with a minor explosion, but the trio successfully dodged the attack. Next, the unicorn unleashed its soul-purifying song. A piercing sound rang through their ears, disorienting them. Li Shui responded by pulling out her lyre and began playing music to counter the effect. However, the unicorn launched another skill, Stomping Charge, and charged directly at her. Caught off guard, Li Shui panicked. Just in time, Qinger rushed in, grabbed the unicorn's horn, and struck it with her knee. She laughed and taunted the beast, provoking its anger. The unicorn roared furiously. Qinger landed to the side, but the unicorn immediately turned and advanced toward her again. Seeing this, Tianhao, filled with panic, warned Qinger to be careful.
Why don't you own apartment buildings? Seriously, why don't you own these big apartment buildings? And I get it.
A volcanic eruption engulfed the village in chaos. People fled in terror as lava threatened to consume their homes. Suddenly, a machine appeared in the sky, raining destruction, shaking the earth. Amid the devastation, Huang Ji stood frozen, staring at the blood moon, overwhelmed by an eerie sense of despair. Was this real? Before he could grasp it, a blinding force shattered the world into fragments. He jolted awake, gasping. His grandfather, visibly worried, asked if he had a nightmare. His father reassured him, and as reality set in, Huang Ji laughed, believed it was just a dream. But his grandfather, exasperated, revealed he'd been unconscious for a whole day and night. Still, Huang Ji...
I don't know what the fuck that is.
Best. He'll be rank F. It's barely any better than being level. The guy wearing glasses beside him sneered and said, "Every year, there's a hidden class added to the list of major class changes. But the rankings of the most valuable classes hardly ever change. So-called hidden classes are mostly just for fun." Lao Tran, overhearing, nodded and added, "And his max level is only 1. At best, he'll be rank F. It's barely any better than being level 0. Nothing has really changed. Hearing this, the man in the sleeveless shirt lost all interest and waved it off. Forget about him. Let's keep moving forward. Stay alert. So, the group of class changers continued on until they arrived at a massive tree. It wasn't that they didn't want to go any further, but the scene in front of them was so terrifying that they were forced to stop. From their perspective, they could see that the trunk of the tree had a body impaled by countless branches. The man in the sleeveless shirt examined the equipment on the body and deduced that they had found their target, the team leader of the Eagle Eye Squad. At this moment, the girl beside him voiced a concern. A mound of earth? Why is there a mound of earth in this shopping complex? We're on the 5th floor. Turning toward the man with glasses, he approached the body and said anxiously, "The time of the deep corruption here hasn't even exceeded 48 hours. Yet the body is dried to this extent. Has some kind of magic drained the essence?" The girl wielding twin daggers heard this and expressed her worry. "We've only encountered low-level phantom wolves so far, but they're the Eagle Eye hunting squad, ranked B+. How did they all end up dead here? Doesn't that seem strange?" Just as she voiced her concern, the group suddenly heard a series of terrifying growls. The leader of the squad in the sleeveless shirt immediately started scanning the surroundings. Then, he noticed something alarming. Inside the mound of earth they were standing on, countless grotesque corpses began to crawl out. The number of these bodies far exceeded what he had anticipated. As he watched, he recalled an urgent news report he had seen earlier. Emergency report. The Shenfeng City People's Market has encountered deep corruption. It has entered the preliminary stage of B-level mutation, and the number of missing persons has now reached 217.
Nobody believed me at first, but now everyone wants one. So I almost made the dumbest mistake of my life. I got this handcrafted Japanese-like kitchen knife, and honestly, I was ready to return it. I did not expect it to be this crazy, but before I was going to ship it back, I figured I'd at least try it, since I've already wasted thousands on those cheap knives that can't even slice butter on.
Upon remembering this, he realized the situation was dire. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, fall back. It's an ambush. We've fallen into their trap." As soon as he finished speaking, the rest of the group instantly switched to a combat stance. They were now surrounded by countless corpses. Deep Kin, observing the situation, muttered, "That's why we didn't find their bodies. Everything was concentrated here." Piled into a mound of corpses, he then began using fire to attack. The man in the sleeveless shirt responded, "On our way here, we only encountered low-level monsters. It was all a bait to lure us deeper. The true master of this deep corruption is the tree in front of us." As they looked at the tree, it suddenly shook violently and transformed into a gigantic trent with 3 eyes. This was the high-rank A-class plant demon, the Galewood Trent. As the group was still shocked by the sudden appearance of the high-level monster, Lao Tran, who was behind them, realized something and shouted, "Look above, the Eagle Eye Squad has come back to life." Hearing his words, everyone quickly turned their eyes upward and saw the mummified bodies of the Eagle Eye team rushing toward them. Meanwhile, Deep Kin was completely unaware of the battle happening above and was still happily collecting the bodies of the burned wolves. After a while of gathering corpses, he achieved his first accomplishment. Achievement unlocked. Rubbish collector, first time out of the hut. Collected 50 corpses. He was rewarded with a level 1 normal dagger. At first, Deep Kin's face was full of anticipation for the reward, but upon seeing the low-quality reward, his emotions plummeted. Level 1 required, and this is the gift quality? What a joke, he muttered with a sense of disappointment. But just as he was about to sulk further, he heard the sound of clattering footsteps behind him, which made him turn his head in confusion. What he saw made his heart skip a beat. An undead female zombie was charging toward him at an alarming speed. The sight of this marathon runner zombie terrified Deep Kin. But it wasn't just fast, it also knew how to punch. As soon as it got close, it threw a massive punch at him. Fortunately, Deep Kin had increased his agility significantly, so he was able to dodge the attack and quickly roll backward to maintain his distance. "Holy crap, you scared me to death. I thought I was done for," Deep Kin exclaimed in shock. At that moment, he realized something. His body felt more agile. "Is it because I increased my agility? Looks like I really am stronger now," he thought, clenching his fists and smiling with excitement. However, while Deep Kin was lost in his thoughts, Not paying attention to the zombie in front of him, the female zombie charged straight at him again, claws ready to strike, but once again, his increased agility saved him at the last moment. With a quick jump, he managed to leap backward a meter just in time to avoid the attack. After regaining his balance, Deepkin quickly prepared to attack. I've increased my agility, and my strength too. I'm a class changer now. Time to be confident. Deepkin thought to himself and activated his soul attack skill. He then stomped his foot on the ground and charged forward. His fist aimed at the zombie. My turn now. No more low damage hits this time. Deepkin shouted as he landed a powerful punch that sent the female zombie flying toward the window. His punch caused the zombie to vomit a large amount of purple blood. The system immediately notified him. You have caused a defensive break on the target. Physical damage increased by 100%. Looking at the zombie he had just pummeled, Deepkin felt confident and said to himself, I'm not the same as before. But just then, the system provided him with another notification. Intelligence, 20 points. Your enhanced vision allows you to uncover hidden information about your target. Upon hearing this, Deepkin focused his eyes on the female zombie and stared at her. As the system had promised, hidden information about the monster appeared before his eyes. Human parasitized. Elite level, weakness, fire, neck. While Deepkin was observing, the female zombie let out a scream and charged toward him again. Seeing this, Deepkin also advanced toward her, and just as her claws swung at him, he ducked and slid past her body. Before she could react, Deepkin immediately pulled out the ordinary dagger he had just received and struck directly at her weak point, the neck.
Want to try Ozempic?
So this is Ozempic, and it has the craziest side effect. You probably haven't heard about the average person who's taking this for weight loss, and what's wild is that anybody can get this. If you need to lose weight, just go online, take a quick quiz, and it'll get shipped to...
Soon after, Deepkin's luck was activated. Luck check activated. Ordinary dagger's effect activated. Effect. Bleeding. The system chimed in again. You have slain a parasitized human. Toxic effect deactivated. As the system notification appeared, the purple blood stains on Deepkin's hands immediately disappeared. At that moment, he joyfully thought to himself, I did it. This is the first time I've taken down a monster.
Alright, hold on. I gotta go get my food. This is about almost here. this bitch. Ah, shit, bitch. Goddamn, I have to get my food. Goddamn. This gets his side right here. Yeah, boy. Strong, right? Nigga be thirsty as hell. My shit busting. Sersky.
Monster on my own. Afterward, the reward came. After collecting the body of the parasitized human, Deepkin received a new passive skill, Toxic Transmutation. Toxic Transmutation reverses the effects of poisoning and can transform it into a beneficial effect for you. Requires a physical stat higher than 15. After reading the skill description, Deepkin felt a bit dizzy. So, toxic transmutation means I can turn poisonous substances into beneficial ones? I had to try this out. The system notified him, your passive skill toxic transmutation has been activated. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Setting aside the skill for now. After disassembling the monster's body, Deepkin received something called Toxic Essence. It was extremely poisonous, and the system recommended not using it, at least for normal people. But for someone like Deepkin, who had just acquired the Toxic Transmutation skill, this item had turned into a valuable resource. Let's see how this works. Deepkin said, as he drank the vial of toxic substance in one go. Sure enough, the system didn't deceive him. As soon as he consumed the poison, the system chimed in again. The poisoning effect has been converted into a healing effect due to toxic transmutation. You have received a buff, Rejuvenated Spirit. All base attribute values are doubled for 10 minutes. Haha, my wounds are healing. The random effects are really strong. I can feel the power coursing through me. Deepkin smiled, feeling the boost from the effects. Deepkin then looked at his attribute distribution panel and thought, I remember that after increasing my intelligence to a certain level, I can see hidden intelligence information about targets. So this time, I'll just put the 5 attribute points into intelligence. He said to himself as he began distributing his attribute points. Current status of Deepkin. Name, Deepkin. Level, 1, maximum reached. Class, Scavenger. Strength, 40, doubled due to enhancement. Agility, 40. Intelligence, 50. Physique, 40. Luck, 40. Coincidentally, as soon as Deepkin finished distributing his points, the sound of more zombies growling echoed behind him. More monsters have emerged, but this time, there are quite a lot of them. He said as he looked behind him at the horde of monsters swarming toward him. Useless trash, the scum of society. That's what they always call me. But now I can shout it out loud. My name is Deepkin, and I'm a scavenger. You trash, come at me. Deepkin shouted boldly as he prepared to take on the zombies. Meanwhile, with the class change team, the group was still struggling to fight off the zombies that had been transformed from the Eagle Squad. Even though these former humans had become zombies, their strength was still terrifying. With one swing of an axe, a zombie easily pushed the guy in a tank top backward. The tank top guy couldn't help but shout, "Damn it, even though it's just a corpse, its strength might be stronger than when it was alive." And let's not even talk about the boss monster that devours humans. Realizing that their group couldn't handle these monsters, he immediately ordered, "Team, fall back." After giving the order, he turned to flee, while Lao Tran used his firepower to clear the path. However, the two other members, the girl with dual daggers and the guy with glasses, had already been overwhelmed and taken by the zombies. "Damn it, they just keep sticking to us." The guy in the tank top shouted after realizing that no matter how much they ran, they couldn't shake off the zombies following them. Looking at Lao Tran, the tank top guy regretted entering the area in the first place. "I came here for money and equipment, but if I die here, it won't be worth it at all." To increase his chances of survival, Lao Tran decided to betray his teammate. He used some kind of harmful effect on the guy in the tank top, slowing him down. "Lao Tran, you crazy bastard, what are you doing? I'm on your side," the tank top guy yelled. Lao Tran smiled back at him and said, "Sorry, I just had to slow them down. Don't worry, I'll burn incense for you when we get back." With that, Lao Tran quickly ran away, leaving the tank top guy to be torn apart by the zombie eagle squad. As for Lao Tran, after temporarily shaking off the zombies behind him, he was feeling pleased and thought to himself, "Running away now isn't a loss. At least I've got the equipment. Worst case, I can come up with some excuse to cover up what happened." While thinking this, he glanced over his shoulder to check if he was being chased. But just then, Lao Tran ran straight into someone's figure in front of him and stumbled to the ground. When he looked up to see the person's face, he yelled out, "Damn it, it's you, that worthless scum." Deep Kin, hearing this, looked at him with disdain and said, "You bastard, you sold out your teammates just to survive." As soon as he said this, Lao Tran noticed the pile of corpses behind Deep Kin and stammered, "Did you do all of this?" But before Deep Kin could answer, a scream echoed from behind them. It seemed that the guy in the tank top had also met his end. The scream snapped Lao Tran out of his thoughts and he realized, "I can't let him leave here alive. If he talks to the supervisors, things won't end well for me." With that, Lao Tran raised his foot and kicked Deep Kin while shouting, "Aren't you trying to get stronger? Aren't you trying to stand out? Well, this is your chance. Get out of here and be monster bait for me." Unfortunately for him, he picked the wrong person to kick. The moment his foot made contact with Deep Kin, it felt like he had kicked a solid steel wall. In fact, Lao Tran immediately felt a strong rebound, causing him to fall to the ground in pain. "What the hell is this?" he groaned as he cried out in agony. Seeing Lao Tran's sneak attack, Deep Kin's anger flared. "What a bastard, not even worth the trash," Deep Kin said, then activated his scavenger skill. He used the massive hands to grab Lao Tran and pull him into the black space. However, it seemed that even this space refused to accept someone like Lao Tran as trash. After a moment of analysis, the system gave an evaluation. "This is non-recyclable trash, so it will not be accepted." It then threw Lao Tran back to Deep Kin. Deep Kin, feeling slightly dissatisfied, muttered to the massive hands, "Not all waste can be recycled. You know?" In response to his complaint, the system issued a notification. Recycling ability upgraded. With the target's consent, you can now recycle their useless abilities. Experience card. Summoner's spell for 3 minutes. It seemed that this was an ability extracted from Lao Tran. Deep Kin murmured, "So, passing out is like giving silent consent. Huh? Convenient." He quickly used the experience card, gaining the ability to control the fire domain, specifically the fireball technique, which required 15 points of intellect. His intellect value was currently 50 points, and thus, the supercharged sorcery effect activated, evolving the fireball technique into Great Blaze Explosion. As soon as Deep Kin used the card, the monsters inside had finished off the guy in the tank top and started rushing toward him. This startled Deep Kin. "How does this fireball spell work again? I remember that bastard did it like this before." And then, before Deep Kin could finish his sentence, his hand shot out, firing a terrifying fireball straight ahead. Its power was so immense that, From the outside, it looked like the entire corridor was blown apart. As a result, the monsters in front of Deep Kin were wiped out in the blink of an eye. However, this also made Deep Kin feel regretful. I didn't even get a chance to recycle them, and now they're just completely destroyed. He cried out in disappointment. But before he could lament further, a zombie assassin charged at him. Fortunately, Deep Kin noticed just in time and was able to dodge the fatal strike, quickly retreating to maintain distance. Still, he had to admit that this zombie was incredibly quick. The moment Deep Kin moved back, it closed the gap and launched a penetrating thrust. Unfortunately for the zombie, Deep Kin once again tilted his body to the side, narrowly avoiding the thrust. Deep Kin quickly drew his short sword and counterattacked, but the zombie assassin blocked the strike with a super fast slash. Watching the zombie's combat skill, Deep Kin found himself struggling a bit. I still haven't learned close combat techniques, he thought, glancing at the body of the guy in the tank top lying on the floor. Muttering, "You don't want to be resurrected by that thing after you die, right? How about giving me a hand?" As he spoke, Deep Kin activated his recycling skill on the corpse, and thanks to his contribution, he gained a new skill called Golden Shield. At that moment, the zombie assassin lunged at him again. Deep Kin immediately used his new skill, summoning a shield in his hand and throwing it straight at the zombie assassin, causing its head to explode instantly. After the zombie perished, Deep Kin wasn't about to let it go easily. "Sorry, but your corpse needs to be recycled properly. Rest in peace," he said as he activated his skill once more. The system promptly provided him with a skill card. "You have received a proficiency card for daggers. You can now use daggers like a thief, performing rapid stabbing techniques." Deep Kin, seeing this, quickly used the card. "You've used the proficiency card for daggers. The ordinary weapon in your hand now feels much more agile," he mumbled, feeling the difference after using the card. Next, our protagonist Deep Kin continued with his trash recycling task, and it seemed that after obtaining the Golden Shield skill, he became more confident in battle. He even dared to charge straight into a group of monsters alone. Normally, he wouldn't have dared to do something like that, but now, these weak zombies were nothing compared to Deep Kin's stats. With just one blow, he could easily sweep them all away. Furthermore, during the battle, he successfully collected the body of a zombie and obtained a skill called Berserkification. This skill boosts strength and agility, and temporarily grants immunity to control skills. Thanks to this skill, his speed in slaying monsters became even more nimble, until he encountered the boss monster of the depths. "Your mission is to find the Eagle Squad and bring them out of the dungeon." "Right? That's right. If you don't find their bodies, the mission will be considered a failure, and you won't receive any rewards." "Got it. Of course, I know. So you found the bodies of the Eagle Squad inside the dungeon?" "You're crazy. Of course I found them, but they've already been taken back." "Taken back? What do you mean?" "They were pulled into the core body by that person." Scene switches to the depths supervisory board. Interrogation room. At this moment, Old Tran had been invited by the committee to have tea and was conveniently questioned about the situation inside the dungeon. "You're the only one who survived inside the dungeon. The person you mentioned doesn't exist. And there's something very strange. When we found you, your level had dropped to level 1. This is an unusual occurrence that's never happened before." Hearing this, Old Tran was overjoyed and immediately said with his mouth wide open, "I told you. My ability was taken away by that person. Haha, this is the evidence. That person is a garbage collector." "For sure, definitely." As he spoke, Old Tran himself also felt disbelief in his own words. After hearing what Old Tran said, the people in black on the opposite side thought he was completely crazy. "Was your energy contaminated by the depths to such an extreme level that you're now hallucinating?" one of them asked. "No, I'm not lying to you. I'm really not lying. That person is really a garbage collector. I swear." Old Tran quickly clarified, but he knew that no one would believe him. Scene switches to Deep Kin. Currently, Deep Kin was at an entrance of some depths level dungeon, regarding the portal of the Divine Wind Mall. After exiting, he sold all the magic crystals at the black market, but only managed to get about 30% of their value. This was because the trade of magic crystals had always been monopolized by large corporations. and any private buying or selling was considered illegal. If sold in the black market, a 70% fee was taken as a processing charge. Even so, the amount of magic crystals Deepkin managed to sell was enough to pay off the large debt he had accumulated over the years. However, after settling the debt, he was left with very little. If he kept using his ability to recycle in front of others, they might report him to the Supervisory Association, not to mention that he was an awakened with a hidden class. And if they found out, they could lock him up for months or even years for research. He had to make use of his freedom now to earn as much money as possible. Deepkin thought to himself. At this moment, in front of him, a man in armor stepped forward and spoke. This is a newly formed depths dungeon. Everything inside is unknown. I'm sure you're all aware of the risks. So the reward this time will be doubled. Those who have the qualifications for class promotion can come and register with me. Just to emphasize, you need to be at least level B to qualify. On the opposite side, Deepkin, after hearing this, pointed to himself and asked, "Do you think I qualify? And your class is?" the armored man asked. "Garbage collector, level 1. Deepkin replied calmly. As expected, the armored man couldn't hold back his laughter. Haha, now even trash like you dares to claim you're qualified for class promotion? You should go over there to the garbage collector's line and wait obediently. Turning to Deepkin, the reaction from the armored man was exactly what he had hoped for. By actively portraying himself as weak,
this is the story of how Pipedrive can accelerate your business growth by automating admin when everyday tasks start slowing you down so you can reach your destination quicker. Pipedrive, driving business growth.
You're not going to stop anything with the brakes that you got.
That bad, eh?
Yep. But on carparts.com, you get access to over 1 million quality parts
That are guaranteed to fit?
at incredible prices and hassle-free return.
Oh, that's me.
he lowered the other person's guard. There was a high chance he would be placed at the back of the group, tasked with supporting roles. This way, even if he secretly recycled corpses into garbage from behind everyone, no one would notice. This was his lazy plan. However, things did not go as planned, because at that moment, a loud shout came from behind them. "Let go of him. Bring him along. The number of people in our team is just right." The voice belonged to a girl with white hair, dressed in an extremely cool fashion. When the others around saw her, they started whispering among themselves. "She's Tien, the daughter of the Li family. Her awakened class is a god-chosen class. She's the rising star of the hunting guild, known as Li Tianxing, the god-chosen child." On the other side, the team leader hesitated for a moment before saying, "But this person is only level 1, and he's just a rookie without any certification." Li Tianxing, hearing this, quickly replied, "It doesn't matter if he's a rookie or not, even if everyone else is level 1. It's fine, you're just trash collecting to meet the number requirements." When the team leader saw her disdainful attitude, he still managed to smile and said, Yes, Miss Lee, we are just responsible for your safety. This is your family's business, of course. We will follow your lead." Turning to Deepkin, he felt a little lucky at that moment. That was close. I almost thought they were going to kick me out. After all, it wasn't his first day as a garbage collector. With that thought, he noticed Lu Tin Neem staring at him with a judging look, which made him start thinking, "But Lu Tin Neem, I feel like I've met her somewhere before. Oh, wait, it was 2 years ago." Deepkin muttered, recalling his memory from 2 years ago. At that time, Lu Tin Neem had been fighting a monster when her weapon broke in half. It was at that moment that Deepkin had rushed in to scavenge. Armed with just a simple wooden stick, he managed to stab it directly into the throat of a huge bear monster, landing a critical hit and killing it, thereby gaining experience points from the kill. "You're from the garbage collection team? How could you kill a monster?" Lu Tin Neem asked in surprise, witnessing the scene in front of him. However, Deepkin didn't pay much attention to her words, as he was filled with joy. "I did it. This is the first time I've successfully earned an experience point." It was then that he remembered Lu Tin Neem and quickly turned to ask, "Are you alright?" Lu Tin Neem, now understanding the situation, looked at him in surprise and said, "I've heard rumors about this. but I never thought someone would actually try leveling up like this. You really earn experience points this way? Why? Of course, it's to make money. Deep Kin said casually. This made Luke Tin Neem even more incredulous. I don't believe it. You're risking your life every time just to gain experience. Hearing this, Deep Kin turned to her coldly. What do you understand? You and your class changers sit up high. How could you understand the struggles of people like us? The garbage collectors? And you. You're out here alone. Aren't you risking your life too? Facing all these monsters and charging in by yourself. What are you trying to prove? Luke Tin Neem, hearing this, confidently replied, Of course, I'm doing this to become stronger. I'll be the first to pass through that place. That place? Deep Kin thought of something and became worried. It seemed like Luke Tin Neem didn't want to talk much about this. So she asked him instead, Tell me, what's your real goal for wanting to change classes? Family. Deep Kin said, I want to become stronger so I can protect my family. Tell me your name. Luke Tin Neem asked. Deep Kin. Luke Tin Neem smiled upon hearing this and introduced herself. I'm Luke Tin Neem. I look forward to the day you successfully change classes. Once you do, join my team, and let's conquer that place together, she said, extending her hand to Deep Kin. Deep Kin happily responded, Sure, but don't be a hindrance to me when that time comes. Luke Tin Neem shot back confidently. Wait until you manage to survive and change your class first. Just now, I killed 30 monsters on my own, while you only scavenged one. No, more like half of one. She smiled. At that moment, two of Luke Tin Neem's bodyguards arrived and hurriedly said, Oh my god, young mistress, you made us search so hard for you. You secretly went deep into the Tham Nguyen. They then noticed Deep Kin standing next to Luke Tin Neem and immediately warned him. Hey, you garbage collector, don't get too close to our young mistress. The president is furious. He almost broke our legs looking for you. Let's go back now. They hastily grabbed Luke Tin Neem and began escorting her back. Before leaving, Luke Tin Neem tossed a magic crystal to Deep Kin and said, Catch this. Consider it payment for half a monster from you. Back in the present, Deep Kin had already forgotten the young lady's name. What was her name again? Lu Han Hong, I think, he muttered to himself, as the captain at the back noticed Deep Kin getting lost in his thoughts. He gave the kid a solid smack on the back of the head and snapped. It's Luke Tin Neem, remember? What are you spacing out for? Go grab the energy crystal already. Why, yes, I'll do my best not to hold everyone back. Deep Kin stammered, quickly snapping back to attention. Luke Tin Neem chimed in from the front. Good, gear up, everyone, get ready to move out. With that, the whole team began marching through the gate. Meanwhile, Deep Kin silently made a vow to himself. This time, I'm gonna earn some serious cash and make it back alive. In the last battle in the Abyss, Deep Kin had scored some decent loot, skill cards like Golden Shield and Rogue, the power of a Berserker, and even a boss tier ability, Super Regeneration from a man-eating flower. Thanks to his balanced stat allocation, what he called his hexagon point strategy, he had no major weaknesses regardless of his chosen class form. Every attribute had been boosted equally, and by now, his total stat points had passed 100. After all, he had scavenged every recyclable scrap the Abyss had to offer. Still, he didn't really know where he stood in terms of overall power compared to others. With that in mind, he activated his observation eye to check out the stats of the people walking ahead of him. First up, the guy with the horned helmet. But wow, what a disappointment. Only 12 points in strength? Tisk tisk. Even worse, the guy had a pitiful 1 point in intelligence, the lowest of any stat. If 1 point equaled an average human's capability, then a warrior with 12 points of strength would be about 12 times stronger than a normal person. Someone with 100 strength points would be 100 times stronger than average. Deep Kin pondered all this while casually keeping pace. Not long after, the captain at the front suddenly turned around and addressed the team. I found a treasure chest, but it's a bit tricky. Looks like we don't have a thief in the group. It's at least an A- ranked chest. Everyone sighed with disappointment. That's when Deep Kin raised his hand. I can give it a shot, he offered, stepping forward. He fiddled with the chest for a moment, working quickly and smoothly, and before long, click, the chest popped open, spilling out a flood of gear cards. Unlocking it was as easy as eating rice. Deep Kin thought smugly to himself. At that moment, the captain turned toward Deep Kin with a look of confusion and asked, "Wait a second, unlocking skills like that, you need to be at least a level 5 thief to learn them. Don't you?" Deep Kin glanced back and calmly replied, "Well, level 1 scavengers can learn all sorts of handy tricks. I mean, we do run into all kinds of locked chests and sealed containers pretty often. Right?" The captain squinted for a moment, then nodded, seemingly convinced. He quickly gathered up all the equipment cards from the chest and said, "We'll divide these up after we finish this abyss run. For now, let's keep moving." Yeah, the bored-looking mage girl muttered, clearly unimpressed. But just as she was about to take a step forward, Deep Kin's eyes caught something, and he raised a hand to stop her. "Wait, don't move. I think there's something up ahead." Bending down, he picked up a rock off the ground. Before the mage could ask what he was doing, Deep Kin tossed the rock down the hallway toward the far wall. And sure enough, the moment the rock made contact, something inside the walls rumbled to life. Bang! The walls slammed together with tremendous force, definitely some sort of deadly trap. Had Deep Kin not spoken up, that poor girl would have been squashed like a bug. Eyes wide, she stared at him, now clearly suspicious. "Are you sure you're only level 1? Flustered, Deep Kin laughed awkwardly. Don't mind me. I just kinda stumbled into my specialty. I guess. You run into traps a lot when you're scavenging. I've been burned more times than I can count. So I sorta developed a sixth sense for this stuff. Not that weird, right?" "Oh, so that's it," all three teammates said in unison. Of course, the real reason they bought his explanation so easily was because Deep Kin had just triggered a hidden effect. Lie appraisal, great success. The target becomes much more susceptible to persuasion. Man, this is the power of having 100 intelligence points. Deep Kin thought to himself, inwardly marveling at how well things were going. And as a reward for saving the mage's life, the captain casually tossed him a dented warhammer and said, "Here, this is for you. Accept it with all the gratitude in your heart. Rotten hand axe, common grade. Usable at level 1. Deep Kin stared blankly at the rusted hammer in his hands, completely unimpressed. "So this is what they think I'm worth," he sighed internally. It was clear that, in their eyes, he still didn't matter much. With that disappointment shoved aside, the group pressed on. Not long after, they stepped into a vast, grand hall, and a ripple of excitement swept through the team. "Whoa, is this it? Treasure at the final checkpoint?" Someone called out as their eyes locked onto a single ornate chalice resting at the center of the room. "No monsters, no resistance. This must be a reward chamber," another exclaimed, barely hiding their relief.
The Meats family has finally gained a member. Meet Applewood Smoked Ham. Smoked is their middle name. 2 for $7 ham and Swiss melts. Arby's, we have the meats.
A reward room, an abyss anomaly that only shows up once in 1,000 runs. A room with no monsters, only treasure. The horned guy in the group eagerly reached out and snatched a floating stone tablet hovering just above the chalice, his eyes gleaming with greed. But Lu Tin Neem's sharp voice cut through the moment. "Don't get too excited. Watch your surroundings. This could still be a trap." No, the horned guy said, laughing, completely unfazed. "This square-shaped chamber, it has to be the whole thing. That's it. We've got the treasure, so let's just prep for evac." And then, the blood inside the chalice suddenly started bubbling. Before anyone could react, it shot upward like a crimson geyser, exploding toward the ceiling. A second later, a cold, mechanical chime echoed through the chamber. "System notice. Blood trial, commencing now." "What the hell?" someone shouted. "This isn't a treasure room at all. It's a damn trap. It's the bloodborne nightmare. We've been had." As the voice rang out, the rising blood cloud began morphing, twisting into a swarm of vicious, floating skulls, grotesque and snarling. Lu Tin Neem didn't hesitate. With lightning speed, she drew her weapon and barked, "Everyone, prepare for battle." Instantly, the team snapped into position. backs pressed together in a defensive circle. The atmosphere grew heavy, tension crackling like static, as the monsters began closing in from all directions. They were completely surrounded. Meanwhile, Deep Kin was calculating silently to himself. To avoid exposing my real stats, I'll only fight at 25% power this time. As he thought this, he slipped on a peculiar ring, the Ring of the Weak. Its only effect? Lowering all the wearer's attributes by a set percentage. No one really knew where Deep Kin had picked up this trash tier artifact. But among trash, this one was practically king. After all, who the hell wants a ring that just nerfs you? Completely useless in almost every context. Almost, because in this moment, it served a purpose, keeping Deep Kin's true power under wraps. And then, the battle officially began. With a calm breath, Deep Kin activated a mental enhancement skill to spike his movement speed. In a blur, he shot forward, leaping gracefully toward the closest monster, then struck it down instantly with a single blow. While his teammates were still struggling, clashing with waves of grotesque blood creatures, he was already standing tall. Barely winded, Lu Tin caught the whole thing. Narrowing her eyes, she murmured under her breath, took it down with just one hit. Interesting. With a flick of her wrist, her blade danced through the air, slicing a blood monster cleanly into uncountable pieces like it was made of paper. Meanwhile, the horned guy had been hacking away at his own opponent, but finally lost his patience. What the hell is this? He yelled as his target dissolved like wet paper. It barely took a hit, but right as the words left his mouth, the puddle of blood in front of him began swirling, slowly gathering into a humanoid shape. Moments later, it had solidified into an armored figure that looked exactly like him. What the? It copied me, he cried out, eyes wide. That's when the truth hit. This was the blood-borne nightmare. In its base form, the creature was weak, fragile, even, but the moment it engaged a human, it would begin absorbing their strength, adapting to their power, and finally, becoming them, a perfect mimic, born from blood. The horned guy, enraged, let out a roar and swung his massive sword with all his might, cleaving the monster clean in one stroke. Its head went flying. Behind him, the mage girl let out a cheer. Nice work, but their relief was short-lived, because even without a head, the creature kept moving. Worse, its body shifted aggressively, raising its weapon and slamming it down in a brutal arc aimed directly at the horned warrior. Slash! Blood sprayed everywhere. In one horrifying instant, the warrior's arm was severed clean from his body.
Lesson number 3. They won't feel your fit out there until you feel it in here. That ain't on you, baby.
Looking like a snack. Want it, need it, cheese it.
He howled in agony, stumbling back, clutching the bleeding stump. The scene turned to chaos. The mage girl froze for a second, her eyes wide in disbelief. What the hell? Even decapitation doesn't work, she stammered. Is this thing unkillable? But there was no time for answers. The blood-clad nightmare, relentless and cold, raised its sword once more, this time with lethal intent. It took a step forward and swung down, aiming to finish what it had started and take the horned guy's life once and for all. But lucky for the bull-headed guy, just as the blood warrior's blade was about to cleave him in two, it froze, suspended midair. The reason was simple. Lu Tin had turned the creature into a block of ice at the last second, freezing it solid. Even so, watching the bullhead lose an arm so easily clearly irritated her. She scoffed with contempt. Pathetic. All this mess over a low-tier nightmare construct? You people really are useless. Trash is still trash. Without even looking at it again, she casually raised her fist and shattered the frozen monster's head like brittle glass. The battle, however, was far from over. The nightmare fiends kept coming. Worse, they had regenerative abilities, and didn't give a damn about sword wounds or missing limbs. They kept charging like rabid beasts, immune to fear or pain. They're too fast. I can't even finish a spell, the mage girl cried out, clearly panicked. But Deep Kin was already there, stepping in front of her like a wall. If blades don't work, he said calmly, then let's make them disappear. Boom! With a sudden sweep of his arm, Deep Kin unleashed a blazing inferno. Grand flame burst. The corridor lit up in a blinding flash as the explosive fire spell engulfed the enemies ahead in a hellish blaze. The sheer force of it made the mage girl gasp, eyes wide. Wait, Grand Flame Burst? That's an S-rank elemental spell, and he cast it instantly? This has to be a bug. A level 1 player can't be this strong. The other survivors looked on, shocked, speechless. But Deepkin didn't have time to explain or care. 2 more nightmare fiends emerged from the smoke, screeching with rage, lunging toward him with bloodlust in their eyes. Seeing their fallen brethren, they let out a deafening roar. So Deepkin roared back. Only his roar carried something extra, a stunning effect that froze the monsters mid-charge. Like statues caught mid-lunge. Your turn, he muttered. Without hesitation, he activated Berserker mode, a special ability of the Berserker class. In this mode, speed doubled, energy surged, and damage skyrocketed by 100%. And with just a single punch, crack, splat, the closest nightmare monster exploded into a pool of steaming blood, reduced to nothing in the blink of an eye. But apparently, it wasn't enough. Right after being obliterated into a pool of blood, the monster's remains began to churn and surge, reforming themselves piece by piece. In just seconds, the nightmare creature was back in one piece, standing tall like nothing had happened. Actually, it looked even stronger than before. The mage girl stared at the scene, jaw-dropping. What the hell? What is that thing? She gasped. This can't be right. A king-tier entity? In a B-rank abyss? That's impossible. There must be a mistake in the system. Her voice trembled as her eyes locked on the grotesque monster that now loomed even larger than before. The blood fiend had transformed into something new entirely, a royal blood nightmare. Its size multiplied, its aura pulsing with dangerous intensity. Deepkin narrowed his eyes. He had already figured it out. This thing, it evolves by mimicking its opponent. The stronger you are, the stronger it becomes. And now that it's absorbed my attributes, he clicked his tongue as realization set in. It's turned into a king-tier monster. Just as he finished saying it, the nightmare roared, slamming one massive hand toward him with explosive force. The impact shattered the ground, cracking stone and sending shockwaves through the hall. Luckily, Deepkin had leapt back in time to avoid a direct hit. But even dodging didn't offer much comfort. Damn, it's on par with me in stats. I can't just overpower it like the others. As he mentally recalibrated his options, a familiar voice chimed in behind him, cool and confident. Step back, rookie. A monster like that? Leave it to me. Luke Tin Neem strode forward, blade in hand and eyes gleaming. Deepkin blinked, taken aback. Huh? But there was no time to argue. The showdown was on. The royal blood nightmare struck first, swinging its grotesquely long arms at Lu Tin Neem like battering rams. But she was faster, darting around the blow with graceful agility. Then she did something unexpected. Instead of dodging again, she rushed toward it. She ran straight up the length of its massive arm like it was a ramp, her feet barely touching the surface as she sprinted across it at full speed. And when she reached the shoulder, she launched herself high into the air, aiming straight for its monstrous head. At that exact moment, a glint of power burst from her blade. She was activating a special skill. But the royal blood nightmare wasn't some mindless brute, it had instincts. Sharp ones, sensing danger from the incoming strike. It instantly whipped out a long tentacle to block her blow. The moment her sword clashed against it, the entire tentacle froze solid in an instant. From the back, Deepkin's eyes lit up. That's Bonefrost domain, he muttered to himself. A control-type skill, like the flame domain I got from Old Man Tran. Back to the battlefield, the nightmare beast didn't waste a second. After blocking the strike, it immediately retaliated with a savage slash from its massive claws, aimed straight at Lu Tin Neem. And with her still in midair and no footing to dodge, she took the full brunt of the blow and was sent crashing to the ground below. Luckily, she seemed mostly unharmed. Still, after just a few exchanges, even Lu Tin Neem was starting to feel the pressure. Her breath shortened, and doubt crept into her thoughts. This isn't working. I'm still too weak. If I can't even dominate a mere B-rank abyss, then how can I ever be worthy of inheriting the Lu family name? Gritting her teeth, she slashed out wildly, slicing away the tangle of writhing tentacles reaching for her. Then, without hesitation, she pulled a banner from her inventory and slammed it into the ground. The Bonefrost Standard. It was a rallying relic, with a powerful buff. All allies within 30 meters would have their movement speed increased by 50%. The moment it hit the earth, cold energy exploded from its base, sending waves of frost surging across the battlefield. The icy mist surged toward the royal blood nightmare and instantly encased it in a thick sheath of frozen crystal, locking it in place like a grotesque statue. But of course, a monster of this caliber wouldn't stay down for long. The freezing effect was temporary at best. Knowing this, Luke Tin Neen didn't waste the opportunity. She dashed forward, sword gleaming with magic. Bonefrost domain counters water origin magic perfectly. She thought, even if I can't kill it outright, so long as it's frozen, it can't threaten anyone. Then she struck. Stellar Cascade Slash. A gleam of sword light burst from her blade, cutting a precise arc straight through the monster's frozen body, slicing it clean in half with a flash of brilliance. From the back, Deepkin smirked with admiration. So this is the legendary S-Class Divine Chosen Profession. Not bad, not bad at all. He folded his arms and tilted his head, eyes flicking between the still crumbling nightmare and the swordswoman now standing tall before it. The Royal Blood Nightmare. Level. King versus Lu Tin Neen. Divine Chosen Warrior. Who would come out on top? Even he was curious now. Back on Lu Tin Neen's side, she stared ahead in stunned disbelief. Why didn't it work? She whispered. From her perspective, the Royal Blood Nightmare stood nearly unscathed, barely affected by the powerful strike she had just unleashed. Or more precisely, the freezing effect had only reached its outer shell. The blood-like core within hadn't frozen at all, so the moment her blade shattered that outer layer, the creature simply regenerated, returning to its original state like nothing had happened. But the blow had clearly registered as a threat. The monster roared, now visibly enraged, and launched a furious barrage of tentacle strikes straight at her, one after another, relentless and wild. Lu Tin Neen could do nothing but dodge, weaving frantically between the chaotic whip like lashes, her movements growing more and more desperate. And even amid this storm of death, her mind couldn't help but spiral inward. Even though I'm also an S rank, I'm nothing like them, not even close. Even though I carry the Lu name, I've always been the one left behind, always the weakest, always the one they mocked. Her brother's voice echoed in her thoughts. You're a disgrace to the Lu family. How could someone like you even bear our name? No one wants to team up with trash like you. Just stay home and stop embarrassing us. Hey, little sis, don't forget. The abyss is dangerous. Not everyone's meant to be a hero. Ha ha ha. No, I have to get stronger. Even if I start from the bottom of the abyss meant for newbies, if I keep pushing for harder challenges. If I never stop fighting, one day I'll surpass them all. One day, I'll fight the whole world if I have to. A fiery resolve blazed in her eyes. With a fierce scream, she poured all her strength into one final slash, aiming her sword straight for the creature's skull. But willpower alone wasn't enough. The moment her sword connected, it snapped in two. The horrifying sound of metal breaking echoed through the battlefield. She froze, her eyes widened, and in that single stunned heartbeat, the Royal Blood Nightmare struck. With its massive left arm, it swung a crushing blow right into her back, sending her flying like a rag doll. Wham! She slammed into the ground like a falling comet, blood spraying from her mouth. The force of the hit left a deep crater beneath her, and her body twitched once, then lay still. From a distance, the others could only watch, and in that moment, despair crept into their hearts. Even Lu Tin Neen had lost. An S-rank hunter defeated. We have to run. Now, the mage girl shouted, panic rising in her voice as she turned to the others. Retreat. But the Royal Blood Nightmare had no intention of letting Lu Tin Neen off the hook. It raised its massive left arm once more, preparing to deliver the final, fatal blow. Back on Deep Kin's side, he had seen enough. Without a second thought, he charged forward. Explosive flame arc, he roared, unleashing a fiery burst of magic. The sheer force of the spell detonated the creature's entire right arm in a fiery explosion. The dismembered chunk of flesh crashed down near the others, sending them scattering in all directions like panicked ducks. Wasting no time, Deepkin sprinted straight at the monster. As he moved, his eyes glowed faintly, activating his observer's eye, scanning its form for any potential weaknesses. Royal-class monsters, once they reach that tier, they start resisting all kinds of status effects. If their level is high enough, they can even be completely immune to things like freezing, paralysis, stuns.
need to understand that I'm not finna do that shit, man. Shit, alright, I'm back. My bad, y'all. Had to goddamn handle a lot of shit. But we back. Wanna see if anybody is running them scrolls, man. I'm trying to. Let me go on and see if they got market. Oh, somebody done dropped. Then dropped them all. Oh, what the fuck? Oh yeah, I forgot. I got my order up. It's okay, cause I'm about to. Oh, let me just get that 162 out. I got 1K here. I got. Put the 7 in here. I do want to keep grinding here, but I'm already knowing, bro. I'm already knowing it's gonna be hard to even keep on doing this shit unless I get and it ain't gonna get any better until I get like strong enough to run the Decade Lantern. So I'm like, I basically need to just get from over here to like, cause this shit's not gonna get any better. Yeah, this shit's not gonna get any better, bro. Like, let me roll my blind up. Yeah, it ain't gonna get no better. Like, I was hoping I can get at least one of them to drop. Keep on trying to get me to get in that bitch, bro. Like, I'll be looking at that shit like, this is why. They tried to call me in yesterday. They trying to call me in today. I'm like, it sounds like your people not coming in for you the way you thought that was. Cause now they not giving like they seeing that Shorty don't give a fuck out number. That's why I tell folks. Boss lady don't want to make sure nobody get no more money. Like that for most people that is you bogus. That's how most people think. Nigga, that's how I'm thinking. Bogus as hell. Like you need me for all this shit, but you ain't gonna fight for me. Get no goddamn bonus with you gang. Y'all getting y'all bonuses. Nah, bro. Nah. That's just how I'm looking at it. Like, nah, bro. Like y'all niggas getting bonuses. Trying to fight for us to get no raise. I'm like, these niggas ain't finna do shit. I'm not pulling up to that motherfucker. Trying to these niggas don't wanna come in that it's so hard for me to call it. I'm like, that's why I'm like, no, I'm not gonna reach you for now. I'm gonna wait before they could have got me in there. But now it's like you ain't gonna never catch me in that bitch. If they don't do right. Yeah. That's why I'm not hurt. Like, I'm laughing at they stupid ass. They think they gonna get a nigga in there. Alright. Let's get on my horse. We're gonna go. On my way. Rolling this blunt. Hold on. Grab my headphones too.
Slows, anything, and even so-called weak points, they can evolve to erase those too. There was no room left to hold back. No more restraints. Deepkin clenched his fist and shattered the attribute suppressing ring on his finger. Full release, he whispered. Then, boom, another devastating explosive burst art shot out from his palm, slamming into the monster's remaining arm. The impact made the beast bellow in rage. Now it was furious, swinging what was left of its massive limb directly at him with monstrous force. Well, time to run. Deepkin yelled, spinning on his heel and bolting. Even as he scrambled to dodge, his brain was in overdrive, analyzing the fight. Behind him, Lu Tin Neem had begun to stir again, now calmly chugging a healing potion while watching the chaos unfold. Back in the fray, Deepkin ducked, rolled, and flipped through the air with unnerving precision, evading another crushing blow by mere inches. As his feet hit the ground, he sprang backward to a safe distance, his mind racing. I just need to find one weak spot. Just one. If I can figure out where this Royal Blood Nightmare's vulnerability is, that's enough. With that thought, he raised both hands and began firing explosive flame arts like a machine gun. Barrage after barrage lighting up the battlefield in bursts of fire and pressure, each one a test. Each one a probe, a desperate search for the flaw that would finally bring this monster down. No matter how much Deepkin attacked, the Royal Blood Nightmare just kept regenerating, as if nothing had happened. No matter what part he destroyed, it simply regrew. There was no weak point to be found. It was as though this monster was being controlled by something from afar. Realizing this, Deepkin's eyes widened in realization. Wait a minute, remote control? Suddenly, it all clicked. He turned around sharply and shouted, "Hey, that square stone. When we removed that square stone, the Royal Blood Nightmares test appeared. There's definitely a connection between that thing and the monster. Throw it here now." The giant with the bullhorn helmet, who had just recovered his arm, heard Deepkin's command and immediately looked toward the stone slab. Without hesitation, he kicked it over to the group. With his extremely high intelligence, Deepkin immediately noticed the hidden details on the stone slab. Using his intelligence assessment, he could read the ancient script carved on the stone. The script contained an incantation: "Break the blood curse. Break the blood curse," Deepkin muttered to himself. His face turning pale. The solution's right in front of me. I should have used observation eye earlier. He cursed inwardly, regretting not noticing it sooner. But before he could snatch the stone up, the Royal Blood Nightmare reacted fast. It grabbed the stone and, without hesitation, swallowed it whole. The combination of the stone and the giant's careless kick triggered something unexpected. The Royal Blood Nightmare entered an invincibility mode. A soft golden glow enveloped its massive form, and its aura seemed to surge, signaling its new power. Lu Tin-Nin, who had been watching the scene unfold, raised an eyebrow. "Why isn't it moving anymore?" she asked curiously. Deepkin, on the other hand, ignored her question. His teeth were gritted as he cursed under his breath. "Damn it, I was too careless. It's in invincibility mode now. This is bad." Turning to Lu Tin-Nin, she noticed Deepkin's face and said, "I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. You look so familiar." Deepkin, hearing this, looked confused and responded, "Oh, so you haven't recognized me yet? We met 2 years ago in the deep abyss. I'm the one who picked up trash and gave you some experience points." That was the first time I ever got an experience point in my life. Lu Tin-Nin paused, thinking for a moment, then said, 39.5 monster beasts. The guy who scavenged the last 0.5 monster beast. That was you. Wasn't it? Oh, I remember now. What was your name again? Right, Yi Chang. It's Deepkin, he replied, slightly annoyed. "I can't believe you really managed to level up so quickly." She said, "Yeah, I'm now a level 1 scavenger." Deepkin said confidently. His confidence made Lu Tin-Nin pause to think. This guy, he always put his life on the line just to gather a little experience, grinding away point by point. And now, look at how strong he's become. Meanwhile, I'm still here. She smiled awkwardly, then said, "Ha ha, honestly, it's kind of embarrassing to admit, but the square stone is inside the Royal Blood Nightmare's body. My ice bone domain can temporarily freeze it for a short while." Deepkin, can you find the square stone's exact location during that time? Deepkin smiled, then replied, "I knew it. No matter who you are, there are times when you can't take on everything alone. Consider that 0.5 as your payment. Let's beat this damn thing together." He raised his fist toward her, and Lu Tin-Nin also extended her hand to return the gesture. "Ha, don't trip me up," she said with a playful grin. At that moment, the background characters also chimed in. "Wait, we want to join the fight too. Yeah, we might not be much help, but we still want to do our part. Alright then, let's all fight together. We're getting out of here alive. No matter what," Deepkin said, his voice filled with determination. With that, everyone entered combat mode. From their perspective, the stone tablet was now being kept in the center of the Royal Blood Nightmare's stomach. At this moment, Deepkin used his identification eye to check its information, then quickly instructed, "The invincibility state will end in 5 seconds. The monster is about to enter a berserk phase. In 30 seconds, It will kill everyone here. 30 seconds. Our last chance. We must survive. Deep Kin said urgently. His words, though simple, ignited the crowd of background characters like never before. Survive. We must survive. They all shouted in unison. The reason they became so fired up was due to Deep Kin's exceptional intellect activating the identification skill.
Are you looking for the best meal plan to round out your fitness routine? I got you. Factor was the missing link, not just for reaching my fitness goals, but seeing real results. I couldn't last another week eating boring chicken and rice, and I was slipping on the reg eating junk food between meals. Factor chef-made meals keep me dialed into my nutrition without sacrificing flavor. I make them in 2 minutes so I can stay locked in and looking on point. No more junk food sabotaging my progress or getting bored with my amateur meal prep. Seeing results in the mirror will be the biggest motivator. If you're serious about seeing results, you gotta get Factor.
Roll me my blunt.
Get smooth.
Intelligence stimulates mental focus successfully. Fatigue is reduced by 100%. Mana recovery speed is increased by 15%, lasting for 30 seconds. Lu Tin Nin, after witnessing this effect, smiled and thought, so, the scavenger character shouldn't be underestimated after all. With that, she raised her sword and commanded, everyone, focus the monster's aggro. Upon hearing this, the bull-headed man was the most eager. He immediately charged forward with a furious shout, cursing at the royal blood nightmare, you bastard. Look at me, you bastard. Over here. His words successfully grabbed the royal blood nightmare's attention, and it seemed to understand he was insulting it. So it roared in rage and swung several of its tentacles toward him. Seeing this, Lu Tin Nin quickly turned to the sorceress and said, Shaman, aim at the newly regenerated tentacles of the monster and support the scavenger.
Relic? Oh my
Then quickly
god.
cast her magic, launching bursts of energy that struck the tentacles with precision, blocking them. At this moment, Deep Kin also spoke up. The square stone is the key to unlocking the bloodline trial. If it's burned by fireballs, the trial will never reset. What should we do now? Lu Tin Nin asked worriedly. I think we can retrieve it by hand. Deep Kin replied. Lu Tin Nin, hearing this, rolled her eyes and said, huh? How can we retrieve it by hand? Are you saying we should crawl into the royal blood nightmare's stomach? More accurately, we'll pass through the royal blood nightmare's body. Deep Kin said calmly. Lu Tin Nin understood his intention and immediately turned to give orders. Everyone, get ready. Focus on the heavenly flower arrow and shoot through the magma to create an escape route. Got it. The archer responded quickly, then aimed his bow upwards and released an arrow. The result was that the arrow pierced through the ceiling, causing a large hole, and debris began to fall directly onto the royal blood nightmare. At this moment, Lu Tin Nin pulled out her flag and said to Deep Kin, I'll freeze the lower half of the royal blood nightmare. The rest is up to you. Got it. Leave it to me.
I gotta
Deep
come in
Kin
that
replied
bitch, I might
calmly
not.
while observing the royal blood nightmare struggling with the falling debris from
Yeah, the
above.
motherfucker like, I got
After
shit
this
to do.
brief exchange, both of them rushed forward to attack simultaneously. The royal blood nightmare, after dealing with the falling rocks, began to control its tentacles, hurling them straight at them. Fortunately, Deep Kin had incredibly high agility, allowing him to dodge these attacks with ease. However, even as he avoided most of the blows, he still took a few minor injuries. But Deep Kin didn't mind too much, as he had the regeneration ability from the human tree. Regeneration can heal small wounds quickly, so the minor attacks from the royal blood nightmare are no problem at all. Deep Kin thought, and soon the superficial wounds on his body began to heal at a visible rate. Turning to Lu Tin Nin, she had already planted her flag into the ground and started freezing the royal blood nightmare's lower body, creating an opportunity for Deep Kin to attack. At that moment, Deep Kin leapt into the air and charged directly at the nightmare. The head is the most vulnerable point, but I'm not fast enough yet. With that thought, Deep Kin immediately activated Fury, increasing his speed by 20%. Still feeling it wasn't enough, he casually drank a vial of poison. Thanks to the poison's conversion effect, his speed increased by an additional 15%. Finally, Deep Kin pulled out a card. Slow down potion, junk item. A trial item picked up at the entrance of the deep abyss. It's finally time to use it. Effect. Increases defense by 15%. Having used all his available boosts, Deepkin shouted, "This is my Imperial Dragon attack." With that, he charged toward the massive monster like a rocket. However, things didn't go as planned. Even though the monster couldn't move for a moment, it had countless tentacles and arms. As Deepkin flew into its attack range, the Royal Blood Nightmare swung one of its tentacles with great force, hitting Deepkin and sending him flying backward. Feigning defeat, as expected, scavengers should know their place. Activating ability withdrawal. Target. Myself, Deepkin muttered. Just after that, the ground behind him erupted with countless arms, catching him as he fell. This eerie sight made everyone, including the Royal Blood Nightmare, break into a cold sweat. What is this? Where did it come from? Lu Tin Neem shouted in panic. Back to Deepkin. After landing safely, he spoke to the arms under his command. "I can't withdraw. Throw me out with everything you got. Use all your strength." Following Deepkin's instructions, the hand used all of its strength to hurl him forward like a bullet. Before the Royal Blood Nightmare could even react, Deepkin had already pierced through its chest. And at the same time, he grabbed the stone tablet in his hand. Got it, Deepkin thought with joy. After landing, he quickly examined the stone tablet and muttered some incomprehensible words. As soon as Deepkin finished reading the text, the Royal Blood Nightmare, whose body had collapsed, began to disintegrate. At that moment, the system issued a notification. Blood Kai trial completed. Everyone behind him cheered in excitement. We won, as a reward for their efforts. Everyone was leveled up. Even Lu Tin wasn't an exception. In fact, due to being a god-chosen profession, she received a huge boost to her stats compared to ordinary people. Strength plus 3-3. Agility plus 2-8. Intelligence plus 3-8. Willpower plus 2-6. Constitution plus 2-1. Luck plus 3-4. While the group celebrated their level ups, Deepkin stood apart, getting nothing. Since his profession was limited to level 1, the system issued a notification. Level up failed. You have reached the max level. Deepkin scratched his head awkwardly and said, as expected. Just then, the true reward of the deep abyss appeared. In the center of the room, a brilliant sunstone suddenly materialized. The archer, upon seeing it, shouted in delight, "Wow, a real treasure." Without making them wait, the sunstone automatically opened and began releasing countless items in various colors. One of these items flew directly into Deepkin's hands. It was a short sword with purple quality, plus 88 attack, level requirement, level 10. After reading the description of the sword, Deepkin's joy quickly faded. My max level is still just 1. He muttered with embarrassment and tears welling up, helplessly tossing the card aside. All these amazing items in front of me, and they're all useless to me? I just want to cry. Deepkin thought to himself. Meanwhile, Lu Tin Neem, holding a few items herself, approached Deepkin and said, "You contributed the most to completing the Blood Kai trial, so you should be the one to distribute these items." "Hey, it's nothing," Deepkin replied, embarrassed. Then, he leaned closer and whispered to Lu Tin Neem, "Actually, can I ask you for a favor?" Not long after, outside the gate, a guard team from the Lu family had already positioned themselves.
Weight loss.
For so long,
I felt stuck. I tried and tried again, lost weight, gained it back.
but Zepbound means change.
Preparing for any possible situation. At this point, it seemed like they had been waiting too long without hearing from Lu Tin Neem, and their worry began to grow. The head of the team, a bald man, then took out a walkie-talkie and spoke to someone. Contact headquarters and tell them to prepare a rescue team. However, just as he finished speaking, Lu Tin Neem's voice rang out from the front. No need. With that, she and the others began stepping out from the gate. The bald man was overjoyed to see them and said, "Miss, thank the heavens you're safe." He hurriedly ran towards her. Behind them, several reporters, seeing them emerge unharmed, immediately reported the news. As expected of Miss Lu Tin Neem, she successfully cleared the deep abyss. Hearing this, Lu Tin Neem confidently responded, "That's right, there's nothing I can't handle. After all, I'm in S rank." She smiled, recalling her conversation with Deepkin while still inside. You need something from me? She asked. Deep Ken, hearing this, replied, the Liu family isn't lacking in money, right? Well, I can sell you all these items. I'll give you a discount. Say, around 500 magic crystals? Deep Kin raised 5 fingers as he said this. Lu Tin Neem was taken aback by the proposal, but then said, no problem. Turning toward Deep Kin, he got to the main point. One more thing, when you leave here, just pretend I was never here. You handled everything in the deep abyss on your own. He said this with a serious tone. This left Lu Tin Neem even more surprised. All right, I understand. You go ahead with everyone else. I'll leave later. Deep Kin waved and bid her farewell. It seemed like our protagonist wanted to take the opportunity to recycle some trash. Back in the present, Lu Tin Neem thought to herself, Deep Kin, he's made me owe him a favor now. Turning back to Deep Kin, after everyone had left and he was alone, he began to study the stone tablet. He soon noticed a tiny shadow on its surface. When he saw this, a terrifying smile appeared on his face, and he muttered, even in this weakened state, you don't want to end up like trash, trampled by others, do you? Then become my strength. With that, Deep Kin didn't even care whether the shadow agreed or not. He immediately used his skill to begin recycling it. Soon after, the system issued a notification, recycling successful. Nightmare's blood, skill obtained. Nightmare's body. Sacrifices life force to summon a nightmare clone. The clone can mimic the host to deal or receive damage once. The clone disappears immediately after the effect is activated. This skill can be upgraded. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. After reading the description of the skill, Deep Kin couldn't help but exclaim, awesome, from now on, in battles, I'm really looking forward to seeing your performance. The scene shifted to a cafe. Deep Kin was sitting there, looking at the pile of item cards in front of him and thinking, I've given Lu Tin Neem all the high-level items because if I don't, I'll be in trouble. After all, if a garbage collector has too many amazing items on hand, the interrogation committee will definitely call me in for some tea. On the other hand, the committee won't care about these trash items, whether I sell them or not, but maybe I'm overthinking it. Who would want to buy these trash items anyway? Deep Kin muttered as he leaned back, and by accident, his finger hit the recycling button on the system screen. Immediately, a notification popped up, recycled device. You have earned 1 basic point. Deep Kin, seeing this, was a little confused. Wait, did I just recycle something? As if to answer his question, the system issued 2 more detailed notifications. Guide. Recycling is the process of handling waste after preliminary sorting, then crushing, boiling, and separating it into recyclable materials. Guide. BP, basic points, is a common substance extracted after the disintegration of useless devices. It can be used to upgrade, repair, and create new items. Guide. Mission. Please complete the repair of a common dagger. Looking at the system's explanation, Deep Kin was momentarily dumbfounded. Wait, I can recycle these trash items too? He then took out a dagger as required by the mission and said, do I have to complete this task based on the suggestion? The dagger's current durability is under 33. I threw it away after I finished off the Thug Nyan 2 before. At this moment, the system also displayed the necessary points to repair the dagger. Guide. Repairing a common dagger costs 5 DP. I've already gotten 1 DP from dismantling that useless hammer. Deep Kin muttered, so, I just need to deconstruct 4 more trash weapons to make up the difference. He continued tapping on the screen, and soon enough, the system displayed a series of notifications indicating he had successfully broken down the trash weapons. Once he accumulated enough points, Deep Kin immediately began the repair, and the results surprised him. Common dagger. Durability 34/34. Level requirement 1. Attack 22. Repair reward +1 maximum durability +1 attack. Deep Kin read through the information again and said in amazement, not only was the weapon repaired, but its durability and attack also got a slight boost. In other words, as long as I keep grinding it down and repairing it, even a trash weapon can continuously increase its stats, right? He smiled and added, looks like these trash weapons need some enhancements after all. It seemed like he had some plan in mind. At that moment, the system issued another notification. Congratulations. You've completed the tutorial. Please choose your reward. 1. Novice Blueprint. A magical potion that instantly restores the user's energy and eliminates fatigue. 2. Random Attribute Points plus 2. After seeing the reward, Deepkin began to think. Attributes weren't really a concern for him anymore. But the real danger of venturing into the abyss was the unpredictability of its depth. Many adventurers, poorly prepared, had yet to find the boss's chamber and had already exhausted their mana points. Forced to retreat and resupply. That's why mana potions found in the abyss were critical items for teams to keep going. Their value was evident just by considering this. As Deepkin was pondering this, the system notified him, "Congratulations, you've learned how to recreate items. Light mana potion requires 6 BP points in any container to recreate." After reading the notification, Deepkin rubbed his chin and thought, recreating an item that requires BP. That's no surprise, but any container? He then raised his hand and spoke to the shopkeeper. "Excuse me, could I have a few containers?" The shopkeeper, slightly puzzled, quickly fetched 3 cups for him. And with that, the potion-making process officially began.
At Edward Jones, we serve deeply to make a meaningful difference. That means partnering with our clients to help create lasting financial strength. It means supporting our colleagues and investing in their professional growth and consistently giving back to our communities.
All right, the trash has been collected. Now for the recreation. Oh, there's a minigame? Deepkin exclaimed as he looked at the interface. It seemed like he had to time the slider precisely on the curved path. After some tense moments, straining his eyes, Deepkin finally succeeded in creating 5 potions with a perfect quality level. Well, can't complain. It may look weird, but it works. He muttered as he casually picked up one of the cups and took a sip to test the light mana potion's effect. The moment he drank a little, he nearly spat it out because of the awful taste. But at least it worked. The system issued a confirmation. Mana value increased. Fatigue value decreased. Feeling the effects, Deepkin smiled and said, "Nice. It feels like my mana is full again, and the fatigue is gone." He thought to himself, "I think I can clear another abyss today." With that, Deepkin left the shop. Just as Deepkin stepped outside, trouble found him. 2 men in black stared at him and asked, "Hey, are you Deepkin?" The voice came from a large, bald man with a scar over his eye. Deepkin, hearing him, remained silent and simply observed without responding. The bald man continued, "It hasn't even been a few days, and your aura has completely changed. You didn't just pick up trash, did you? Maybe you found some treasures along the way? I used to search for you for a long time, and a few days ago, I almost had to report you as missing." He said this while patting Deepkin's shoulder as if they were old friends. At his action, Deepkin calmly stepped aside and coldly said, "I've paid off all my debts, including the interest. Don't bother me anymore." However, the bald man seemed determined to not let it go. He persisted, "You don't want to continue? Even though you've paid off your debt, your work contract isn't expired. Don't forget, you're a garbage picker. All you're good for is living like trash." He then sneered and looked at Deepkin's face. "Your trashy face is looking a bit too cool now. Huh? Trying to show off to someone?" He finished by knocking Deepkin's water cup away and laughing maniacally. "Ha ha, look what you've done. You knocked over my giant cup of water. Do you know what happens when someone at your level bumps into a B-class professional?" It seemed the bald man was deliberately trying to cause trouble. His subordinates, understanding his intent, quickly stepped forward, cracking their knuckles and threatening Deepkin. "Hey, I've had my eye on you for a while now." Turning to Deepkin, after hearing their words, he silently began to calculate his options. According to the regulations for managing outside the abyss for transition class professionals, no one is allowed to use their occupational abilities unless they are law enforcement officers or armed personnel with proper authorization. Therefore, in order to use his retrieval and recycling abilities earlier, he had to find a blind spot in the cameras to do so. Just as Deepkin was thinking this, the bald man beside him made an extremely insulting suggestion. "How about this? I'll have you pick up every single pearl on the ground and eat them. Then lick up all the milk tea. This is the job of a garbage picker, and you should be grateful for the opportunity." Ha ha. His words really angered Deepkin. Without thinking, he clenched his fists tightly and hissed, I refuse. To say those words, our protagonist had to hold back a lot of anger. The bald man, hearing this, immediately became furious. I gave you some face. And you still don't want it? He shouted as he swung his fist towards Deep Ken. But at that moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out, causing the bald man to pause. Upon seeing the owner of the footsteps, his face turned pale, and he fearfully muttered, "Caesar." Following the direction of the bald man's gaze, a very intimidating-looking man appeared ahead. This was Rodrigo Caesar, a member of the S-Rank Guild, the Blood Oath Hunting Squad. Upon seeing the bald man, Caesar immediately grabbed him by the collar and demanded, "Have you gathered everyone?" The bald man stammered in response, "Almost. We just need one more person." "One more? Where is he?" Caesar growled, his eyes narrowing. At that moment, Caesar's gaze shifted to Deep Kin behind them, and he said, "Hey, kid, you're drafted." The bald man, hearing this, was puzzled. "Him? He's just a trash picker." "Surely, you need someone who can handle everything. I can go find one now." Ignoring the bald man's protests, Caesar continued, "During the Blood Moon phase, the abyss will be filled with
Appreciate the
wild and
follow.
savage monsters. I need someone to serve as a decoy. As for strength, it doesn't matter." Upon hearing this, Deepkin paused for a moment, thinking to himself, "Blood Moon." During this time, the monsters in the abyss go into a berserk state, and rare monsters will appear. The amount of loot dropped from monster kills increases significantly, and the purity of the mana stones drops will also be higher. This was a rare opportunity that Deepkin couldn't afford to miss. He smiled and said, "All right, I'll join." Caesar, hearing this response, nodded in approval. "Good, you're quick to act. Come on, all of you." At those words, Deepkin turned to see who else might be included, and to his surprise, he found an old acquaintance among them. It was none other than Old Chen, who had encountered him before. Old Chen, seeing Deepkin's face, stammered, "No way, it's you, isn't it?" Before he could finish his sentence, Deepkin quickly ran over, covered his mouth, and pulled him aside to a corner. After calming down a little, Old Chen looked at Deepkin and said, "This isn't an illusion, it really is you." Deepkin, upon hearing this, coldly replied, "At that time, if we hadn't borrowed everyone's strength, we would all have died in there. You surviving and making it out is also thanks to me." As soon as Deepkin finished speaking, he suddenly noticed that Caesar had appeared beside them, looking surprised. "Oh, so you two know each other?" "Of course not," Deepkin quickly responded. Caesar, without missing a beat, said as he turned to leave, "No wonder. After all, someone who killed their own teammates can't have real friends." His words made Deepkin breathe a sigh of relief. Once Caesar had left, Deepkin turned to Old Chen and asked, "How did you end up here?" Old Chen, hearing the question, yelled angrily, "The Union was going to sentence me to 15 years, but I ended up bankrupt, paying a fine of 1.5 million to regain my freedom. All because of you. Now I have nothing left, lost all my levels, and I'm starting from scratch as a decoy. If you don't return my levels, I'll report you to the World Union." Upon hearing these words, Deepkin exuded a dangerous aura, and coldly replied, "You dare say that? Do you want me to turn you into trash and reclaim you?" The scene shifts to the subway of City C at this moment. Deepkin and Old Chen are following Caesar towards a blood-red gate. There is already a group of people waiting for them. As soon as they see their arrival, a man in a purple robe named Bean Lean greets them. "Hey there. Welcome to the Cannon Fodder team. Why don't you tell us about your profession?" The voice belongs to Chu Thong, a level 3 poet.
Want to try Ozempic?
So this is tirzepatide, and it is the #1 weight loss medication available right now. This is not only a GLP-1, but a GIP medication, which means it hits 2 hormones at once. So if you're looking for the best weight loss medication you can...
Deepkin and Old Chen respond with their introductions. Level 1 Trash Collector. Deepkin, Level 1 Curse Master.
up, my fellas? Don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. A powerful blow was heard in the middle of the forest. The people looked at each other. Looking at the girl, the guy said that they had to cordon off the area since there was a chance that they could run into ice golems here whose levels were higher than 100 to a chance. Raising his hand, the protagonist said no problem. A week was a long time, but he thought he would just do something else besides leveling up, to which the guy replied, "Okay, good luck, see you soon." He smirked and said, "In that case." Yan looked at the turtle. He picked it up and asked what they would do. He said, "Yep, they would do the Summoner's Prophet quest." A view of the Summoner's Tower opened up. Looking at it, the protagonist thought that this was a sign of his achievement. Raising his eyebrows, he said that he was really proud to see this tower, and it was well decorated. The protagonist approached the building and said, okay, he had a lot of free time, so he would do something else before going to the Emperor. Raising his head up, he added that this place looked a lot like an archer's tower. Ian started to walk up the stairs, saying that this meant that the Artifact Exchange Center was probably on the 5th floor as well, where he could exchange his earned contribution points for items or skill books. Smiling widely, he added that this was it. The girl stood in front of him and said that this was the Artifact Exchange Center. How could she help him? To which the protagonist replied that he would like to look at the other artifacts inside. The girl smirked and replied that she understood. Maybe she would know his name. She would check his contribution points. Looking at her, the protagonist replied that his name was Ian. Stretching her hand out to the side, she said that it was okay, let him wait for a few minutes. Smirking, the girl asked that so he was a prophet. Standing in front of her, Ian wondered why she was so happy about this, and then replied that she was. Taking his hand, the elf said that he should follow him. They have many artifacts and spell books that he can get in exchange for contribution points. By the way, he currently has 5,000 contribution points. Pointing to the side, she added that he should take a look and tell her if there is anything he would like to receive. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that good, he will see what they have. Looking at the artifacts, he added that he should look through all the options. The protagonist took the steel sword of the ancient summoner and thought that this item is the same type as his gloves that he recently bought at the auction. Looking at the item, he added that 350 points are treasure. Well, about the cost of this item, B-level quests give about 200 and 400 contribution points, so it is not that expensive. A feather appeared. A thought arose that I wonder if there is something similar to that feather here, and that he can buy it with contribution points. It seems that the first time he saw a legendary rank item was at level 80 in the Archer Tower. Looking at the artifacts, Young said that that was all. The girl smirked and asked that he did not find anything to his liking. Putting his hand to his face, the hero answered that yes, nothing really interested him, and then thought that maybe he should not spend contribution points now and buy something worthwhile later. Taking a step forward, the girl asked that in that case, how about checking the skill books and spells in this room, to which he asked again. Lowering her head, she answered that yes, she is sure there is something here that will interest him. The elf smirked slightly. Looking to the side, the hero said that all right. A view of the top of Krupia opened up. The monster screamed furiously. Jack raised the knife up. Suddenly, it rushed forward. The guy swung the weapon. A blow flew at the monster. Its health began to drain. A message appeared that the ice troll's defense was lowered. Looking straight ahead, he asked if he was alive. An ice cliff appeared. Jack looked to the side and said that well, that can be fixed. He quickly ran behind the monster. 2 blades appeared in his hands. The creature looked to the side in fear. The guy swung them sharply. A glow appeared around the blade. Jack struck the monster. Looking straight ahead, he said that is expected from a level 65 ice troll. Holding the weapon in his hands, he added that he thought it would take another half a day to reach level 50. Taking hold of the mask, the guy said that by the way, he was still level 49, and yet there was a new summoner user who reached level 50 a few days ago. Yes. He gritted his teeth and added that their classes were compatible. He couldn't wait to see him. Rushing forward, the guy said that there were 4 days left until the opening of the Imperial Arena. He had nowhere to rush. Suddenly, he jumped up. Jack was flying over the gorge. He began to fly down. The guy landed at the very bottom. The bird suddenly rushed upward. It cut the air with its wings. A glow appeared near the man's hand. He gritted his teeth tightly. Grinning, the hero asked what this book was. People were standing in the square. Looking at the books, the protagonist said that well, he started by buying these 2. Information about the Wall of Flame and the Galvanic Wave appeared. Pulling the book forward, he said that this skill is not bad. Its attack power is relatively small for a heroic skill, but additional effects such as paralysis are very useful. The skill characteristics were displayed. It was heard that it seemed that this was how spirit and summoning magic were used. Perhaps he would start by learning them. Gritting his teeth, Yang used the skill book. The book opened. Notifications appeared that he had learned the lightning spirit summoning skill using the skill book. He had learned the galvanic wave skill using the skill book. A glow appeared near his hand and he asked what it was. Suddenly, a bird appeared in the air. It flapped its wings. Looking at it, the protagonist said that the lightning spirit, a message appeared that it was the first time he summoned the lightning spirit, he could give it a name. Looking straight ahead, he asked that he should give it a name. Raising his head, the protagonist said that his name would be. He shuddered in fear from the bird. Wide-eyed, Young said her name. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist said that her name would be Jakey. Smirking, he said that it was quite a simple and cute name. Stretching his hand, the protagonist said that let her come here. Looking at the bird, he made an analysis. Information about the lightning spirit appeared. It was heard that it meant that it could not be used in battle. This explained why leadership was not required for it. Jakey looked straight ahead. It was said that he believed that he just needed to think of it as a guide, which was required in order to use lightning-type summoning magic. Raising his hand, Yen said that it was very nice to have a strong spirit from the very beginning, but pumping it from scratch was even more pleasant. A view of the city opened up, and it was heard that it was time to meet the Emperor. The protagonist walked across the square. Suddenly, weapons were displayed in front of him. Gritting his teeth, the guard asked what the purpose of his visit was. Looking at him in surprise, the protagonist thought, what? Before resetting his old character, he could easily enter any place. He needed to show them a pass or something like that. Grinning, he added that, oh yeah, the light of the prophet. Putting his hand on his chest, Yan introduced himself. Looking at him, the guard heard that he came here at the personal invitation of the Emperor. Closing his eyes, he replied that he should wait. He would go and ask the commander, to which the hero replied that of course he would wait here. A castle appeared. An appeal to the prophet was heard. The man extended his hand and said that he was Charlie, the guard commander. He had not warned the guards in advance, so he made him wait. He deeply apologized for his rudeness. The protagonist grinned and thought about how it was. He was so polite because it was an imperial quest, and then said that it was okay. His name was Ian. Pointing to the side, the man said that he would take him inside, let him follow him. They walked along the corridor. Looking at the guard commander, Ian wondered what level the head of security was. An image of a man appeared. The thought appeared that he was about level 90. Extending his hand forward, the hero made an analysis. Looking at the characteristics, he thought that it was amazing. The protagonist put his hand to his face and thought that the captain was level 115. Even the top 1 player of Kylan seemed to have not yet reached level 120. Looking down, he added that what about the guards? Frowning, Ian thought about how the average level of the guards varied between levels 104 and 107. It was simply astonishing. He thought that this was why the leading guilds could not establish their base on the continent of Kolinar. The guards appeared, and the thought arose that if they interfered with the affairs of the Empire, the entire guild would be destroyed. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that their guild had decided to establish a base in the northern region, not here. Walking forward, he added that he needed to quickly raise his level and help them. He needed to secure the land around the base. A view of the entrance to the office opened up. Sitting at the table, the man asked that he was Ian. Sitting opposite, the protagonist answered that yes, that was right. Looking straight ahead, he thought that he expected to see an old man with gray hair. The man crossed his arms. The thought arose that but he really was young. All information about him was hidden. The hero looked at him and said that he heard that he wanted to see him, to which he was told that he was right. When he heard that such a brilliant person like him appeared in their empire, he immediately wanted to talk to him in person. With his eyes widened, the protagonist said that it was clear. A notification appeared that he met with Emperor Celias within the allotted time. He completed the quest Prophet of Summoning. His fame increased by 1,250. The man smirked.
1 second, you're worrying about your home. And then, thanks to ADT, there's a lot less to worry about. Feel secure enough to let others in with Trusted Neighbor from ADT.
The thought appeared that he would get 1,250 fame just from meeting him. The Imperial quests were really on another level. Holding a cup in his hands, the Emperor said that he was very excited to hear about him. He knew why. Adjusting his hair, he added that he had been looking for an experienced summoner like him for a long time, to which Ian asked what and for what. The guy glared at him furiously and asked that how dare he interrupt the Emperor. Celias waved his hand and said that it was okay. He was an adventurer who was not familiar with Imperial etiquette. Looking at them, the hero thought that it was close, and the guy said that nevertheless. Looking to the side, he added that he thought that he would not be able to withstand even one blow from his blade. The guard's weapon appeared. The thought appeared that his sword was clearly of the highest rank. Frowning, the Emperor asked what he knew, what mythical creature symbolized their empire. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Raising his eyebrows, he thought that a mythical creature, a portrait of an animal, appeared. He heard that it was a griffin. Well, there are many who do not know this, but it seems that he is well informed. Closing his eyes, Young thought that they have a griffin painted at every step. He gritted his teeth when he heard that about half a year ago, their empire found a griffin nest in the Sikar Desert, and of course, got an egg, to which he thought, well, griffins really do exist. Crossing his legs, the emperor said that, however, the problem is that this egg has not hatched yet. Grinning, he added that he would like him to find a way to help the egg hatch. Information about the quest appeared. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought, how should he know how to nurse it, and how should he hatch the egg? A portrait of the animal appeared, and the hero thought, what is he, the mother of griffins, and how should he hatch this egg? The protagonist frowned, thinking about the fact that the time limit is unknown, and how to understand this at all, and where should he even start. Sitting at the table, Ian thought about how the stakes were too high, he couldn't afford to lose his closeness to the emperor, and then said that yes, he would try. A message appeared that he had accepted the quest. Sighing, the protagonist said that things were only getting worse and worse. He had accidentally received 2 global quests. A memory of the crystal appeared, and he thought that at least he knew where he needed to go for the quest of the traces of a forgotten ancient monster. The man smirked and said that he wanted him to find a way to help this egg hatch. And the protagonist thought that, to be honest, he didn't fully understand the essence of the quest, what exactly he was supposed to do. Stretching his hand up, Ian said that in any case, he couldn't handle them now. First he had to take care of the arena that Barry had talked about. Looking at the message, he added that there were 5 days left before the opening of the Imperial Arena. He needed to increase his level of new skills, asked what location he should choose then. Grinning, the hero said that he would go to the ant lair. Looking to the side, he asked about the message. Clicking on the notification, the protagonist said that it was Rena. 1,795 units of damage. Blow was heard. The bandits were shocked. Blue began to bite them. The bandit leader watched the fight. He was shocked by what he saw. The man aimed his crossbow at the wolf. The protagonist shot him and screamed at the leader. Serious as he thought about how he only saw unique ranked monsters there at most, not heroic rank, and whether to pass by or not. The protagonist stood behind the ghost, thinking about how it was humanoid and undead, so he couldn't capture it, and how it would take him 30 minutes since it was a heroic ranked monster, adding that he felt sorry for his precious time. The ghost in the hat turned to them as the guy told the wolf to take it, explaining that he couldn't just pass by a heroic ranked monster, and that it had double the experience and item drop rate. The bearded ghost closed his eyes and spoke in an unknown language. A magic seal appeared in front of him as he used the summon. The predators bared their sharp fangs. Huge monsters appeared behind the ghost. Yang gritted his teeth. The monsters rushed towards the wolf, growling loudly. The dark-haired boy opened his mouth and ordered Lai to retreat. The wolf rushed to fight the monsters. The eyes of the ghost summoner flashed. He put his staff to the side when Ian thought about whether the ghost mob could summon. The golem swung at the monster when the boy thought about whether something like this was expected from a heroic rank mob, but now they could not retreat. The protagonist looked forward, gritting his teeth. Lai's eyes flashed when he ordered everyone to attack. The wolf rushed forward and growled when Ian ordered it to do so. The animal turned its head to the side. A saber-toothed monster approached it. The monster's eyes glowed, then it growled. Lai deftly dodged the attacks of the beast. They hovered opposite each other. The protagonist stood to the side of them, thinking whether, as a summoner, the ghost knew the weak points. The boy turned his head to the side and ordered Lai to retreat. Biggie and Rake looked forward as they were ordered to attack. The ghost summoner monsters opened their mouths. Dark energy appeared in Biggie's hand as he was ordered to use Bottomless Abyss. White energy burst out from the monster's mouth. The golem extended his hand in front of him. The opponent's energies collided. Sweat appeared on Biggie's face. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and addressed the golem. The boy suddenly looked away. The dragon rushed forward, letting out a roar. It attacked the monster, which roared. Young closed one eye. Some messages appeared, saying that his magic sphere directly hit Klopsis' soul and dealt 2,770 points of damage, and that he directly hit the enemy and recovered 5 points of spirit mana. The werewolf's eyes lit up as he thought that he really couldn't hit them properly, and then asked how they felt about that. Electric shocks attacked the monsters as the protagonist used the power surge technique. There was a blinding flash. A white light appeared in front of Young. The werewolf looked forward in shock and asked how this was possible. He opened his mouth wide. A bird appeared above him as the system notification appeared, saying that Jakey's pet spirit points had reached their maximum. The winged monster spread its wings wide. It grew in size, leaning forward. The lightning spirit spread its wings and screamed loudly. The system notification appeared, saying that Jakey had evolved from a low-class spirit to a mid-class spirit. The werewolf looked away and exclaimed that his pet had evolved, adding that it was screaming the same way and guessing that the flash was its evolution, then decided that it was time to check its stats and open the information window. A system window appeared with an image of the lightning spirit Jacob, which stated that when the spirit points reached the maximum, the pet would evolve into a high-class spirit, and that every time the pet used lightning magic, it would gain some spirit points. It was also mentioned that the higher the level of the summoning magic, the longer the time the pet would be summoned for, and that its innate ability was to convert 10% of the damage dealt by spirit magic into life. The protagonist exclaimed that after evolving to a mid-class, Jaka had innate abilities, and that he could now steal the opponent's health, and then guessed that it made his pet a vampire of sorts now. Ian looked at the system window thoughtfully as he said that it was a pity that electricity control did not deal damage, so his attack value was quite low. But a skill that restored health was a very useful thing. Jakey looked away as the protagonist said that it was cool and called him over. The lightning spirit circled in front of the guy, shouting loudly. Ian looked away carefully. A red-maned wolf appeared next to him. A blush appeared on the beast's face as the protagonist thanked it for its hard work. The dark-haired guy looked ominously to the side and asked why they didn't destroy everything there, since Jakey had evolved and received an innate ability. In front of him were frightened monsters. There were shards on the table, shimmering in the light. The girl stopped in front of them and asked what they were and how he got so many soul stones. Ian stood behind her as he answered that it was something like this. Julie looked at the protagonist and thanked him for completing her task so quickly, adding that it was no wonder Sir Oakley sent him to her. The system notifications appeared stating that the Ancient Monster Resurrection quest had been completed, and that the SSS completion rating had been reached, as well as that 20,457,500 EXP had been obtained. The dark-haired boy smiled, thinking about how much EXP he had received and that it had definitely been worth it. The girl timidly looked ahead and asked him to follow her, explaining that she would show him the process of resurrection from soul stones. They stopped between two columns. Julie and Ian were standing on the red floor when the boy asked about this place, to which he was told that they performed resurrection from soul stones there. The girl held a bag in front of her when she suggested to begin. The shards rushed towards the altar. They began to form a solid crystal. The entire room was illuminated with white light. Energy was radiating from the stone. The protagonist opened one eye. There was a blindingly bright flash. They were standing in front of a huge crystal when Julie said that she was curious about what kind of creature it would be. A monster with a shell appeared. The girl smiled brightly and exclaimed that this was a great success. Ian looked at the system window, which said that he had successfully resurrected the ancient monster Clopsis. System notifications appeared, saying that his fame had increased by 500 for resurrecting a normal-class ancient monster, and that Clopsis would now be found on the continent of Kolinar. The protagonist looked closely at the system windows when he wondered if it was possible that if he successfully resurrected an ancient monster, it would start appearing in the wild. They were standing in front of the huge monster when the boy thought about how, thanks to him, a new monster had appeared on the continent of Kolinar and how strange it felt. Julie spread her arms out and suggested continuing to resurrect other monsters in the same spirit. Ian looked happily at the saber-toothed monster and exclaimed that it was a success. A turtle appeared above the boys, then they decided that this was also a success. Tears flowed from their eyes when they failed. Julie had a stone between her palms when she announced that the last one remained. The crystal shone brightly. The silhouette of a monster appeared behind it. The striped beast looked to the side. It opened its mouth. System notifications appeared that he had successfully resurrected the ancient monster Harlequin, and that his fame had increased by 30,000 for resurrecting an ancient heroic monster, and that Harlequin would now be found on the continent of Kolinar. The girl spread her arms out and exclaimed that she never dreamed that she would see such a legendary monster with her own eyes. The protagonist looked away hopefully, thinking that he wanted one for himself. Julie turned to the boy and thanked him for his efforts, adding that she had only seen all these ancient monsters in books before. Ian closed his eyes and replied that he had gained a special experience thanks to her. The girl pointed at the striped beast and began to speak. She stood in front of the protagonist when she said that she wanted to entrust it to him, and then asked if he could take care of it for her, adding that she had never met such a skilled summoner. The dark-haired boy smiled widely and replied that of course he could. A system notification appeared stating that he had obtained Harlequin's capture stone. A system window appeared listing Harlequin's Tier 1 stats, stating that his innate abilities were Claw Strike, which gave a 10% chance to stun an enemy when attacking. Wind Guardian, which increased agility for 2 minutes at the cost of all other stats, with the increases to all other stats stacking and added to his agility. White Tiger's Fury, which made all primary stats disappear and increased agility by 50% for 10 seconds if the enemy was stunned, and that he was a familiar spoken of in the myths of the Arnobil Empire, and that he was agile, courageous, like the wind, and was often called the Blood Tiger due to his scarlet coat with black stripes. Ian looked pleased as he looked at the system window when he asked if it was only a level 1, then said that he could raise it as he wanted using his own method. He imagined the monster evolving to a level 2, when he added that the ideal method, in his opinion, was to raise the hidden potential to 100 until the level increased, after which its abilities would greatly increase. A bright flash occurred in front of the boys when the protagonist summoned Harlan. The dark-haired boy looked forward and exclaimed that he needed to give it a name. A striped beast appeared in front of him, when Ian wondered what to call it. They looked into each other's eyes when the protagonist said that it would be called Harley. Julie stood behind the beast when she said that Harlan liked the traveler very much. The boy's eyes were closed when he replied that he liked it too, and that Harley was an excellent beast, completely worthy of the title of familiar. The girl's eyes sparkled as she reminded him that it was time to fulfill their true goal. Young imagined a huge reptile as she added that she was of course talking about the dragon god's soul stone. The protagonist looked away. They were standing in front of the altar when the boy thought about him. Yang looked at the stone in his hand and said that she was talking about this thing. The crystal shimmered in the light as he wondered what it was. The protagonist held.
Just imagine your smarter future home, where one machine does the washing and drying, connecting to a fridge that shows what you
held the stone in front of him.
I'm about to look this shit up.
was there, just standing there watching everything. However, now it was his turn. So he takes his foot off, so he takes the foot towards him. However, ended up saying that he was quite surprised so long since he's little, knowing that when one party ends up surrendering, the other party has no right to attack their opponent anymore, which means that our protagonist has just defeated him. And once again, Ye managed to get another victory to come to his account. Everyone in the audience once again celebrates, calling for our protagonist. While he was winning days on social media, we found some good memes. This was Shen Guan before the match started. Then we see him down there, totally exhausted and falling to his knees apologizing. Also in other places, we see several people creating fan clubs for our protagonist, where he could be gathering several people to be fans of him and follow all his fights. Other people had the goal of growing their community even more, making it much bigger. However, we then find a coach and this Shen Guan, who ended up being completely suppressed by the defeat of his disciple. After all, he points in his direction, and only then, how dare he admit defeat? Furthermore, he spent infinite money to train him. Now that he lost, he will have to pay for everything, and he also doesn't even dare to enter a college. However, he puts his hand over his mouth and interrupts him. What's more, he ends up commenting there that he couldn't handle that punch, so he admitted his defeat so as not to hurt his body anymore. Having admitted this defeat, he turns to him and asks if he will be fighting against our protagonist. Knowing that he can, he then continues to say that his kindness was very good. Furthermore, will become a great warrior in the future, which will be giving back a lot to him and his school. And for that, he understands everything. After a long time, other championships have just happened. And they were basically decided by the 4 winners, but there was one there who was leading everyone. Yeah, our protagonist. However, the teachers and principals of the school that our protagonist was part of saw that our hero had a future. So, they will be giving him some promotions. According to the rules, the draw will start again, and our hero then starts to draw his next opponent. After a long time, he reaches into that thing and pulls out a ball. And again, he pulls out the top one. After a long time, the top one that will be facing our protagonist ends up appearing. This is his opponent over there, who ends up wondering if our protagonist has just drawn the top one as well. So, as it was decided, the narrator comments there that the next fight will be happening, and the opponents have already been decided, Ye versus our Liu King. Our protagonist's fan club already starts to comment there that our protagonist will basically have a very easy fight, and maybe he will be able to get in for the next exam now, getting into the college he wants so much. Others who were watching even comment there that they were basically waiting for a lot, because from the beginning they wanted to see the fight between these two. However, some end up even feeling that this goddess Liu will be beating our Ye. And in the fight, our protagonist already activates his Godzilla mode. However, others comment there that Shen Guan, his previous opponent, basically had to force himself to activate his bloodline to defeat him. However, they end up thinking that perhaps our protagonist, in order to defeat his opponent, will need to suffer. Even though he is at level 4 in the bloodline, he cannot be defeating our goddess Liu. After all, she is one of the geniuses. And geniuses good in martial arts. And everyone ends up understanding about this. But now, returning to the fight in the semifinals, we can then see the entire stadium packed. And in the middle of the stadium, we then find the opponents there facing each other. And in the middle of the opponents was the judge, who was deciding which of the two would start first. Then, after making some conversations there and stalling a bit, we then see him lower his hand, saying that the fight was about to begin. Now they could be starting and using their maximum power. And our protagonist, as soon as he starts using his vapor, forming several smokes and mist behind our hero. And the next moment, we find Liu trying to remove those smokes in front of her, trying to perhaps put them out, that thing. However, after this, she ended up looking ahead and finds a gigantic aura coming from our hero. This also scares her, since Chung also also got a big scare when he found that thing. At this moment, she asks our yes something, if by chance he will be able to face her. After all, she hopes that Ye is strong enough to be holding her movements. But there is this one, right? We will only find out if Ye will really be able to beat her in a championship or in this fight from now on, in our next part. And before I leave a comment below telling me what you think of these new chapters. So, will our Ye be able to beat Liu in a clean, one-on-one fight? I think our Ye will have a total advantage in this fight, but let me know what you think of this fight in the comments below. Will he win or lose? But before I leave your like below, and also, if possible, subscribe to our channel. But for now, I think I'm going to go from there. Maybe I'll see you around now, in the vast district of Jiangzhou, that maybe he could. Asking him to give them one last chance. While he was asking for there was a sacred do this. So he asked Subai to use his puff in the direction of that monster, because if he shot there, they would already gain a very high advantage. And so it is done. He shoots and ends up hitting it. But it's not over yet, because he realizes that our Subai didn't use a strong power. That monster was much stronger than him. So he uses our kitten to go there. He then ended up trying a little harder to be able to destroy the monsters that were there. Since if by chance he couldn't destroy even a single monster, he wouldn't even be giving him a magic stone. The kitten, who was very excited, ended up advancing and started to cut one of the monsters easily. While the beasts crushed the monsters that were there, the guys who were fighting were quite surprised. They had never even seen a monster like that fight other monsters so easily. Looking back now, the level of disadvantage with these beasts, with our protagonist's tamed beast, was gigantic. After a long time, the fight ended, and most of the monsters were all erased and knocked down. Meanwhile, up there a little, the guards ended up saying that all the silver-level monsters were destroyed. Then others approached Sue and realized that our protagonist had done something very good. Maybe what they were doing here was to extort a few billion from the director. However, on the other hand, they should be thanking our protagonist. Maybe this will be bringing him more resources. So, he turns to the director and wonders if this wasn't good. After all, with this, he could be gaining perhaps a lot more military support. The director agrees that perhaps he could be using it, but they didn't participate in the fight. Meanwhile, in the general's office, a guy appears, stating that the fight has just ended, but they lost 500 people. The crystal cannons were in the cooling and recharging stage, so it would take a few hours to recharge all of that. But in this battle, the troops managed to eliminate about 125,000 enemy beasts. It only took half an hour, and since it's over, then they could be resting. But nevertheless, he appears with a rather special video there that a certain student, Subai, ended up kind of joining in the fun. Even though he didn't go down to fight himself, his beasts went down there and ended up annihilating half of the monsters. And in return now, he only wants some military merits, which leaves this general surprised, seeing that he used his domestic beasts as if they were cannons. But already at the base of the square, others commented that this wasn't unfair. They didn't even fight, and how could they be getting military merits? Those are those students from Ant, that arrogant guy. He can't believe it. How did Suba get it? Furthermore, he's a student, as if he were them. How did he manage to enter the battle and fight there too? But even so, he got some military merits. Looking at it, they realized that he earned 400,000 military merits, which would be 400 million yuan. Even a gold-level user would probably get something like that. What did Suba really do? He then recognizes him and ends up approaching. Here, he ended up kind of thanking him there for having lent him those double swords. But he didn't like it so much, so he returned it. However, now he ended up earning some merits thanks to a certain director there. But now, because they are good friends in the future, he could be paying all this back to him. He leaves, and also says that he is not our protagonist's friend, not at all. Furthermore, he realized that perhaps his swords are rusty, and for that, he spent some time reading and studying about how to forge good swords, and he could be fixing them for him. While he ignored everything and left that way, a stronger moment he talks about it, then everyone ends up happy about it, and they get ready, because he could already...
Oh no.
Cursing in his mind and thinking that it was definitely different from the other soul stones, especially the size. The girl opened her palm when Yang asked her to take it, then she said that it was amazing. The crystal shone above the altar, light energy accumulated around it. The dark dragon's eyes glowed as Yang thought that he would finally be able to see the dragon god, and if it really was him, then he must be of a rank that the boy had never seen. The protagonist raised his hand to his mouth, thinking that it wasn't even about a pet, but that there had never been a monster of that rank in Kylan. A blinding flash occurred. Young opened his mouth in surprise, wondering why it took so long, adding that he was starting to get nervous. The dark-haired boy covered his face with his hand. He opened his eyes slightly, gritting his teeth. The protagonist looked forward, thinking about what it was. An egg appeared above the altar, then the girl exclaimed that it was a success. It was covered in scales when the system congratulated them on restoring the dragon god egg. The boys were standing in front of the altar when the boy asked again. Julie hugged the egg to herself and explained that if it hatched, then Mr. Traveler would be the first summon in 100 years to tame the dragon god. The sorceress suddenly faltered. The egg flew out of her hands. Ian opened his mouth wide and screamed. He ran towards the egg. The guy grabbed it with both hands and thought that this was great and that he caught it. The egg fell to the floor. The protagonist grabbed his head, mentally exclaiming that this can't be happening. He put his hands on the floor, crying when he thought about how much he had done to restore it, and now it just broke like that. The egg was lying on the floor when Ian exclaimed that it didn't break. The guy held it with both hands when he added that the floor broke, and then wondered if the egg was really that strong. Julie stood in front of the protagonist when she said that she was very sorry and that it would be a real disaster, to which he replied that he felt better and thought that it was good that it was so strong, but he still had to be more careful with it. A system notification appeared stating that he had completed all of the traces of a forgotten ancient monster series quests. Ian looked at the system window thoughtfully, wondering how bad it was that there was no bonus experience, and then asked if they were saying that the dragon god's egg itself was the best reward. System notifications appeared stating that the seal on the legendary item Dragon Tamer's feather had been removed, and that its stats had been increased, leadership had been increased by 150, and bond had been increased by 200. The following system messages stated that he could now capture monsters without a leadership limit. But if the threshold was exceeded, they would not be able to be summoned into battle, and that the leadership required to control dragon-class pets had been halved, and that the affinity with dragon-class pets had been increased. The protagonist smiled as he looked at the system window and exclaimed that it was great, thinking that unlimited summoning and halved leadership for dragon-class pets were incredible, and that they were cool properties. Julie looked at the guy worriedly, assuming that he had hit his head hard when he fell, while he was thinking that with this thing he could summon 2 heroic pets at once, and that there would still be leadership left. A system window appeared in front of Yang as he decided that he would look at what was being written about him. The system window that appeared talked about the dragon god Karse's egg, and how he was one of the 5 legendary dragon gods that guarded the ancient Arnal Empire, and how Karse was called the war dragon for his destructive power, and how he had the highest attack stat among the 5 dragon gods, and how his whereabouts were unknown after the battle with the evil dragon Khalfa. The protagonist looked ahead, thinking that it was a pity that Karse was resurrected as an egg instead of a dragon, and how, because of the imperial quest for the griffin egg, he had been searching for information about pet eggs, but he still hadn't found any leads. The dark-haired boy had the system window in front of him as he thought that this wasn't bad either, and that since he now had a griffin egg and a dragon egg, he needed to figure out what to do with them. Julie looked at Young, who asked her if she knew how to make these eggs hatch, to which she replied that of course she did. The girl looked at the boy incredulously, who asked if she really knew and if she would tell him how, then Julie asked if he didn't know, reminding him that he was a summoner. The protagonist imagined how eggs were hatched when the girl explained that it was easy, and that the mother took care of the egg until something hatched from it, adding that to be more precise, it should be a pet that laid the eggs. Sweat appeared on Young's face when he thought about the wrong thing to ask, and that he needed to find someone who knew more. The dark-haired boy raised his hand to his face, thinking that maybe he should find a female griffin in the Sikar Desert, but going there now would be suicide, since the monsters there start at level 130, and that it would be better to ask that guy who was a knight commander or something. The protagonist bent his index finger and asked if there was another option other than having the mother hatch the egg, explaining that he would hardly be able to find a mother for the dragon god's egg. Julie pointed at the boy and said that she now understood that it was not an option. Then he thought about how even the NPC did not know about this, and who came up with this quest. The girl raised her hand to her face and added that she did not know the answer to his question, but she knew a summoner who could give an answer. Ian asked if she could tell him where to find him, to which she replied that the man had died 300 years ago in the Arnaville Palace. Then the protagonist asked if she was serious, to which Julie replied that he had helped her, so she would open a dimensional door for him to meet his soul, after which he thanked the sorceress. They exchanged glances when the girl said that for a moment she thought he was going to curse, to which he replied that he would never do that, and that her imagination was running wild. Julie opened her palm and said that the man's name was Iriel, and that he was the greatest summoner in the ancient Arnaville Empire, and that perhaps this man knew the answers to his questions, and the protagonist thought that the name sounded like a girl's. The girl was shown in profile, and Young thought that judging by the way the sorceress spoke about her, she must have been old. Julie bent her hand and asked if she could ask him a favor before he left, and Young replied that he was listening. A system window popped up, talking about the reproduction of ancient monsters, and that the Dimension Sorceress doesn't want the monsters they resurrected to go extinct again, so they must reproduce, and that she wants the boy to learn about the reproduction of monsters from Iriel, an outstanding summoner of antiquity. It also mentioned that the difficulty of the quest is A. The quest condition is that the player must resurrect a male and female from soul stones during the quest resurrection of an ancient monster. There is no time limit, and the reward is the skill book hatching a pet from an egg for summoners only. The protagonist looked at the system window sadly, thinking that she doesn't want them to go extinct again, but there was a message that the resurrected monsters will start appearing again on the continent of Kolinar. The dark-haired boy clenched his fist, thinking that this was the skill book he needed, and that it was just in time, and that the god of the game was clearly on his side, because if he finished this quest, he would finish the Imperial quest. Julie was in front of Ian, who exclaimed that of course he would help her, and she thanked him. Clouds floated over the snow-capped mountains on the Norman mountain range. Someone was sitting in front of a blooming flower. The girl looked ahead thoughtfully. She was sitting among the snow-capped trees. A beast crept up on her from behind. The monster, growling, jumped forward. She looked to the side, opening her mouth. An arrow rushed forward. The girl turned around, looking back, and screamed. The wolf swung his paw while the arrow was flying at him. The boy ran up to him, shouting to the girl. The arrow hit the monster, causing him to scream. The guy started shooting, asking the girl to take care of herself. She looked back and saw a monster. She had a staff in her hands, which lit up. The blow from the staff hit the wolf. Having loaded the bow, he decided to strike. The arrow hit him right in the stomach. The monster fell dead while the guy was watching him. He stood with his foot on its body. Having loaded the bow, he pointed it at the animal. The wolf began to scream at the top of its lungs. The guy smiled and also aimed at it. In the mountains, they heard how they said that everything was over. Jevane embarrassedly said that he warned her that it was dangerous and the local monsters were a couple dozen levels higher than her. The girl covered her mouth and thanked him. Putting her hands on her head, he asked how much longer she would have to collect the ingredients. She asked to be patient a little longer. She sat down and started collecting herbs, because to reach the next level in cooking, she needed exquisite ingredients. She also wanted to take Ian, but he had an important quest. Jevane smiled and asked what she was thinking about while working and why she needed so many ingredients. He kicked his foot and asked how much she cooked. The girl looked at him with disdain and answered that she needed to cook a lot of food, and he answered if she wanted to pamper him like that. Clouds were floating near the mountains, and she said nothing to him. It was night in the real world. A global system message was sent about an ancient summoner. The guy read the messages and realized that he was better than he thought. Remembering what he looked like, he couldn't wait to grow up faster. Making a fist, he realized that he needed to quickly go get the skill book. It was already evening. Clouds were flying in the sky. Walking further, he realized that he needed to be on guard because it was unknown who he might meet. Opening his eyes and stopping, he was surprised. Standing near the lake, he realized that it was too quiet here. Looking back, he began to think about where to look for Iriel. He opened a new location, namely the Forest of Love, and his fame grew by 1,000 units. Opening the screen, he saw wedding rings. When putting on an item, relations with elves improved, and also intimacy with monsters increased by 50%. Grinning his teeth, he realized that they were the same level as the dragon feather headdress, but their abilities were amazing. Ben was on his shoulder. He had never seen such items before, and the reduction in recharge for a second was unique. Opening his mouth, he was surprised because the second ring was only suitable for men. He also thought about who to give the second to. Jan sighed and thought about Rena. Opening his mouth, he realized that they did not have such a relationship. Putting his hand to his chin, he thought, because if you do not give the second ring to anyone, then all you will get is 30% to charm. Walking further, he met a horse. Moving away, he thought that it was a monster. There were 2 horses near him. They had a golden horn on their heads. The protagonist realized that they were probably unicorns. Looking at them, he said that they were heroic rank monsters and that they were level 170th. The unicorns were kind, and they began to walk away from him. Opening their mouths, they showed him their tongues. Closing his eyes, he asked Ben what they were doing. Standing on the path, he wondered why they were level 70, because if all the monsters here were of that level, then he had nothing to do, but he couldn't retreat when it came to a book about hatching. Sighing, he began to think that they were probably not going to attack him and whether it was worth moving on. Looking at everyone, he realized that there were only sweet couples here. Grinning his teeth, he began to understand why the place was called the Forest of Love. Sitting on the ground and starting to cry, he began to say that it was easier for him to fight the endless hordes of monsters. Suddenly, a girl came up to him and asked if he was Yam. The guy turned to her. Then he asked who she was. Widening his eyes, he asked if she was an elf. The girl was smiling, with long earrings on her ears. It was evening outside. The leaves had already begun to turn yellow. The guy opened his mouth and turned around. There was a large tree behind him. Uriel was standing next to the main character, who asked him how he liked the Forest of Love. He started talking, saying that it was incredible because he had never seen anything like it, and also asked if he was like that because a summoner was courting him. The girl winked and took it as a compliment. He grabbed his chin and began to say that he had to deal with many monsters. Pointing at the unicorns, he asked why the local monsters avoided him. The girl hesitantly put her hand to her face. The guy looked at her and said that he was very curious. Opening her mouth, she decided to tell him. The guy's heart almost flew out from the realization that he was smelling.
Old Spice Swagger's long-lasting freshness makes me smell good, so Coach thinks I'm slacking.
If you're working hard, how do you smell so fresh?
So I trained constantly, took my Old Spice Swagger, and got a drill named after me. The deodorized dribble.
Of loneliness, he sat down on the ground and started crying. The girl tried to cheer him up, saying that it was not his fault. They sat down. She asked what the griefer wanted from her. He started saying that she wanted to know from her how monsters reproduce. Smiling, she said that she could help with this. Stomping her skill, she began to speak. They stood up. She asked again if he wanted to know. The guy was surprised. Uriel smiled. Scratching her head, she said that in order to support the population, he would need her knowledge. Looking at him, she continued that, frankly, she asked to understand whether she would use it for evil. He asked again, perplexed. Her eyes widened, because if she passed on her skills, he would be able to artificially reproduce monsters, but this goes against the laws of nature. The guy closed one eye and said that in nature, all animals can reproduce if they meet a suitable pair, but it takes a lot of time. The girl said that her skill shortens the duration of the process. The boy started drooling because the breeding time was reduced. She closed her eyes and said that it could be used to breed monsters, like animals on a farm, so she asked him why he needed the skill. Ben was sitting on his back, and he thought that indeed, if someone wanted to use the knowledge as they wanted, they could breed monsters, like on a farm. Looking at his pet, he said that he promised never to abuse this skill because monsters were like younger brothers to him. Uriel smiled, because it was a relief for her. She closed her eyes and said that he apparently did not have enough skills to learn this yet. After all, in order to learn, he must master the art of courtship. The boy cried because he was alone. He had to connect the hearts of two fairies because they were the only ones without love. Surprised, he asked if he really wanted to connect their hearts. Ian and Ben went further along the path. Scratching his head, he began to understand that the difficulty of the quest was not specified, probably because the quest was so difficult that it did not fit the existing difficulty levels. Having stroked the pet, he said, praised it. Approaching the house, he asked if a fairy really lived there. Jan approached the boy, who asked if he wanted to help him. Whitson looked at him, and the main character understood that he was still a child. Having greeted him, he said that he would help him, but the boy felt a strong smell of loneliness. Blood came out of his mouth. In his head it was that one head is good, but two are better. Jan forgot about the question that the boy asked. He asked how long he had been alone. With his eyes closed, he said that about 7,000 days. Whitson smiled and said that he had been alone for 55,027 days. The protagonist had blood coming out of his mouth. He said that he would help him. The child was embarrassed because Jan would help him not to be alone. They came to a tree. It was light. Elves were sitting in a clearing. There were baskets of mushrooms near everyone. The boy was glad that they agreed to collect mushrooms together. The girl and the boy were sitting nearby. The boy lay down on the ground and watched him, hoping that the quest would be easier. He watched him with a smile. Opening his mouth, he saw that Carol was embarrassed. He got angry because they were silently collecting mushrooms. There were clouds in the sky. He had a question. Why were they leaving now? In the house, he asked why he let her go without saying a word. The boy cried because when he tried to speak, his lips refused. They were sitting at the table. Ian realized that it was more difficult for him than he thought. There was a ball on the table. They looked at it until the boy asked what it was. Looking thoughtfully, Whitson began to speak. An image of a girl appeared in the ball. and it was a message from her. Ian put his hand next to the ball and thought if NPCs could send messages. He slammed his fist on the table and told him to answer exactly as he said. They hurried him until the boy knew what to answer. The protagonist raised his hand and told her to tell her that he got home without problems. Taking it in his hands, he said that he got home without incident. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. The sun was shining through the window. Scratching his nose, he said that he was pleased to know that Carol also got home without incident. Ian looked at him thoughtfully, mentally telling himself that even evil monsters don't live in this forest. The girl said sullenly that if he was so worried, he could have walked her. The boys looked at each other thoughtfully. Whitson started to cry because he thought that the girl was starting to get angry at him. Ian grabbed his chin because at this rate it would get even worse. Looking at the ball, he knocked. There was a notification in the ball in which they wrote whether she was sleeping. Touching the ball, he asked why he was asking if she was sleeping if they were talking now. Saddened, he realized that he shouldn't have written it. Stroking Ben, he thought that he should have guessed from the very beginning that this would be impossible. Calling the boy, he began to look at him. The ball was also on the table. He was surprised because he was told to confess. Starting to cry, he decided to refuse. The protagonist began to get angry because Whitson said that there was nothing worse than confessing with a message on a crystal ball. With a serious face, he understood that this was his last chance. Carol was in the ball, and the guy was typing messages about a walk. The message was sent. Sighing, he understood that he should have done it right away. Whitson began to have traces because a request for a video chat came. Getting up from his chair, he told him to reveal all his true feelings to her, and he would wait outside. The protagonist stood on the street and sighed heavily. Showing a thumb up, he wished him luck. He and his pet began to cry because they failed the quest. A boy ran up from behind, calling him. With a smile on his face, he said that everything worked out, they would go for a walk together. Raising his hands up, he thanked him, then the quest ended, and the charm increased by 20. Ian was surprised by this event. Approaching a large tree, he notified that he had returned. Iriel smiled because she had already been told everything. Touching her hair, she said that she would share her skills with him. An unusual object appeared in her hands. She really hoped that he and the griefer would succeed in breeding ancient monsters. He received the skill and now can distinguish the gender of any monster. Taking the object in his hands, he began to examine it, assumed that the window with information would have an additional section for gender. Opening the screens of his pets, he began to examine them. He was serious because they were all males. The girl stood. She was asked if there were more males. She answered negatively. She began to say that, with a couple of exceptions, all monsters have an equal number of representatives of both sexes. Leafing through the notifications, he understood that he was probably just lucky. Smiling and spreading her arms where the ball appeared, she asked to accept it. Having passed it to other hands, she said that with this crystal ball he can send her messages whenever he wants. With a confident face, she asked if she could ask him for help later. The shadow of the demonic dragon Khalifa gave her to listen to her requests. The guy was in complete shock from the item. After all, he heard this name from the legendary dragon tamer. Putting his hand to his lip, he asked what it was and whether it was necessary to increase the level when you become a master. The girl turned her head and said that she would think about it after she accepted the quest. He looked into the ball because if it was useful to her, he would do everything in his power to help. Iriel thanked him. Ian was near the building. Entering it, he saw Julie. She asked if he had finished the preparations. The guy answered in the affirmative because he received the skill of breeding monsters. Being near the exit, she said that she knew that they would help him and asked to come with her. They were in a room where there were animals. Stopping near one of them, he said that she was missing a couple of monsters. Spreading her hand, she said that she only keeps herbivores because it would be safer without predators. The two monsters were embarrassed until the girl suggested breeding monsters of opposite sexes. The guy agreed. Opening the screen, he began to register them as pet monsters. He began to think about how to use this skill. Saliva flowed from his mouth. He hoped that there was no age limit. An aura came out of his hand. He asked Ben what it was. A pentagram appeared near his fingers. Opening his mouth, he said the skill of breeding monsters. The two monsters approached the pentagram. It lit up. The monsters became more visible. The egg appeared. Everything around was red. It appeared near him. He worried in vain. The guy successfully used the skill of breeding monsters for the first time, and also gained more knowledge about the ecosystem of monsters. Smiling, he was glad that he could finally complete the quest with the griffin egg. Looking at the screen, he realized that he had received a new title of Master of Breeding Monsters. The skill made it easier to get sympathy from monsters. Biting his finger, he said that the coolest thing was that he didn't need to activate the skill to get all the bonuses. Looking at the monsters, he could do the same with all of them. Looking at the monsters, they were not in the skill because both were males. It was sunny outside. In the building, they were glad that the classes were over. People were packing their things because they felt wooden from sitting for a long time. The guy asked where Ian was in such a hurry, and he answered that he was going to play because he needed to finish the quest. Barry raised his hand and asked what the quest was. Ian also raised his hand and said that he was doing an Imperial quest, so he was very busy. Surprised, he asked what kind of Imperial quest it was because the other guy had been trying to achieve it for a long time. Ian asked why he needed it. He answered that the Imperial quest greatly increases fame, because someone from the guild needs to receive noble status and then they can improve the territory. The main character replied that if he told him that he had more than 50,000 fame, he would definitely get a kick. The guy put his hand on Ian's shoulder. He wished him luck and said that he would go on with the quest. It was light outside. He thought that if the egg hatched, he would need to devote more time to the guild. Approaching the land of breeding ancient monsters, he was happy. In his hands was the egg of the dragon god. The egg began to freeze, and he could hatch the dragon god from it. The egg was large and beautiful, also shining beautifully. The hatching of the monster began. The eyes became stars from surprise because he thought that everything would go differently. Ben and Ian looked at him with a mesmerizing look. Suddenly they were surprised because the egg remained like that. Starting to poke at the screen, he did not understand why it took so long. The egg was level 0, hatching was 0%. Lazov was happy on the screen because he didn't need to do another quest or look for an item. Scratching his head, he asked what the inscription unique next to the legendary class meant. Smiling, he decided to finish the quest anyway. The sun was shining, the building had a dark roof. There were guards in it. Entering it, a man was sitting on a chair. On the table was a griffin egg. Celia sat, looked, then asked how to make the egg hatch. The guy with a smile on his face answered that for this he had received the skill of hatching monsters. The man answered that it was wonderful. There was another man next to him, and Ian was thinking how the crazy monster had become even stronger if he couldn't make the egg hatch. Walking further, he thought because he had told them that he had acquired the skill of hatching monsters, not griffins. A pentagram appeared near him and the egg, hoping that everything would work out the first time. Reaching out his hand to the pentagram, he used the skill of hatching a monster. Celia's hoped that the griffin would hatch. The egg glowed with a bright flame. The guy looked and realized that it did not hatch like a dragon egg. Looking at the characteristics, he realized that the egg was also a legendary class. Putting his hand to his chin, he realized that it did not have a unique note like the dragon god. Celia's looked at him because he was asked a question, namely, where the strongest winds are. The man asked why he was asking him about this and how things were going with the hatching of the griffin. An egg was flying near his hand. He said that the process itself had already begun, but in order for the griffin to hatch, one more condition must be met. With a serious face, he asked what the condition was. He replied that pet griffins possessed the power of the wind. For the egg to hatch, it had to absorb the power of the strongest winds. Hank began to think where such a place was. Then he said that they were probably...
With Run Disney, that feeling of euphoria can take place anywhere. Crushing your goals can happen on your time. Finish line celebrations start wherever you want. Discover the magic.
Talking about the Celestial Mountains, namely the top of the Celestial Mountains altar, their highest point. The man closed his eyes and agreed because he had explored every corner of the continent. The Celestial Mountains were in the sky. Yang began to bare his teeth and think how he could get there, because around them lay a wasteland where monsters of level 130 and higher roamed. They would kill him there, because going there was suicide, especially considering that he did not even know their maximum level. He spread his arms and thought that he needed to avoid this, perhaps even abandon the quest. He looked at the man and decided to think. An evil smile appeared on his face. He began to think whether he should go there alone. He had a request to his majesty. There was land in the sky, the sun was shining brightly. Birds were flying, and Biggie was asked to make a bottomless abyss. Lou was also fighting enemies. Rake was giving off flames from his mouth. It was lava breath, which was very powerful. There were guards who went on the attack. Lou and the egg ran. Running up to the enemy, he used bloodlust. He bit the bird on the neck. After that, he ran on while inflicting critical damage. The protagonist was delighted because he inflicted 15,000 damage in one hit, and Rake's lava breath inflicted 20,000. Bloodlust was an active skill, and the recovery time was only 15 minutes. Grinning, he was glad that he was not alone. Then he explained to the man that he was weak and could not reach the heavenly mountains alone with the griffin egg. He needed help and strength. Celias was surprised by such a request. Yang smiled and agreed that he needed his majestic power, which he possessed. Hank looked at him with displeasure. The pets were fighting, because in the game the expedition began in one day, although there were fewer participants than expected, but the level of the Royal Guard started at 150. Looking at Hank, he thought, what level is he? Probably higher than 200. The man hit the bird and dealt him 10,500 units of damage. Looking at the screen, he smiled because the experience is divided between the group members. He gets 10,000 for one monster, and his pets also received it. The man looked at the main character surprisingly. Then he called him, and Yan was scared. Hank looked with disdain, saying that he was not as useless as he thought. The horse was carrying an egg, and his pets were very helpful. Laughing, he thought, if the level is low, then he can't help. Hank waved his hand and ordered to stop the battle. The guard stood near him. He ordered to rest a little and prepare for the next battle. Putting his hand to his chin, he asked why rest, if they don't even suffer losses. The man raised his sword and replied that when they crossed the ridge, they would find themselves in a heavenly desert. He sighed and said that they would meet mummified monks. He opened his mouth and continued that the battle between them would not be easy. It was night, the lights were on in the windows. Kate asked how long they had been defending the base, and they told her about a month. There were flags on the map, and she continued that with these wars for capturing bases, the northern continent would plunge into chaos, and any guild considered the base as a source of prosperity. She was worried that if a large guild decided to attack, then the average guilds would have a hard time. He raised his finger and said that if they upgraded the base from a village to an estate, they would solve the problem. After all, with an estate class, they would be able to put NPC guards and also fortifications like towers. The girl looked out the window. She did not know this. Kate looked up and said that then it would be better to avoid wars until everything calmed down, and they agreed with her. Barry also looked out the window, because they could only hope that Ian would finish his quest in time and return to help them, and until then they had to protect the base at any cost. The protagonist sat on the dragon with Ben. He asked why it had become so cold. Starting to whine, he asked if it was because he had not slept for a long time. The guards were standing because they had reached the Celestial Mountains. Suddenly, a monster began to attack Hank. Taking a sword in his hands, he decided to hit him. He hit him, the monster squealed. He looked at the guy and warned that the mountains were extremely dangerous. Spreading his arms, he continued that they could meet monsters of level 190th, so they needed to be careful. Ian understood that having come all the way, he could not fail. He heard a sound from behind. He turned his head. The guards stood up. Because they had to prepare for battle, they had to move quietly and not attract the attention of other monsters. Hank on horseback explained that monsters walk in packs. Balls were flying in the sky, and there should be 5 monsters nearby. He also asked to look around. The monsters ran at them. Their eyes were red. A purple flame flared up near the building. A man was racing on a horse and shouting that he would lead the attack. All the knights should protect the eggs, and Ian, they answered that yes, sir. Hank bared his teeth angrily. The monsters were screaming and rushing to attack. A moment later, there was a devastating explosion. The man's eyes widened and he exclaimed. He turned around at the monsters and wondered why these creatures were running away. Then he turned around and continued to think about what kind of monster had scared them. A huge creature appeared in front of Hank. Looking at the monster, he thought, what is this? A dinosaur? A pterodactyl? It is even bigger than Biggie. The monster was flying straight at the man and he shouted to the knights to follow him. Hank turned to the protagonist and shouted that they should distract this creature from the front. The man frowned and shouted that in the meantime they should grab the egg and run to the altar. His gaze fell on the egg and someone shouted that they understood. Ian grabbed the egg. The bird flew towards him and shouts were heard that they were attacking. The thought arose that he really was an incredible person. The protagonist frowned, shouts were heard, and he thought that he needed to hurry while the knights were distracting. The hero's body began to transform and he shouted that synchronization, Blue, increased agility. The huge creature walked heavily forward. The paw slid along the ground. Energy swirled around Ian and he said what happened. The guy stood between the columns and asked in bewilderment that there was no wind here. Signs appeared in front of the hero saying that he was the first to discover the source of the wind, the heavenly altar. His connection with the wind element increased by 5%. His resistance to the wind element increased by 10 units. The attitude of the wind monsters towards him will not fall below 30. His fame increased by 15,000 units. Yan exhaled angrily and said that this was just like when they discovered the source of lava. No, seriously, it was almost the same. Only the element was different, which meant that if you wanted to hatch a fire element monster from an egg, he should go back to the fire lamps. The protagonist examined the egg and said that in any case, he needed this egg to hatch as soon as possible. If he delayed even a little longer, the knights would be significantly reduced, and the emperor would probably be furious. The egg suddenly lit up and he exclaimed that here, now let it hatch. The light spread throughout the entire space. It blinded the hero and it was heard that it was working. It was working. Ian smiled and a board appeared above him with information that the hatching was 11%, and said that it had grown to 11%. When it reached 100%, the egg would hatch. Ian put his hand to his lips and looked away. A huge bird was rushing in the sky and a cry was heard that the knights had lost. The protagonist covered one eye and said that faster, faster, before that monster came back. What? Why is the hatching scale growing so slowly? He looked down at some sounds and continued to say what is this? He didn't have this in his inventory before. The hero picked up the stone and looked at it in bewilderment. The protagonist frowned and asked, seriously, did he have something like this? Then a memory appeared in his head and the hero said that this was the thing that dropped from those PCs during the priest's quest, but why was it glowing? Suddenly the egg rose into the air with a bright glow and he exclaimed in shock. The stones were swirling around the egg. The sign said that a wind purification item was being used. Yan bared his teeth and exclaimed what was happening. He hadn't given the command to use it. Suddenly the egg began to crack and Yan screamed loudly. A moment later it burst. The light blinded the protagonist and he covered his eyes. The egg was breaking into pieces. The bright light inside it was coming out. Signs appeared with inscriptions that he had hatched a griffin from an egg. He had hatched a legendary ranked monster from an egg for the first time. His leadership skill had increased by 100. His intimacy skill had increased by 50. The hero joyfully shouted that finally. He clenched his fists in happiness. Looking at the monsters, he said that there were two of them, twins. A window of information about the griffin appeared in front of the hero and Ian said that he was only level 1 like Harley. But all his parameters, except for defense, were already higher, agility was almost twice as high, and the royal roar was an incredible skill. Ian thoughtfully looked at the board and said that they were of different genders, but there was no difference in parameters. Looking at the griffins, the guy said why he had to go through such a test. If there was only one monster, he could give it to the emperor without doubts and hesitation. The protagonist extended his hand to the monster, saying that perhaps the gods themselves had given him such an opportunity because no one would know anything. A magic sign appeared in front of Ian and he said that he was caught. He looked around and said that there was no turning back. Suddenly, the ground around the columns trembled. A huge monster appeared in front of the guy and he exclaimed that he was already here. Ian ran away screaming to save the summoner. The light was on in the huge house. Yang put his hand to his face and thought, why doesn't the emperor come? Has he understood something? Someone entered the room and called Yang. The man gritted his teeth and said that he had done a great job. The hero bowed before the emperor and replied that he was not worthy of gratitude. Let him thank his knights. They fought bravely. He owed many things to their valor and thought that for now he had gotten away with it. The emperor grinned and said that of course, in any case, the griffin he had brought would be taken care of by the court summoners, thanks to it. They would be able to proudly present the royal griffin, the symbol of the Lucipal Empire, on the day of the founding of the state. The hero looked at the man and replied that of course, if his citizens knew that the peace of the imperial family was guarded by a real griffin, they would be delighted. The emperor replied that it was true, a great job. In front of the guy's face appeared signs that the Lucipal Empire quest, hatching a griffin completed. The score of completion was 5. He received 19,912,000 experience points. He leveled up to 103. He received 100,000 glory points. Looking at the emperor, he thought that he leveled up in just 3 days, and he was also given 100,000 glory points. Yan smiled and continued to think that this is why top players have more than 100,000 glory points, and said that now he should mind his own business. If he needs his help again, let him know, and thought that he needs to raise his griffin. Suddenly, the man extended his hand and told him to wait. The emperor put his hand on his shoulder and told him to wait a minute. He should get something else from him. The hero clenched his teeth in fear and thought that he should get something else. Damn, did he really get caught? The man frowned and said that he should get gratitude from him because he had prepared a gift. The protagonist smiled broadly and asked what the gift was. He would gladly accept anything from him, and then thought, I wonder what kind of gift, hopefully a legendary item. A sphere appeared in the man's hand and he said that he was handing it to him because he had served for the glory of the Lucipal imperial family. Suddenly an image of a griffin appeared and the thought arose of what it was. Yang looked down in amazement. His eyes widened. He thought that notifications had appeared that he had completed an S-rated Imperial quest, and therefore received the title of Baron. Now he could have up to 20 NPCs as servants. Now he was an aristocrat of the Lucipal Empire and an enemy of the Kaiman Empire, and then added, what else was that? The title of aristocrat, Baron. The hero froze in amazement and thought, let them wait. He was now at odds with the Kaiman Empire. What did that even mean? At least that was good. Looking at his hands, he continued that he should get out of the Imperial Palace and log out before sorting out all this. The man smirked and asked how he liked it. Did he like his gift? The protagonist looked surprised when he heard that in exchange for it he would receive his loyalty, to which he asked again. He gritted his teeth and wondered why his body was moving on its own. Kneeling down, Ian said that it was an honor for him. He would not let him down. The hero's eyes widened, thinking that the game system was controlling his body for him. The man smirked, thinking that at least they would not take the griffin. The view of the fortress opened up. Notifications appeared that a member of the Lotus Guild received the title of Baron. The fame of the Lotus Guild increased by 15,000. The Lotus headquarters has the ability to upgrade from a village to an estate. But to upgrade, the owner must be a user with the title of aristocrat. A question was heard, what, Baron Yang? Smirking, Kate asked what Sir Yang. Stretching out his hand forward, the guy said that they were all set. And then he just received a new title, now they can start upgrading? This guy is so timely. Barry closed his eyes and said that he could not believe it, asked what kind of quest he completed, that he immediately received the title of Baron. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked what he was talking about. Isn't Baron the first title you get? He smiled broadly and replied that he heard that after completing the Imperial quest, you can get the title of Knight or Baronet. Looking to the side, the guy asked that isn't Baronet and Baron the same thing. Looking at Barry, Kate asked what was going on. Sir Ian got one title higher than Baronet. Isn't it better for them? To which he replied that it was. The girl smiled broadly and said that when Sir Ian arrived here, they would immediately upgrade the headquarters to an estate. I wonder if she would have to return Ian to the position of Deputy Guildmaster. Putting his hand forward, Barry said no way, he doesn't have enough knowledge for this, he is always busy farming, and Jevane said no, she should remain the Deputy Guildmaster. The girl chuckled at what she heard. She spread her arms out to the sides and asked what? But isn't Sir Ian offended by this? Grinning, Jevane asked that people like him are generally offended by anything. She had known about it for several months. And only now does she care, and the guy said that they will go, they need to finish the job. The equipment was on the table, an approving answer was heard. Snow-capped mountains appeared. The protagonist was sitting on a wolf. He looked at the bird. Smiling broadly, he asked if he was hungry, then he would have something, they would see where this meatball was. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that yes, he would get some too, then looked at him happily. Ian gave him a meatball. Putting his hand to his face, he said that if he returned to the guild, he would probably have to develop the territory first. Looking to the side, the hero added that he thought that if he trained NPC soldiers and used them for farming, the efficiency would increase many times over. Finn appeared. It was heard that since he did not have enough leadership to register more monsters, he should focus on developing the ones he already had. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that he did not know when the dragon god's egg would hatch, but he was sure that he would find a way to increase his leadership by then. Looking at them in surprise, he asked if they had already eaten. Looking at the pets, Ian thought that he should just let them look at them. Ben smiled, thinking that perhaps Finn was not so greedy for food. Grinning, the hero thought that he seemed to like her very much. Pointing to the side, he said that they would go further, there was not much left to go, to the guild headquarters. A view of the village houses opened up. The professor stood near the animals and said that the monster breeding farm was definitely on the right track. Smiling widely, he added that it was difficult, but worth it. The man looked to the side and asked that he would have to leave soon, why hadn't he come yet? Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise. Grinning, the girl said that she brought what he asked for. Looking straight ahead, he said that yes, food for monsters, thanking her. The food appeared. It was heard that it smelled simply delicious. If he was hungry, he would definitely eat it, simply incomparable. Rena asked again in surprise, hearing that by the way. Looking at the food, the professor said that he thought that Yan would come to the headquarters earlier. The girl turned around and said that then he should have told him about it. Village houses appeared. It was heard that seriously, Yan had not even contacted all this time. Taking a step forward, Rena said that he should have told him first that he had returned. She closed her eyes and added that but now she could ask about traveling to the northern continent together. The girl looked at the glow and asked what it was it somehow connected with Ian's return? Suddenly she happily said the hero's name. The protagonist looked at her in surprise. He was holding a piece of jewelry in his hands. The girl opened her eyes wide and wondered what it was, what rings. Tears appeared in her eyes and she added that, what was going on? A view of the village opened up. Raising his hand up, the guy asked how she was, said that they had expanded their headquarters very well. Smiling widely, he added that they should praise him already, to which Ian said that yes, he had done a great job. The buildings appeared. It was heard that they would inspect everything before upgrading the estate. Right, if they just upgraded it right now, internal errors might appear somewhere. Raising his hand up, the hero said that he thought the first thing they should build after upgrading was a training center. Barry held out his hand and asked if he thought it was too risky. Wouldn't it be better to build a barracks to increase the estate's defense capabilities? The protagonist smirked and said no, low-level soldiers were good for training, and even if there were hundreds of them. A single mage could incinerate them with an AoE spell, to which the boy replied that it wasn't that he was wrong. The guards stood in a row, and it was heard that but if they built the guild properly and assigned high-level NPCs to command, the military might could be increased and powerful characters could appear. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that that's what Sir Ian was talking about. They first needed to build a training center to train NPCs who would attack the soldiers, and thus increase the level of their troops, right? The hero grinned and said that if they had a suitable player who was over level 100, had 800,000 fame, and had a title higher than him as the owner of the estate, they could build a suitable guild headquarters for him. Barry looked to the side and said that that was right. They would not hesitate. Holding the pendant in his hands, he said that he would upgrade to an estate. Messages appeared that all the conditions for the upgrade were met. The Lotus Guild headquarters had been upgraded from a village to an estate, and was upgrading to an estate. A glow appeared throughout the village. The houses began to upgrade. Everything began to transform. The view of the estate opened up. It was heard that everything had changed so much. What a view! A notification appeared that the Lotus Guild headquarters had been successfully upgraded to an estate. The protagonist lowered his head and said that he did not know that the upgrades looked like this. A message appeared that the landowner title would automatically pass to the player Yan along with the Baron title. Wishes to accept. Barry grinned and said that he accepted. The hero looked at the emblem. Notifications appeared that he had become the landowner of the Lotus Guild estate. After the basic settings of the Lotus Guild estate were loaded, you can start managing internal affairs, to which he said that great, perhaps he would start managing the landowner's internal affairs. Looking to the side, he added that Rena was here. He should talk to her. He needed to entrust her with managing the kitchen and also give her something. Rings appeared. He heard what it was. The thought arose that it was a reward for the quest, but he could not give it to anyone except Rena. Grinning, the girl shouted his name. The protagonist looked to the side. He handed her the rings. She froze in amazement. Raising his eyebrows, Ian said that no, it was not what she thought, not what. Estates appeared. He heard that it was for her. Rena asked him what she wanted, to which he replied that he meant it was a quest reward. The protagonist smiled widely, and it seemed she could use the item as a favor. Turning around, the girl wondered what was going on. Maybe it was just a useless trinket as a gift. Maybe she was seeing too much in it. Looking away, the protagonist said that he meant she didn't have to accept it if it was too much for her. Rena looked at him and replied that no, it was fine, and asked him what he was getting at. Reaching her hand forward, she wondered what she hoped. She hadn't expressed too much desire to accept it. What? These properties, and it's called a wedding ring? What if it was an engagement ring? The girl raised her eyebrows and said that it was a ring. He had won too. Grinning, the protagonist replied that yes, that's his. Rena closed her eyes and said thank you. She would wear it. Looking straight ahead, Ian thought, great, now he could get rid of the level 50 ring. Notifications appeared that all the conditions had been met. The wedding rings of the Forest of Love were unlocked. The blessing effect was applied. All combat stats were increased by 20%. The recovery time of all skills was reduced by 1 second. Now he could summon his partner once a day. Looking at the notifications, the hero thought how the stats had grown. Cool. Looking at the girl, he added that since he had given this ring to Rena, it turned out that he had a girlfriend. Smirking, she thought that she had worried in vain. She really thought that he was not interested in her. Barry closed his eyes. A view of the village opened up. It was heard that they had completely forgotten about them. Good for them. A huge palace appeared. The guy was sitting at the table, and someone said, "Here comes the deputy lord." Jevane looked at him and said that the new building was just his respect, to which he asked why he came. Since he came, then let him help. There are so many things to do. Looking at the notifications, he added that he would probably help since he was asking. Asked what Ian was saying here. How? He already left, to which Barry replied that he went to the Forland pool. Probably farming the dungeon. Smirking, the guy said that they need to quickly sort everything out and follow Ian. Looking away, Barry asked what the two of them did. Does he think they can clear it together? To which he replied that they cleared it together yesterday. Closing his eyes, the guy said that they were both warrior classes, and he has a lot of damage, and he is a tank and almost does not cause damage. To which Jevane replied that he will just give out more damage. And if they die, then the penalty is small. In any case, this dungeon is limited in time. Barry smiled broadly and said okay, they'll just finish their business and then they'll go. The view of the room opened up. It was heard that he thought they'd be able to clear it out. He had no idea what summoners were like in battle, so anything was possible. Sitting at the table, the guy said that he, of course, didn't know for sure, but he was sure that Yan's pets would be able to protect her, so everything would be fine. The palace appeared. It was heard that okay, they'd figure it out faster, to which he was told that it was good. A glow appeared in the cave. It was heard that they should be careful. The monster raised its weapon up. The girl opened her eyes in surprise. The creatures growled furiously. The tiger struck the monster. Gritting his teeth, the hero said back. Stretching her hand to the side, the girl said that she should distract them while she used her magic. Looking at her, the protagonist said okay. Frowning, he added that he was going forward. The monster swung its weapon furiously. Looking straight ahead, Ian turned to Harley. The tiger looked at him. He jumped up, hearing that he should dodge. The monster screamed furiously. The protagonist clenched his teeth tightly. Stretching his hand forward, he screamed that he should get it. In fact, a blow came flying. Jumping up, the protagonist screamed that he missed. Grinning, he added that he didn't. Looking to the side, Ian screamed that he was going to attack. The tiger ran behind the monster. It was heard that he should attack while moving. The tiger struck him. It was said that he should attack as hard as possible and stun him. The creature screamed loudly in pain, and the hero screamed that it was great, back. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that yes, he was stunned. Putting his hands in his pockets, he added that if he continued to attack, the monster's eyes lit up. Gritting his teeth, Ian thought that he had already woken up. Damn, his defense against stunning was too strong. The creature swung its weapon. The thought arose that there was no choice. He would have to attack further until everything was over. Looking to the side, the hero heard that he should distract him. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared. The girl's eyes lit up and he thought that Kate was probably preparing to cast something lethal.
Nature-made magnesium is made to care for your heart, bones, and muscles.
It's time to begin the hunt.
Endless ways to Easter, M&M.
Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist thought that great, he needed to buy her some time. The monster opened its eyes in surprise. Looking to the side, Ian shouted that it was here. A glow appeared on the creature's body. The thought arose that it was the same. The monster opened its mouth. The thought arose that it looked like it would be extremely powerful magic. The girl extended her staff forward, and the hero thought that he needed to dodge. Damn, Kate. The protagonist frowned and added that if he dodged, the entire attack would go to her. A glow appeared around the girl, and the thought arose that she could not move while casting the spell. Ian slid on the ground. The monster stretched its arms out to the sides. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that let it continue to cast, he would try to stop its blow. An attack was flying towards the creature. Putting his foot forward, the protagonist wheezed. Frowning, he thought of Ben. Notifications appeared that the pet's innate ability was activated. He absorbed the enemy's blow, restored 0 health units. Ian gritted his teeth and thought, hooray, Ben's innate ability worked. They had never used it before, but now it came in handy. Looking straight ahead, Kate heard the command, to which she replied that yes. She abruptly released an attack on the monster. The creatures rushed forward, hearing that everyone was attacking, so Luke could use Bloodlust. The monster started getting hit. Notifications appeared that the dungeon tomb of the fallen hero was cleared. It was heard that hooray. They did it. Messages about the tomb appeared. It was cleared. He will be registered in the Hall of Fame. He took first place. A view of the building opened up. It was heard that let him come here. They will eat chickens. Grinning, the main character said that he should wait. There is an important matter. Now he will tell the rules of the war for the territory. Looking at him, Barry replied that well, yes, this is an important matter. Stretching her hand to the side, Louise said hello, and Haynes did the same. The guy grinned and said that at the moment they are on the battlefield of the brave, as many of them know. In this place the guild wars are taking place. Today the first war for the territory begins here, and that is why they are here. The girl stretched out her hands and said that to clarify, the battlefield of the brave is the virtual space of Kylan, which is not indicated on the map. The battlefield appeared. It was heard that when the guild war begins, all guild members who participate in the battle are transferred there. Even if he is not a member of the guild, but is ready to spend some coins, he can become an observer on the battlefield of the brave. Covering one eye, she added that now, until they start broadcasting the battle between the first-ranked guild of the Korean server, Darkruna, and the fourth-ranked guild, Oakland, they will analyze the rules of the war for territory. The guy smiled broadly and said that he should listen more carefully. He will write it down, to which the hero replied that he definitely should. Let him wait. The rules of the war for territory appeared. Additional conditions of the battle arose. Looking at the TV, Barry said that it would be more difficult than regular territory wars, to which the protagonist replied that yes, the consequences here are much more serious than losing the guild's fame and a couple of places in the ranking table, as in regular guild wars, probably because we are talking about territories. Frowning, he added that the most important thing is that one player can only participate in 2 battles against one guild. This is protection against some pumped-up player dragging all the battles for his guild. Looking to the side, the guy said that for sure, which means that even if he is strong enough to influence the outcome of the battle alone, he will not be able to win alone. A room appeared, an offer to eat was heard, to which an approving answer was received. Looking at the notebook, the protagonist thought that it turns out that during territory wars not only the skills of the guild members are important, but also the NPCs. He frowned and added that he had the title of Baron, so he could register a maximum of 20 NPCs for service, and a dead NPC would be revived a week after his death. The protagonist looked away and thought that since he knew this, he should register NPCs for service as soon as possible. Ruins appeared, and someone said that it was well done. Looking away, the girl said that thanks to him, they easily cleared this dungeon, to which Jack replied that you are welcome. Smirking, she added that but why hasn't he joined a guild yet? With all his skills, he could join even the top guilds, to which the guy replied that he just likes to play alone. Turning her head, the girl asked that if he decides to join, how about their Kaiser Guild? Looking down, the guy asked what the Kaiser Guild is. Are they by any chance among the top 10 guilds? The view of the ruins opened up. It was heard that it was true, although now they are in 13th place. Before they were in 8th, so how about joining them? Raising his hand, Jack said that he thought that for now he did not want to join anything. Looking at him, the girl replied that it was a pity. Frowning, the guy replied that if he decided to, he would let her know about it first. Selena smiled and asked if it was true. She said that it was great. He promised. The guy stood still and thought that maybe now was the time to join some guild. But if he joined a big guild, he would become nothing more than expendable material. Looking at the notifications, he added that in order to avoid this, he needed to develop enough to have enough influence in the guild. Looking to the side, Jack asked what the Hall of Fame was. Stretching his hand forward, he added that he would see who had the best dungeon clearing score, and then asked to see the ranks. Notifications with guild rankings appeared. Lowering his mask, the guy asked that the Forlin dungeon could be cleared in half an hour. Frowning, he added what kind of guild lotus was this, a whole 3 minutes difference between first and second place. Looking at the messages, Jack said that the Darkruna and Titan guilds were always close in pursuit of first place, but this was the first time he heard of the Lotus Guild. Putting his hand to his face, he added that, but I swear I heard of this player named Ian somewhere. Let them wait, and this is the guy they were with in the finals of the Hand League. The guy gritted his teeth and asked that, but now he should be level 100 or so. How could he get to first place? Did he really get to level 110 or so? Looking away, he added that even if it was so, the fact that the loser was ranked above him hurt his pride. Jack smirked slightly. Taking a step forward, he said that he couldn't sit idly by. The guy put the mask on his face. He froze and thought about Ian waiting for him. The view of the estates opened up. The protagonist was walking in the middle of the street. He looked to the side, hearing the question of what he had come here for. People were standing in front of him. Looking at the man, the protagonist said that he was here, asked why the monster breeding farm had already been launched. The professor gritted his teeth and replied that as he saw it, after the appearance of the Summoners Guild, it turned out that there were quite a few summoners. He himself understood there was no end to the clients. Yan turned his head and asked what NPC summoners even come here, said that he had to register them as NPC subordinates, but they said that they could come here from the Summoners Guild, to which the man replied that if he was talking about that cute girl, then she was somewhere over there, the blue wyvern that she left over there. Putting his hand on the door, the hero said that thank you, see you later. The girl grinned. It seemed that maybe this NPC was giving some kind of quest. Looking at her, Dave thought that she often looked at the farm, but in his opinion, she was an ordinary cute NPC girl. Putting his hand to his face, he added that yes. The man grinned and thought that Rena asked him to tell her when Ian arrived. Looking at the notification, he wrote that Ian had just arrived at the monster breeding farm. The professor looked at the correspondence with the girl. Suddenly the message disappeared, and he asked again in surprise. Closing his eyes, Dave thought that it seemed that he had expressed himself a little incorrectly. Raising his hand, he said that he was sure that everything would be resolved somehow. A view of the city buildings opened up. Looking at the girl, the protagonist thought that first he should understand what kind of NPC she was. Information about the girl appeared. Looking at the notification, he added that great, he could not find a better NPC. The protagonist took a step forward. Looking at Siri, he greeted her and asked if they had met before, to which she replied that he should forgive her. She had not noticed that he was here. Raising his hand, Ian said that it was okay. In fact, he came to talk to her about something. Siri asked again, her eyes widening in surprise. The hero smirked and replied that yes, he should wait. Looking away, he thought about registering her as a subordinate NPC using the Seal of Dominance. Holding the amulet in his hands, the protagonist asked if she would accept this, saying that he could use her help in the future. Looking at him, the girl asked that he wanted her to help him. A notification appeared that he had offered the summoner to become his subordinate. Siri's eyes widening, she asked that he thought that she could be useful to him. Holding the amulet forward, Ian replied that of course, that was why he was making such an offer. The girl froze, looking straight ahead. Looking down, she said that she would gladly agree. Siri looked closely at the amulet. Messages appeared that he offered the novice summoner apprentice to become his subordinate. At the moment, the player Yan has one subordinate. The subordinate's talent class is heroic. If he banishes her, he will lose 17,000 glory. Grinning, the hero thought that Siri has a heroic talent class, incredible. She closed her eyes, hearing that let her serve him faithfully, to which she responded approvingly. A view of the city opened up. It was heard that now he was leaving. Let him call if he needed anything. Let him continue to level up. The protagonist raised his hand up. The girl looked at him angrily. Suddenly she opened the doors, and he thought why there was a sudden cold breath. Rena's eyes lit up and she asked who it was. Frowning, she added that they seemed to be getting along, to which Ian asked what the hell, and then said that she was talking about that she was just an NPC, he had taken her as his subordinate. Looking at him, the girl said that a subordinate, an NPC subordinate. She raised her eyebrows, hearing that yes, that's right, he was in the process of recruiting NPC subordinates. Looking away, Rena asked what but why he had decided to choose a young, pretty girl as his first subordinate. The hero smiled in embarrassment. He had to explain this misunderstanding to her for more than half an hour. A view of the tower opened up. the protagonist came out of the portal. The girl was looking at the book, and he thought that the Sorceress of Dimensions, she probably had an incredibly high rank, but since she was an NPC, would he be able to take her as a subordinate? Smirking, the girl said that he was here, to which Ian thought that he was sure nothing would work out, but what was he losing? Standing in front of him, she said that she had heard news about him not long ago, to which he asked again. The hero was surprised to hear that about him becoming a baron. What else? To which he thought that how did she know, and then asked how did she know about it. The girl raised her eyebrows and replied that she had connections in the royal palace of the kingdom of Lucipol. The books were lying on the table. It was heard that she understood. A thought arose. What? Where did Julie have connections in the royal palace? Really? Looking at her, the protagonist called up the information window. Information about Julie appeared. Frowning, Ian thought what level is she, since she is shown with a question mark. Looking to the side, he added that maybe she has a level like Hank, that monster man, and she is also a countess. Her title is higher than his, a baron. The protagonist grinned and thought, damn, he can't have someone with a higher title than him as his subordinate, and then asked, so she's an aristocrat of the Lucipol kingdom. Julie looked at him and replied that it was true, the previous emperor had given her the title of countess. The lamp was on the table, and it was heard that since then she sometimes helps the wizards of the royal palace. He looked at the girl and said that she was simply incredible. The protagonist cried and thought, what a shame, he should try later when he gets a higher title. A view of the palace opened up. The room inside appeared. People were sitting at the table. Looking to the side, the girl said that when the protective period ends, a war for territory will begin. Barry closed his eyes and said that, well, what can you do compared to the rank of their guild? The class of the territory is much higher, so there will be many applicants for their lands. And the guy said that their guild has been
It's big, chewy, and chocolatey. Big like overfilled choice bigger. And it comes in 3 delicious flavors.
New Chips Ahoy, Big Chew.
Make every wash count.
become stronger, and since they are in a position of defending, there is no need to worry too much. Polaris, the enemy guild, is about the same rank as them. Looking straight ahead, Barry said that it is true, 70% of wars end with the guild defending its territory. Asked that yes, does anyone have useful information about the Polaris guild? Raising his hand up, the guy answered that he does. Looking to the side, he said that one of his friends seemed to be a member there, and, unlike them, their members are constantly changing. From the old-timers, let one leader and his deputy count. The rest stay for a short time. There are about 200 people there, but it is unlikely that even a dozen will be counted who have been sitting there since its foundation. Suddenly the girl hit him on the head. Looking at him, the protagonist said that since they were constantly recruiting new members, they probably lacked teamwork in battle. Most likely, even if some of the members were really strong, the rest were not so much. Barry smirked and said that it would be easier to win than they thought, to which the protagonist replied that no, that didn't mean anything. If they were diamond class, then the core of the guild must have incredible combat skills. A fortress appeared. It was heard that if you look at the recent territory wars, most of the defending guilds surrendered during the Battle of the Brave and instead focused their efforts on defense. A rulebook appeared. It was said that maybe they should use a similar strategy. Yes, it was the most classic strategy with minimal risk. They only need to win 3 times. Right. Ian stood up and said that but he had an idea. He smirked and added that they could act contrary to established strategies. The girl asked in surprise. The people at the table froze. The guy looked at the notification in amazement. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist saw that the participants of the first battle in the war for territory, there was only one participant. Looking to the side, Kate said that it was the same. Barry looked in surprise and asked what he was doing. Was he going to fight in the first round alone? Wouldn't he overexert himself? Rena looked to the side. Hearing that everything was fine, all the NPCs would fight with him. The Polaris Guild believed that they would surrender on the battlefield of the brave, so they would use the smallest number of participants. Grinning, the protagonist said that this is how they would act against them. Let them not worry, I am sure they have 2 victories in their pocket. The battlefield of the brave appeared. Looking straight ahead, Ian thought that here he was on the battlefield of the brave. The NPCs stood in a row. The hero took a step forward. Standing in front of the enemies, he thought about the fact that he would have to manage not only the summoned pets, but also the NPC subordinates, so he would have to be extremely careful. A notification appeared that the guild war would begin in 30 seconds. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and thought that these idiots came to fight without even hiding their levels. Looking at the enemies, he added that he didn't see anyone above level 100, maximum 95. Most likely, there were stronger participants somewhere there who hid their levels. Smirking, Ian thought that since he was the only player on his team, he thought they were underestimating him. Raising his hand, the guy asked what he saw. Was he right? To which the girl replied that yes, he was right. She didn't think that the Lotus Guild would so obviously surrender on the battlefield of the brave. Smirking, he added that he couldn't wait to begin, to which she replied that the last blow was hers, even if he didn't think of stealing this frag from her. Looking to the side, Kate said that it seemed like the average level of Polaris Guild members was around 90, to which Barry replied that it looked like that, judging by what they were wearing. Most of them were low level, even those who hid their levels, but there were a lot more of them than they thought. He didn't even know if Ian could handle them alone. Frowning, he thought that he believed in him. A notification appeared that the battle would begin in 5 seconds. The protagonist frowned, the countdown began. The opponents looked at him. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that he would pretend that this was just farming. A glow appeared around him, and a command was heard to begin. Grinning, Ian summoned his pets. Stretching his hand out to the side, he summoned the rest. Hearing the command, the monsters appeared. The people shouted enthusiastically, and the girl asked what and why Ian didn't summon Biggie, to which the guy replied that it was strange. Biggie was his best tank. The protagonist smiled widely. Raising his hand, he shouted for them to listen to his commands, to which they responded approvingly. Standing at attention, the protagonist gave the command to begin. The guy gritted his teeth and asked what was happening. He was a summoner. Ian frowned. The enemies rushed forward. A cry was heard that they were attacking. Forward, let them destroy this summoner. Raising his hand, the hero thought that now. Stretching his hand forward, he summoned Biggie. A golem appeared behind him. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked what kind of creature it was, to which he was told that she, too, was seeing something like this for the first time. Raising his hand up, the protagonist used the Royal Roar skill. Hearing the command, the golem used the Bottomless Abyss skill. A purple glow appeared near his hand. The sphere suddenly flew forward. Looking to the side, the guy asked what the hell was going on, to which he was told that it was hard for him to move. Edward looked at them in surprise and asked what the hell, what was that slowdown? The pets suddenly rushed forward. Grinning, the protagonist said that now everyone attack. Frowning, he turned to his pet. The dragon used the fire-breathing skill. Flames flew straight at the people. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that damn, he took half of the health with one attack. It was a damn trap. The bird spread its wings, hearing the command. Suddenly, it used the spray skill. The people dodged the attacks and screamed for help. Pulling out his sword to the side, Edward asked what the hell, where did these monsters come from? They weren't told anything about them. Looking to the side, he shouted that they were retreating. Let the ranged fighters attack the first golem. They needed to get rid of the debuff. Arrows flew at the monster. It was heard that they were attacking. The golem reflected the blows. Frowning, Ian thought, damn, they say an old eagle is better than a young raven. Even though Biggie has huge defense, half of his health was already knocked off. Grinning, he added that, however, it was within his expectations. Looking to the side, the hero turned to Ciri, to which she paid attention. Putting her hands out to the sides, she used the summoner's healing and restored 60% of the health of Biggie's pet. Rushing forward, the guy shouted that it was impossible. They spent so much energy, and he was completely healed, to which the girl replied that they would lose like this. Gritting his teeth, he wondered what this was. Putting his hands forward, the hero asked why this fool was here again. Waving his hand, he added that he should catch the gift. The protagonist abruptly launched an attack forward. The guy looked at the sphere in surprise. Suddenly, the attack flew at him. Edward's eyes widened as he shouted. Notifications appeared that his magic sphere was directly hitting the player and dealing 7,720 damage. A purple glow appeared around him. Messages appeared that he had directly hit the enemy and restored 5 units of spirit mana. He had destroyed the player and earned 3.7% of the battle reward. Looking at the explosion, the protagonist asked why this fool was still fighting. It made him feel uneasy. Suddenly, a bright light appeared around him. Ian's eyes widened in surprise as he asked again. He lowered his head and added that this was not an attack. Then what was this? Birds were attacking people. Suddenly, everything was covered in purple light. Standing still, the protagonist said, what the heck? I've never seen anything like this before. Looking to the side, he added that it probably wouldn't affect the outcome of the battle, but still. Stretching his hand out to the side, the protagonist shouted for them to disperse. The wolf jumped up. Hearing them to surround them, the thought came that he ordered them to do this in advance. Looking at the people, Yang thought that everything would end even faster than he expected. The girl gritted her teeth, and he added that this one was there too. Frowning, the hero turned to the pet. The bird flew up. Looking straight ahead, he asked what he saw. The pet's eyes lit up when he heard the command to kill. Suddenly, Finn rushed forward. The girl looked in surprise. Looking to the side, she asked what the hell was that. Suddenly, the girl used a storm arrow. A blow flew towards the griffin, and the hero shouted his name. The pet's eyes widened. He received damage from the wind elemental attack. He looked at the girl furiously. A notification appeared that the innate ability of the Wind Guardian was activated. Finn's attack power increases by 30% for 3 minutes. Gritting her teeth, she shouted that the hell. People enthusiastically shouted that this is what they call a first-class summoner. He is simply incredible. It seems to them or it is imbalanced. Everything around was covered in flames. Messages appeared that all members of the Polaris Guild were defeated. He received 100% of the battle reward. His participation brought 63,400 glory. The Lotus Guild won the first battle. A view of the starry sky opened up. A small village appeared. In the center there was a huge palace. People were sitting at the table. Raising his fingers up, the guy said that he was just something. Raising his eyebrows, the player said that in general, he did not have much hope, but he was like a dog to a heating pad. Grinning, the protagonist said that he said so, and they did not believe him, to which he was answered that no, they did not doubt him. Looking to the side, Jevane asked that he did not know what he would tell him. Looking at him, the protagonist asked that. The guy smiled widely and said that they had only lost 5 fighters in this battle. Raising his hands, Adam said that Ian had won them the first turf war. He felt much better knowing that they were 1 win ahead. Smirking, Kate asked if that was true, and given what Ian had said, she thought they could count on a second victory as well. Looking away, the guy said that was exactly it. They needed to field the participants before the second battle, so they would not have time to recover. The second victory would be easy. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said no, it would not. The people froze at the table. Looking away, the girl asked what he was talking about. Placing his hand on the table, the protagonist replied that he was talking about the second battle. Lowering his head, he added that it would not be as easy as the first. Frowning, the protagonist said that the only reason he was able to win so easily was because of that. He stood in front of the people. It sounded like he was alone and that they had greatly underestimated him, but he was sure that they would be much more careful preparing for the next fight. Rena raised her eyebrows and asked what that meant. They could lose this round. Looking at her, Ian replied that no, of course not. Smirking, he added that he would give them even more of a beating this time. Looking down, the hero said that it wouldn't be that easy, but that didn't mean that he couldn't win. A view of the building opened up. A room appeared. Barry looked at the protagonist. Raising his hands up, he said that he thought he would fall asleep right in the middle of class, to which the guy replied that it was surprising that he had even paid attention to his studies today. Closing his eyes, Ian said that, well, the professor said that if he continued to sleep in class, he would give him absences for all the classes he had missed, which he had forgiven, so. Barry smiled and said that, yeah, he had a good reason, to which the hero replied that he did. Looking away, the guy said that but he really thought they could just leave the turf war after the third battle tomorrow, to which the protagonist replied that, yeah, they'd just give up, they'd still end up winning in the end. The participants of the battle appeared. It was heard that if the enemy guild spent all their forces on the first 2 battles, they would have nothing left for the third battle, which meant they would win. Raising his hand, the guy said that, well, yeah, it looked like a great plan. Looking straight ahead, Ian was thinking that he would like to participate in the territory war more, but since one player can only participate in 2 battles, an egg appeared. A thought arose that he did not suspect that the hatching speed of the egg increases with victories in the territory war. Just 2 victories brought a whole 5%. The hero looked in surprise. A thought arose that it must be the energy that increases the hatching speed. He stood still and thought that thanks to this, now he only needs another 11%. When this territory war is over, they will visit a couple.
$6 never tasted so good. IHOP's Breakfast Faves combo is now just $6. Featuring IHOP's world-famous buttermilk pancakes, crispy hickory smoked bacon, and 2 eggs cooked to order your way. All for just $6. Part of the new $6 House Faves menu.
No matter what kind of teeth you gotta brush, Oral-B Electric cleans better with one simple touch. Oral-B's dentist-inspired round brush head hugs them, cleans them, and gets in between them for 100% cleaner teeth. Your perfect clean starts with Oral-B.
Of nearby low-level guild headquarters. Turning his head, the protagonist addressed the guy. He smirked and said that, well, he actually wanted to ask him something. Barry looked at him and asked what it was. The guy spat out his water, hearing that he seemed to say that he was experienced in matters of relationships. Holding the bottle in his hands, Barry asked what and why he was asking. Ian looked away and asked what he said, that he had never been alone and that he had a girlfriend in high school, to which he replied that, yeah, that's right, he did. Raising his hand, the hero asked that so, that means he hadn't been alone since birth. A stairwell appeared, and it was heard that, okay, so that's what he wanted to ask. The protagonist looked at the girl. The question arose that he thought that Rena liked him. Ian smiled widely. The guy's eyes widened, thinking that, of course, he knew that he hadn't had a relationship, but how could he be such an impenetrable idiot? He grinned and added that yes, she was already speaking directly about her attitude towards him. Barry sighed heavily. Looking at the hero, he replied that, well, there was such a possibility. The protagonist clenched his fists with joy. Buildings appeared. It was heard that, hooray, finally spring had come to his street. A thought appeared that good luck to her. A view of the barn opened up. Ben smiled broadly. He reached for the meatballs. Looking at him, the girl asked what else he wanted. The turtle reached for the food. It was heard that she objected. He looked surprised, hearing that he would have time to eat everything before Ian arrived. Ben opened his eyes in fear. He nodded several times. Grinning, Rena said that Ian would scold if he found out that she gave him so many meatballs. Sitting down, she added that so he would have to eat them very quickly, okay. Looking away, the girl said, okay, at least Ben is happy. Finn turned his head. Hearing that and what about him, let him try. Grinning, Rena asked what he liked once more. Griffin exclaimed happily. The girl closed her eyes and said, now let him try this. Finn looked at her. Holding the chicken in her hands, she thought that he was picky, hoped he would like this. The protagonist heard sounds from the barn. Suddenly the door opened. Taking a step forward, he said, oh, here he is. Ben began to cry. Then he looked away. Grinning, the girl asked that he was already here. Raising his hand, the protagonist answered that yes, he was examining the internal systems and found out that. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise, looking at the turtle. Gritting his teeth, Ian wondered what was wrong with him. Frowning, he asked that he would not answer him. Suddenly, the hero's eyes lit up. Looking at the turtle, he asked him what he liked about the delicious dinner. Ben looked at him in fear. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Smiling widely, the protagonist asked what he was doing. The turtle began to cry, hearing that he had stuffed his mouth with something, eaten it all, and left nothing for his wonderful owner. A view of the village opened up. Looking to the side, Ian turned to the girl, to which she responded. Grinning, he asked if he wanted to go somewhere together. The girl looked at him in surprise and wondered if it was really a date. Houses in the village appeared. Lightning appeared in the air. The attack flew at the monster. Rushing forward, the creature screamed loudly. The protagonist's eyes widened. He sharply extended his hand to the side. The monster was defeated. The girl looked straight ahead. Grinning, the protagonist suggested going farming today not in the Norman Mountains, but in the Poreless Plateau, to which she thought that it would be a date. He raised his finger and said that although the monsters there were of a painfully high level, he would easily protect her. Rena closed her eyes and thought that he would protect her from this butterflies in her stomach. Looking away, she objected. Ben whistled. It was heard that it was normal that he was walking here alone. It was not dangerous. Snow-capped mountains appeared, and the hero answered that no, it was not dangerous at all. Even if monsters beat him all day, he would not lose even half of his health, to which she asked how this was possible. The protagonist turned his head and said that his characteristics were completely focused on defense. It would be difficult for him to inflict even 10 units of damage with a normal attack. Looking at the turtle, he added that if he ran into monsters, he should hide well, as usual. Putting her hand to her face, Rena said that she wanted to ask him something, why he didn't give Ben enough meatballs to eat. Raising her eyebrows, she added that there was a reason for that. Grinning, Ian replied that about that, to which she asked what was the matter, let him tell her right away. Gritting her teeth, the girl asked what or if he was just bullying him for no reason. Raising his hands up, the protagonist replied that of course not. She knew how much he loved Ben, why would he do that? Looking straight at her, he added that to be honest, the thing was that he didn't have enough of his meatballs to begin with, so he wanted to save them. Looking at the turtle, the protagonist said that but when he started giving Ben more, he started getting fat. The girl grinned, hearing that it was so heavy to carry him on her shoulder. Tears appeared in her eyes and she replied that she understood. If that was the case, then nothing could be done. And then thought that he was just unlucky to meet a terrible owner obsessed with farming. Poor Ben can't even eat meatballs to his heart's content. Frowning, Ian asked what, said that he thought Ben met monsters or found something he needed to check quickly. Stretching his arms out to the sides, he added that they would hurry then and called Finn. Extending his hand to the girl, the hero said that she should go, to which she asked that she fly on horseback with him. Rena, wide-eyed, asked that it wouldn't be hard for him, to which he replied that he shouldn't worry. They sat on the griffin together. Grinning, the protagonist gave the command. The bird flew up. It was heard that it was heading for Ben. The griffin was flying among the rocks. The view of the palace opened up. A notification appeared that the Lotus Guild was winning the battle in the territory war. The guy exclaimed happily, and Kate said that she thought they had another week until the next territory war. Barry smiled widely and said that they would have a level 3 army, and the defense system would be fully prepared by then. So in a week they would be able to defend themselves even against an even stronger guild. To which he was told that, but she was a little embarrassed by the feeling that they won without doing anything. Looking away, he continued that he knew he felt the same way. Ian came up with everything himself, and they just followed his plans. Well, anyway, thanks to him, their guild has already grown by 2 ranks. Several castles appeared. It was heard that Ian also suggested continuing and attacking other guilds to capture their territories, to which he was asked again. With wide eyes, the girl asked that they had enough resources. Looking at the notifications, she said that if their key players were missing during these attacks, and another guild was attacking them at the same time, to which she was told that, well, it hadn't been decided yet, and she might think it was a dangerous idea, but he was sure that Ian had a plan. The guy held out his hand and said that in any case, they should farm harder now. Ian would soon catch up with them in level. He seemed to have already caught up with him. Grinning, he added that he was 1 level ahead of him, I think. Barry frowned and thought that Ian was a fool. Did he play all night long and not sleep? Grinning, the girl asked what exactly. The hero opened his eyes in surprise and asked what it was. Standing on the ledge, he added that Ben had found a strange cave. The protagonist stood in front of the portal. A notification appeared that he had found the Bloody Path dungeon first. A cave appeared. Messages appeared that for the next 5 days he would receive twice as much experience. The probability of finding items would be doubled. Ian smiled and thought that he was lucky. Probably even the pets of lucky players find the dungeon. Looking at the girl, he asked that he wanted to start the dungeon right now. Smiling widely, she answered that yes, he would protect her. If so, then she was for it. The hero looked at her in surprise and said that of course he would protect her. They looked at Ben. The protagonist frowned and said that okay, they would go. The wolf took a step forward. Ben glared at him. Suddenly, an explosion was heard in the cave. The monster screamed furiously. The wolf growled angrily. The monster hit the ground with its hands. Rocks flew up. The pet lowered its head. Suddenly, it jumped up. The wolf attacked the creature. He struck sharply. The monster raised its head up. It was heard that it seemed like this tunnel was long. They had already come so far, but it still did not see the end. He was right. It did not look like it was possible to go to the next level or anything, so we just need to move forward. Looking away, the girl said that yes, she would like a change of scenery. Perhaps there was no brighter place, to which the hero replied that he just wanted more monsters. Why did so few appear at a time? He smirked and added that he needed to farm as much as possible while they were getting double experience. But it was too easy, to which Rena thought how could he call this farm easy? There were monsters above level 120. The girl took a step forward. They were standing in the middle of the cave. Suddenly, many monsters appeared from afar. Looking at them in surprise, the protagonist thought that it was a howl. He had never heard this sound before. The monster took a step forward, and he added that he should wait, something familiar. The wolf's eyes were glowing red. Gritting his teeth, Ian asked what was what. The wolves looked at him angrily. Lou growled furiously. The thought occurred to him that they looked exactly like him. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he hoped they were not long-lost relatives or something. Looking to the side, Rena asked what red-maned wolves could lose relatives be found in the wild. Frowning, the protagonist replied that they should be more careful this time, have him move a little further back, to which she replied that it was okay. Smiling widely, Ian thought that there were 7 of them so far, but more might appear during the battle. A glow appeared around him and he said, "Here they are." Suddenly, the wolves rushed forward. The golem looked through the fog, and a command was heard to go forward. A glow appeared around Biggie. Suddenly, he waved his hand. The blow flew at the wolves. With wide eyes, the protagonist said that he knew that they would go in the direction of the attack, and now they were all in one place. Biggie used the skill Bottomless Abyss, hearing the command. Suddenly, he stretched his hand forward. A glow appeared in front of the beasts. The wolf looked furiously. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the protagonist summoned 2 pets. The griffin abruptly rushed forward. The dragon breathed out flames. The flames spread throughout the cave. The tiger and wolf rushed forward, hearing the hero's voice. Harley used the Wind Guardian skill. A notification appeared that the pet's agility increases by the amount of all other characteristics combined. The tiger growled furiously. Suddenly, he jumped up. A blow flew at the wolves. It was heard that Lou should hold on. Frowning, Young shouted Harley's name. The hero stretched out his hand to the side. A sphere appeared on his hand. The protagonist jumped up and shouted that he should get it. The beast growled furiously. He bit the wolf. The protagonist watched the battle. Harley struck the wolf. The beast flew into the wall. The creatures looked angrily. It was heard that they hit them so much, but none of them died. Looking straight ahead, Young said that they really had a high level. Grinning, he added that but even that. The hero snapped his finger and said that he would not save from mass damage. The girl closed her eyes. Flashes from blows appeared. It was heard that everyone was attacking. Notifications appeared that he had destroyed the red-maned wolf and received 142,300 experience points. He received 4,122 gold by destroying the red-maned wolf. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that great, experience is good. A message appeared that he had received a fragment of a blood sphere. Looking at the message, he asked what a fragment of a blood sphere was, some kind of quest item. There was nothing about it in the information window. Ian looked at the girl and asked if she could heal his pets, to which she replied that of course. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought that he probably should have taken his subordinates with him. If Siri were here, she would have easily restored the pets to full health. Rena looked at him angrily and asked if she thought her emergency treatment was not effective enough. The protagonist looked at her with fear and turned to her. He turned his head and asked what she was talking about. Looking at him, the girl replied that she was talking about nothing. She just said,
"It's time to share the excitement."
Endless ways to Easter, M&M.
It's time for a revolution in whitening with a toothpaste that gives you whiter teeth in one day. Remove even deep stains with Crest 3D White Deep Stain Remover. Coffee, wine, tea, gone in just one day.
Sensed someone in his thoughts. Looking away, Ian asked again. The girl frowned when she heard that no, he was not thinking about anyone else, honestly. Grinning, she replied that it was okay, she believed him. Grinning, the hero replied that they would go on, forward. They were walking through the cave. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked what that was. He froze and said that the path was closed. Looking away, the girl asked what they should do, they were going back. Looking at the passage, Ian replied that he did not think it should be closed here. Rena put her hand to her face and asked again. The pet appeared near the hero and he told him to try using the spray on the passage. The griffin inhaled air. A glow appeared around him. The blow flew to the wall. The hero exclaimed from the wind blowing at him. The entrance appeared. It was heard. What is he doing? Damn, it was in vain. Suddenly they looked in surprise. Standing in front of the wall, the girl asked what it was, a statue of a wolf, to which the protagonist replied that he was not sure, it looked like some kind of temple. Frowning, he thought about what this meant. He thought that as soon as they revealed the secret of this glass ball, the stone wall would open. A notification appeared that you can use the blood sphere item. Grinning, the protagonist asked what the blood sphere was, probably the fragments that he found earlier, combined. Taking the sphere in his hands, he said okay, he will use it. A glow appeared near the gate. Messages appeared that the House of Blood was completely restored. The seal of the blood gate was broken. The sphere flew straight to the entrance. It was approaching the wolf statue. Suddenly, its eyes lit up. Ian and Rena looked at it. With wide eyes, she asked what they could see. Standing behind her, the hero told her to stop. There was something inside. A bright light appeared from the passage. They covered their faces with their hands. A huge creature appeared, and the protagonist thought that it was a werewolf. With wide eyes, he added that it was the boss of the dungeon. The monster's eyes lit up. The thought appeared that this was a monster of level 128 in heroic rank. He was not dreaming, and why was he so huge? The werewolf growled furiously. Standing in front of him, Ian said that he was approaching. Stretching his hand to the side, he told Biggie to attack. The golem stretched his hand forward. The werewolf extended his hands to him. Suddenly he jumped up. He screamed furiously. A scream was heard that no. The werewolf struck the golem. Notifications appeared that the pet received a critical hit. Its health was reduced by 12,740 units. Frowning, the hero thought that the critical attack dealt 10,000 damage in one fell swoop. The werewolf put his hands out to the sides, and he turned to Biggie. Suddenly, a bright purple sphere appeared. Lou rushed forward, hearing the command. He struck the monster. Messages appeared that the pet dealt a critical hit. The monster's health was reduced by 5,870 units. Frowning, the protagonist thought that even Lou's critical hit dealt less than 6,000 damage, although this monster does not specialize in defense, but its level is simply incredible. Gritting his teeth, he added that. The werewolf looked furiously at the wolf. Suddenly, they rushed towards each other. The monster stretched out his hand forward. A blow flew at Lou. A notification appeared that he was attacked. His health was reduced by 9,760 units, and then by another 8,598. Looking straight ahead, Ian thought that Lou was almost dead. If this blow was critical, he would have died already, and then cancelled the summon. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that how dare he hurt his Lou, and then summoned his pets. The griffin and dragon flew up. The werewolf screamed, being covered in flames. The protagonist watched the battle and thought that yes, he was pretty battered. For a boss, he did not have that much health. The werewolf stretched his arms forward. A thought arose, what the hell is this? Looking surprised, Yen added that he looked dangerous. The werewolf struck the dragon. Notifications appeared that Rake received a critical blow. His health was reduced by 29,760 units. The monster screamed furiously. A message appeared that it was absorbing Rake's health and restoring 44,640 units of health. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that absorbing health, what kind of cheating creature? The werewolf growled menacingly, and he cancelled the dragon summon. Frowning, the protagonist thought that there was not much strength left. He could not waste any more attacks. Waving his hand, he shouted for everyone to retreat. Ian looked at the girl and thought that she had been strengthening them all this time. Rena opened her eyes wide. A thought arose that if she helped with healing, she thought Biggie would be able to withstand these attacks. The hero looked at the golem, thinking that from this point of view, it was time to use speed tactics. He needed to defeat him before he restored his health again. He frowned and shouted loudly for Biggie to block him from the front, and Rena did not stop healing him, to which she responded approvingly. The monster rushed towards the golem. Spreading her arms to the sides, the girl used the health recovery skill. The golem's eyes lit up. Harley suddenly appeared, hearing the command. Suddenly, he struck the werewolf. A message appeared that he was activating his innate ability Claw Strike. The monster was stunned for 1 second. Grinning, the hero said that the stun worked. The tiger struck him again. Blue rays appeared around the werewolf. Biggie's eyes glowed yellow. He took a step forward. Suddenly, he reached out towards the monster. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he knew it. Raising his hand up, he spoke about the skill maximum power. Putting his hand in front of the monster, Yang said that all his spirit magic was gathered together. Lightning flew at the monster, and he shouted for him to receive. The werewolf screamed loudly in pain. A notification appeared that he defeated him. He received 997,710 experience points. Grinning, the hero thought that almost 1,000,000 experience, and the girl asked if he was okay. Turning around, he replied that they almost died. By clicking on the notification, the protagonist said that he should wait. First, he should look at the loot. Coins appeared. A message appeared that he received 32,145 gold from the monster. An ornament appeared. It was said that he received a necklace. A view of the sphere opened. He received it for the victory. Looking at it, Jan thought that it was a spirit sphere. A glow appeared around it. Suddenly, a werewolf appeared. A notification appeared that he received the spirit sphere of Fenrir, consumed by madness. Looking at it, the hero asked what was that. Fenrir looked furiously. It was heard that where he was. The guy looked at him in bewilderment. The wolf also looked at him and asked who he was. A huge monster was standing near the guys. The girl was surprised because he was talking. He had red eyes. Harlot greeted him and explained that he was the leader and guardian of the blood tribe and asked not to compare him with ordinary wolves. They stood and looked at him until the wolf called him a summoner. Smiling, he confirmed that he was the summoner. Another monster was lying nearby. The protagonist was thinking about what he was up to. The smile fell from his face because in the end he was the one who killed him. Opening his mouth, he said that he wanted to thank him. Yan was surprised by this. The monster with red eyes continued and said thank you for freeing him from the shackles of madness, and although his powers were limited, he still won, so he respects his strength. Sweat ran down his face from excitement, but he thanked him, also thinking how strong he was without restrictions. There were pets standing near the main character, and Harlot felt sorry that there was no one from his kind among his pets, because otherwise he could have given him great help. He looked at him with disdain and asked what kind of help he was talking about. Lou stood there while Harlot said that depending on the nature of a particular beast, he had the ability to make representatives of his kind stronger. Yan looked at him, also wondering if he was really hinting that Lou could evolve. His pet growled while the guy asked if his pet was from his kind. He opened his mouth and said that if a wolf had a mane and belonged to a bloody tribe, then it could be a direct descendant. But he did not see him among the pets. Yan looked at him and asked him to wait 20 minutes because he could not summon Lou now. Closing his eyes, he said that he would be able to maintain this form for another 9 minutes, and then he would be forced to go to the spirit world. The main character and the girl were surprised. He got angry and thought about why the game was made exactly like this, because he almost found out how to evolve Lou. The monster replied that thanks to his spirit he had gained freedom, so he would reward him in kind. A screen appeared, saying that he had received a bloody mark. Yan liked it, but he wanted to evolve his pet more. Harlot looked at him intently, then asked to treat him with care. He waved his hand and said goodbye. From behind, he was asked if he wanted to come out on the other side. If so, he could do a favor, because there was a creature whose spirit was deprived of freedom. A notification appeared with a quest where it was necessary to free the spirit of the bloody Harlot. Looking at the screen, he realized that this was Category S, and he saw a post about how a level 130 player had failed him. Hesitantly, he decided to try because there was no time limit. Smiling, he believed in himself. Harlot began to rejoice and thank, and also hoped that he would be able to free his brother, who had been imprisoned for over 100 years. There was a tunnel, which if you walk for 10 minutes, you can get to the coast behind the cliff, and if you go north along the coast, you will get to the town and also ask to find Ikale. Raising his hand, he asked if this is a person, if he has been imprisoned for more than 100 years. Putting his hands on each other, he said that Ikale is probably alive. This is their only friend. There were more fangs in his mouth, and he is the one who defeated his fate. They entered the tunnel. The guy was with a girl. Coming out of it, they saw the sun in the area itself. Near the reservoir there was a city. Jan asked if there was really a settlement in this corner of the world. She confirmed, saying that the city was also large. Near the fortress there were houses, and the guy thought that if he had not yet found this city, it would be surprising if it did not belong to some country or guild. The city was called Oliver, did not belong to anyone, and the population was 2,000 people. Looking at the screen, he was surprised because the city did not belong to anyone, and therefore he could register it as a new guild headquarters. He held a stone in his hands, then said to establish headquarters. The city on the coast could not be established as a headquarters because it did not have military power, and the settlement must have a loyalty level of more than 70%. Sighing, she said that otherwise it would be too easy. He would not quickly raise the loyalty level. The girl smiled and said to go already. He agreed. There was a ship near the shore. People were walking around the city, doing their business. Waving her hand, she said that she would go first. Opening the screen, he decided to see what items he still received. The bloody sign item was heroic, it was a talisman. Poking his finger at the screen, he was surprised because he had never seen such an item. Having made a pentagram, he called Lou. Wolf and Yang began to hug because they missed each other. Taking the ball in his hands, he thought about how to use it. Having shouted to carry it, the ball was installed in the forehead of the pet. There was a red aura near him. The wolf had a ball in his forehead, he understood how it was worn. Looking at the screen, he was surprised because the characteristics were incredible. It was night, the windows were glowing. Approaching the house, he realized that this was the same house. Lanterns were burning in the house. There was also a flashlight on the table. He asked if anyone was alive. A girl with a book came up. She realized that he had come guest. Looking at her, he was surprised. The girl had light hair and looked like a griefer. She had gray eyes. From the window, it was visible that it was already morning. Remembering the griefer, he realized that they were very similar. Perplexed, he asked if they were twins. She had a hot teapot in her hands. She confirmed and asked why she would lie. There were cups on the table. The protagonist understood that the griefer looked like she was no more than 30. Taking the tea, he understood that this granny was clearly not old and could they really be twins. Looking at him, she said that apparently
Use Kayak's Explore tool to see just how far your budget can take you. Reykjavik? Spectacular!
he did not believe her yet. Closing his eyes, he explained that she looked older. Ikael replied that her sister was a sorceress of dimensions and was able to control time, so it did not affect her much. The light was on in the windows. He realized that this looked like an explanation. In her hands was a cup. She said that Harlot was released. One hand was on the table. She decided to ask if he told him that she knew where Orville was. The guy confirmed. Looking at him, she decided to thank him. With her mouth closed, she continued that the wolf was the savior of this city and also her old friend. She remembered how the magician and the wolf fought because Orville and Harlot were heroes who saved the city from dark magicians. A red aura came out of her mouth because they won but received a curse that bound their spirits. With her mouth closed, she said that before madness consumed them, they decided to seal themselves. Then she closed her eyes because she wanted to free Orville. She paused. Yang looked at her and waited for her to continue. Borcha said that Orville was stronger than Harlot. Even if he managed to defeat him, it was not a fact that he could defeat Orville and she could not say where he was. The girl was surprised. The guy asked how he could convince her, or rather how to defeat him. Showing a finger up, she asked if he was a summoner. The guy opened his mouth and confirmed. It was still night outside. She said it was beautiful. There was a flame near the mountains. The monster ran from Yin while he had a bright ball in his hands. He hit it, and he thought what kind of hard work it was. He put his hands to his face and listened to her. She was saying that not long ago an old summoner arrived from across the sea on the eastern continent, and if he could find out the mysterious ability he possessed, he would believe him and tell him where Orville was. He wondered in surprise what mysterious ability she was talking about. A notification about a quest appeared. The difficulty category was unknown, and it was also necessary to capture 100 monsters. He was shocked by how many he would have to fight. There were stars in the sky. Monsters with fangs and red eyes stood on the ground. The guy ran and asked if they needed to be captured and brought. It was good, because there was an artifact that removed the restrictions on the number of captured monsters. Running up to the monsters, he decided that the beginning had already been made and it was necessary to bring this matter to an end. It was already day above the town. People were walking near one of the houses. Approaching it, he asked if he was here. Entering inside, he saw a grandfather. Smiling, he asked if he was Oliver. The same one confirmed. Walking further, he greeted him. Smilingly answered that he understood. Rocking on a chair, he said that it was good that he came to him. Standing up, he said that he would need more space to give what he brought him. Embarrassed, he answered that he was going. They came to the sea. The main character summoned monsters, namely an ice troll, a yeti, but he could not summon more. The monsters were still standing because he could not summon more than 20 at a time. The grandfather looked at him and asked if he wanted to tell him that there were even more of them. Smiling, he answered that there were 100 of them. Surprised, he said that they usually caught 6 at a time, and then came again. He created several pentagrams and made the creation of the spirit sphere. Grandfather walked away a little. White balls appeared near him. This was the end of the quest. The skill of holding the spirit allowed to seal the spirits of captured monsters. The color of the sphere was determined by the rank of the monster enclosed in the sphere of the day, and the level of mana was determined by the characteristics. Oliver looked at the spheres, while the main character read the abilities on the screen. He was interested in what kind of soothsayer and what for the strengthening of the spirit. Grandfather turned to him and said, now that he knows how to hold the spirits, he will tell him about the strengthening of the spirit. Ian looked at him because they asked him to carefully watch his hands, because he will not show it a second time. A spark appeared near his hand. A large pentagram appeared in the air, as well as 4 small ones. Surprised, he thought what he was doing. spheres flew into one of the programs. They became more blue. The balls stopped near the pentagram. Smiling and raising his hands, he was glad because everything worked out. Balls flew near his hand. Then he said, "This is what the strengthening of the spirit is." Ian looked at them and realized that the blue spheres are of a higher rank than the white ones. Oliver brought one of the balls to him. Looking at it, he asked to try. The main character was very surprised. Oliver looked at him angrily and said that he would succeed. He sighed and thought about what to do. There was a white sphere near his hand. He waved his finger and a spark appeared. The sphere began to grow larger. His body moved on its own. He received the ability to strengthen the spirit and also completed the quest. In his hands was a ball. He asked if it was a strengthened sphere. Oliver clapped his hands and congratulated him because he quickly learned and now can talk to spirits. Clenching his hand into a fist, he was glad because it was cool to be the first in something. He flew on a bird, shouting for Orville to wait for him. Lydia understood that he needed to prepare everything and at the same time check the ability that the oval possessed. Sitting on the ground, he looked at the screen and read about creating a talisman. Taking a brush and paper in his hands, he said that in order to draw a sphere, 3 spheres are needed, so about 30 talismans need to be made. Having drawn the animal, he decided to try. Smiling, he liked the masterpiece, but it was an unsuccessful creation because he had to draw with soul. The sheet fell from his hands in surprise. Having outlined several sheets, he could not. He had an unsuccessful creation of a talisman. Desperate, he was left with 1 sphere and 0 talismans were created. Putting his hand to his face, he thought that this was not an easy task. Smiling, he realized that he was good at difficult things. The monster had a hole in his chest from a blow. The guy called the girl and asked for help because she graduated from the design department. In the game, he tried to draw a symbol that the girl made for him. In his hands, he still had a brush, trying to draw with a serious look. He drew 6 times on the sheets and created. Smiling, he successfully completed the creation of the talisman. The composite talisman was a rare class. For each attack it restored health in the amount of 3% of the damage inflicted. In his hands was a sheet. Lou approached him. On his forehead there was a mark the same as in the picture. It was night in the city. Ikael stood leaning on the table and said that she did a great job and could now tell her where to find Orville. Raising her finger, she said that no matter what happened, he should go there during the day because the monster becomes stronger at night. She told him to go to the southern edge of the Poreless Plateau, to the peak of the moonlight, because Orville was imprisoned there. Having flown to the mountain, there was a stone with a picture. He extended his hand and called all his pets. Near Ian stood his pets because Ikael gave him a sphere and told him to place it on the altar. The spheres landed on the altar. The mountain began to collapse around him. Finn was on his back. He canceled the summoning of some of the pets. The others ran to Ian. A rock collapsed behind them. The pets looked at this while the guy sat on Finn. Smiling, he asked if this was all. A red ball appeared at the height. The pets looked at this because he was studying the black threads. There was Orville with red eyes. There was a red ball burning in the sky. There were fragments near it. Lou fell to the ground. Orville used the innate ability of creeping darkness. The monster screamed with all its fangs. He used the ability again. The world plunged into darkness. Ian said that it would be pointless when to come. He had a staff in his hands. He decided to use it first, and Lou asked to stay away. Orville was level 120th. The guy thought he would defeat him. The monster's paws opened. He screamed very loudly, ran up to the main character and decided to hit, but protected his staff, calling Finn. The pet flew up to the monster from behind and hit him, losing 13,250 units of damage. Holding the staff, he said that they would cope. The wolf growled. A black and red aura came from his body. He used the innate ability of the onset of darkness, and the speed of movement increased by 50%, also ignored 70% of the level it. The guy was surprised because the onset of darkness will last 3 minutes. It was also dark above the village. Only the red sun was visible. The girl looked out the window and realized that it looked like the onset of darkness, and apparently Orville gathered his strength. She uncertainly understood that Yan would not win alone. He had a shield in his hands. He sighed. They stood opposite each other not far away. He understood that he had cancelled the call of Biggie, and Raken was thinking how to cope. The wolf had large fangs. The guy wanted to win and needed to do it before he used the onset of darkness again. The monster had a red ball in his hands. Then he threw it at the main character. Moving away from him, the ball began to act. The wolf pounced on Yan. The staff fell from his hands. The main character was thinking what to do. Yan fell to the ground. The red ball was still glowing in his paw. Closing his eyes, he said that he was probably finished and deserved a penalty for a day, but he had to evolve Lou. Suddenly, Lou attacked Orville. Seeing this, he created a pentagram and decided to cancel his summoning. The pet was still biting the monster because it was impossible to cancel the summoning. He looked at him in confusion and did not understand why it was